Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Hello. Well, it's begun well because we're 5 minutes late, but I've been told that there's no one downstairs. So good morning. My name's Joshua, and as one of the organizers of this event, together with Pui and Isidorus, it's a real pleasure to welcome you to the Rowan Williams, the Cambridge Celebration Conference, whether you're joining us in person or online. Some time ago, during a supervision with Rowan, actually, we somehow got on the topic of, I don't know how, doesn't sound like a fun conversation when I report it to you, but we somehow got on the topic of Cambridge University Press, and perhaps its most well-known product, the Cambridge Introduction to and the Cambridge Companion to series. And whether ironically or sincerely, one of us suggested that the next one should be a Cambridge Farewell to or a Taking Leave of series. And funnily enough, Cambridge University Press have since done After So-and-so, so you can buy After Lacan, in case you're still not over Lacan. And you'll be relieved to hear, no doubt Rowan especially, that the time has not yet come for an After Rowan volume. And nor has Cambridge really taken leave of him, nor he of Cambridge. Sightings of him are rarer than they once were, but we're not quite in unicorn or Bigfoot territory. A celebration, however, does seem an appropriate way of marking this transition in Rowan's involvement with Cambridge, thanking him for the manifold and profound ways in which he has shaped the discipline of theology and good thinking in general, especially during his most recent period in Cambridge as the Master of Magdalene. If it was during his time at Oxford that Rowan produced the book that arguably made his name, Arius, Heresy and Tradition, and if it was during his time as Archbishop of Canterbury that Rowan wrote Dostoevsky, and I'm sure that both Carol and Ruth would agree it's a book that is not only of immense theological sophistication, but also shows him to be a first-rate literary scholar, then it really was during his time at Magdalene that Rowan revealed himself as, I think, a mind of truly singular power, articulating a subtle and original Christian metaphysics, rooted in poetics, language, and intelligence, that is genuinely exciting in its range of reference and application. It is an intellectual pleasure of the first order to see this metaphysics unfold across the works published during Rowan's mastership. On Augustine, Christ the Heart of Creation, The Tragic Imagination, perhaps above all, The Edge of Words, but also Looking East in Winter, which was, I think, finished, if not published, while Rowan was still at Magdalene. And its chapter on embodied logos is, I think, one of the most dazzling examples of Rowan's recent work. So a celebration is indeed called for, even as we also wait to see what Rowan has in store for us next. Incidentally, some of you may know that the late great actor Sir Christopher Lee, whose bass rivaled even Rowan's, I think, surprised his fans in the later part of his career with several successful heavy metal and symphonic metal albums. I mean, you can see where I'm going, you know, I can't help but wonder if Rowan's recent very public appearances with Nick Cave portend their first album together. And I'd be fine with that, so long as Rowan also produces the companion volume on rock music as embodied intelligence. And I'll leave that there. This celebration has been a long time coming. COVID-19 and other challenges have delayed this conference for at least 2 years, if not more. But the wait has been beneficial. It's allowed us to put together an outstanding program of speakers to whom we are most grateful, as well as a concert this evening, with great thanks to Anya Newman of Magdalene College for putting that together. And it's also given time to Rowan to publish several more books for it. Regrettably, however, not all of our speakers can be with us in person. Martin Laird sent his apologies, and due to illness, his paper will be delivered instead by James Hawkey, the chair of the panel. And likewise, we learnt this morning that Graham Ward sadly cannot join us also due to illness. Stay tuned to find out who'll be reading his paper. This celebration wouldn't have happened at all if it weren't for the generosity of the Divinity Faculty, Trinity College, St. John's College, Magdalene College, the Fellowship of St. Alban and St. Sergius, and the Anglican and Eastern Churches Association. We are most grateful for their support. And I'll end with some minor bits of housekeeping before I hand over to Professor David Ferguson, who will formally open today's proceedings. The first is that myself, Pui, Isidorus, Michael and Pavlina, who you met in the central hall, will all be on hand throughout the day to help, should you need it. Second, tea and coffee breaks, as well as lunch, will all take place in the central hall, where you arrived for registration this morning. We should be able to spill out into the courtyard as well, given how muggy it is. Audience members and speakers are reminded to make every effort to be punctual. We started 5 minutes late, my apologies. We have a packed program, and we really can't delay the start of any panel. And the format of every panel is as follows. Each speaker will give a paper of around 20 minutes in length, following which the chair will moderate half an hour of discussion, opening the floor first to Rowan for any questions or comments he might have, and then to the wider audience. The next thing on my notes just says fire in capital letters. I have read what it says about fire in the building, and do just come out the way that we came up, go out the way that we came up in the event of a fire alarm, and meet in the first court of St. John's College, so go across the street and in there. That is our assembly point. And finally, please be aware that this event is being live streamed, and there may be some occasional photography. And it is on that very elevated theoretical note that I'd like to hand over to David Ferguson, Regius Professor of Divinity in the university, to formally open the conference proceedings. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Joshua. It's my honor on behalf of the Cambridge faculty to welcome you all to this conference. We're glad that so many friends and colleagues of Rowan have gathered from across the world, as well as others who have profited over the years from his writings. Not surprisingly, the event has been oversubscribed, with the supply of places exceeding the demand. And we would not be here, of course, without the extensive work of organization that has been undertaken over many months, even years, by the three-person team of Joshua Heath, Pui Him Ip, and Isidorus Katsos. All three are former doctoral students of Rowan, and we're indebted to them for pulling this event together and for raising substantial funds to cover the costs. One of my pleasant tasks is to bring you the greetings of two distinguished people who have expressed their enthusiasm for this event. The first of these is Cardinal Koch, prefect for the dicastery for promoting Christian unity at the Vatican. Cardinal Koch has sent a letter of greeting to Rowan, and I'm going to read this out to you. It gives me great joy to address this personal greeting to you, Rowan, on the occasion of the conference. It is indeed fitting that so many scholars and friends, former students and academic colleagues are coming together to honor you following your retirement from the Mastership of Magdalene College. This Cambridge celebration is, as I'm sure is your wish, a very substantial academic symposium and not simply an occasion for accolades and encomia. Nevertheless, I cannot fail to take this opportunity to offer some words of tribute and appreciation. As I wrote to you at the time of your retirement from the office of Archbishop of Canterbury in 2012, your leadership of the Church of England during a period of unprecedented change in society and attitudes to religion was courageous and inspiring. We in this dicastery and in many other entities of the Holy See have very fond memories of your visits to Rome during your service as Archbishop. We also give thanks for the warm hospitality received from you when representatives of the Church of Rome visited the Church of England. The visit of the late Pope Benedict XVI to the UK in 2010 remains a precious memory for those of us who were privileged to participate in it. On a personal note, I am also especially grateful for the warm welcome you extended to me when I visited Lambeth and Canterbury in 2012. Though the early years of this century were marked by growing tensions within the Anglican communion and by new obstacles to full visible communion between Catholics and Anglicans, I am grateful for your own tireless efforts to maintain the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. The Common Declaration issued by Pope Benedict and yourself in November 2006 led directly to the establishment of the Third Anglican Roman Catholic International Commission. The declaration noted that, quote, "It is a matter of urgency that in renewing our commitment to pursue the path towards full visible communion in the truth and love of Christ, we also commit ourselves in our continuing dialogue to address the important issues involved in the emerging ecclesiological and ethical factors, making that journey more difficult and arduous." It's hoped that the second of this Commission's two reports will be published soon. Dear Bishop Rowan, throughout your life you have combined dedicated pastoral ministry with academic work of exceptional breadth and depth. The variety of areas of learning being explored during this Cambridge celebration in your honour is testament to your wide-ranging scholarship. I hope that as a Welshman, you will permit me to quote an English saint. thinking of your ministry, I cannot but recall St. Bede the Venerable, who proclaimed, "Study, teaching, and writing have always been my delight." Now that you've stepped down from academic administration, dear brother, I pray for the continued blessing of good health and strength for you, so that you may continue to serve God and his holy people with the gifts of your estimable intellect for many years to come. The Lord bless you and keep you. Yours in Christ Jesus, Kurt Cardinal Koch. The other greeting is a more informal one, and it's from His Majesty the King. Here you'll have to excuse some shameful self-publicity. In my ecclesiastical duties in Scotland last month, I was a visiting preacher at Crathykirk, and I spent the weekend as the guest of the King and Queen at Balmoral Castle. One shouldn't divulge the details of private conversations, but perhaps on this occasion I can be absolved. The King asked me how life was going in Cambridge, so I told him that we were preparing a conference in honor of Rowan Williams. I guessed that he might be more interested in that than anything else happening in the faculty. And indeed so it proved. He was evidently pleased to learn of the event and expressed his admiration and even astonishment at Rowan's capacity to discourse upon all manner of subjects in an informative and arresting way without reference to notes. He recalled in particular his contribution to the Dickens bicentenary event at Westminster Abbey in 2012, when he spoke with only a handful of quotations in front of him. How many of us would risk that in a packed Abbey church? The extraordinary range of Rowan's interests is represented in the diverse themes that have been carefully selected for this conference. These include Christian doctrine, philosophy, public theology, spiritual practices, the arts, and Russian literature. The list is not exhaustive. Although in other people such a breadth of interest might reveal an eclecticism or a dabbling in too many diverse subjects, Rowan has unfailingly had something worth saying even to experts in these divergent fields of study. The broad scope of his work, moreover, is concentrated in a single vocation as priest, poet, and scholar. While these activities are discrete, each with its own integrity, they've been comprehended in his life and work for more than 50 years. He might be judged a throwback to an earlier age of Renaissance scholars who could work across topics that more recently have suffered from a rigid policing of boundaries by our academic guilds. But instead of a further eulogizing, which would both embarrass him while stating the obvious to you all, I offer some more remarks about Rowan's position in British theology since the late 20th century. His work has been closely associated with Cambridge, where he studied as an undergraduate and later taught both before and during his time as Dean of Clare. This affinity with Cambridge was confirmed in his late career as Master of Magdalene College. While a student in Cambridge, Rowan was inevitably exposed to the work of Donald Mackinnon, who has sometimes been considered one of the two most influential figures in British theology in the post-war period. Mackinnon was a Scottish Episcopalian from the west coast town of Oban, and he used to return to that area with his wife each summer, though a perceived crisis in Cambridge would soon have him heading rapidly to Glasgow for the train south. On one occasion, when a controversial decision was taken, I'm told that Dennis Nynham remarked, "That should bring Donald senkrecht von oben." A philosopher with theological leanings, Mackinnon chafed at the dominance of the analytic tradition, though valuing its rigor. He displayed an interest in wider philosophical trends, including idealism, Marxism, and personalism. His influence upon a generation of philosophers and theologians has become further apparent in recent studies of the collective contribution of Elizabeth Anscombe, Iris Murdoch, Philippa Foot, and Mary Midgley. Occupying the Norris Hulse chair here from 1960 to 76, Mackinnon shaped much of the British theological landscape in both style and content. His thought was elusive and resisted any easy summation. And unlike other philosophers of religion at the time, he was less preoccupied with the arid and demoralizing disputes around the meaningfulness and verifiability of religious language. Students today find it hard to understand how that theological culture was shaped by skepticism, apologetics, and liberal defensive postures, and what it felt like growing up in that atmosphere. Somehow around the late 70s, for the sake of the church and its mission, it was felt that a stronger and more self-confident approach was required. McKinnon was a pivotal figure in this shift. Attracted to more substantive issues, he neither abandoned metaphysics nor confined himself to a rearguard strategy. He abhorred any premature closure on intractable theological issues, particularly in the domain of theodicy, where he railed against apologetic maneuvers that were deemed implausible and morally suspect, C.S. Lewis's problem of pain being a particular source of criticism. Often in essay rather than monograph format, McKinnon's work took the classical Christian tradition seriously, this placing him at odds with several leading contemporaries whose liberalism resulted in a hermeneutic of rupture rather than continuity. Unlike Nineham, for whom the past was another country, McKinnon felt closely connected to the Christian tradition and persuaded of its relevance. He wrote about tragedy, the Shoah, nuclear warfare, and the problem of theologians who found themselves politically and morally compromised. This generated an agenda and an approach that were evident not only in Cambridge, but in much of the work that appeared at the SST and other conferences throughout the period. Doubtless his eccentricities added to the fascination. My Oxford supervisor, Basil Mitchell, once told me that McKinnon provided the solution to the quest of the historical Jesus. Many stories and myths had emerged around him, but these had such a coherence and focus that one could reliably assume that they must be based on a series of genuine reminiscences about the man himself. Impersonations of McKinnon and his ways were legion. If a competition were held as to the best, then Rowan might well be the winner. But in more important ways, the influence of McKinnon is stamped upon his work. The generative effect of the carefully crafted essay, an openness to philosophical insights as important for the work of the theologian, a sympathetic reading of the classical tradition, an Anglo-Catholic ecclesiology, a refusal to be governed solely by the task of apologetics or anxiety around the historical reliability of Scripture, and a left-of-center political commitment that resulted in a capacity to offer criticism of both church and government. The other dominant figure in post-war British theology was McKinnon's friend T.F. Torrance in Edinburgh. Though often identified as the leading exponent of Karl Barth in the English-speaking world, Torrance's work exhibited other concerns, particularly his devotion to a series of patristic writers, a much higher ecclesiology than we find in Karl Barth, and indebtedness to orthodox theology. This resulted inter alia in a stronger account of word, sacrament, and liturgy than can be found in Barth, Torrance belonging at the Catholic end of the Reformed spectrum and leading the Reformed Orthodox theological dialogues for many years. Perhaps less apparent is Torrance's greater willingness to adapt and to integrate philosophical insights into his theology. The influence of Michael Polanyi and the return to natural theology should be seen in this light. And as with McKinnon, Torrance could be critical, even dismissive, of the work of many of his contemporaries, which he regarded as taking place at the shallow end of the pool. When asked who the most important contemporary theologian was, Torrance would reply, Athanasius. I confess to being less clear in the case of Torrance about a direct influence on Rowan, but there are some intriguing similarities. A willingness to take Barth seriously but not uncritically, a commitment to study the great theologians of the early church as writers who continue to offer resources and insights for the contemporary theological task, not merely to account for their role in the development of dogma. A similarly high regard for word and sacrament and a keen interest in the Orthodox tradition. Preaching has also been an important task for Rowan. His formidable capacity to compose an address in his head without reference to a written text being put to good effect in different settings. The preaching of the Word of God is not only a human creation, but one of divine agency. I quote from a recent work. One of the most moving things you can ever hear at the church door is, "You might have been speaking to me." You can only say, "I hope I was," but if I was, it's not because I calculated it. Preaching is an event in the body of Christ. There's something both Reformed and Catholic in that observation about the agency of the Spirit in the worship of the church. Elsewhere, Rowan's work draws the classical writers into contemporary conversations, to the extent that the line between historical and constructive work becomes blurred in a good way. The theological postscript to his study of Arius is a fine example. Avoiding any simple castigation of Arianism, he argues that the development of the Nicene position was the result of an increasing need to describe the divine life as inscribed upon the history of Jesus, with its combination of agency and receptivity. The section concludes with an extended citation of McKinnon, in which he claims that we misunderstand Jesus except we see God as triune. In searching for this passage last week, I discovered that all 3 copies of the Arius book in the faculty library had been vandalized by students who had extensively underlined these sections in pencil and ink. But I suppose that we should rejoice that they are at least reading the right texts. The copies of my own books remain there in pristine condition. All of this may be only the limited perception of one Scottish Reformed theologian who has recently migrated to Cambridge. There will be as many perspectives as there are participants at this conference. The range of expertise and insight itself a tribute to the subject whom we honor in this long-delayed and much-anticipated event. I look forward to the time ahead, and I hand you back to our organizers for the first of our main sessions. I should say that it's hoped that the conference proceedings will eventually be published. I don't know what the title will be, but let me suggest a subtitle: 48 Hours with Rowan in a Sauna.
Welcome again, everyone, into this first session on philosophical theology. My name is Janet Soskis, and it's a real delight to welcome all of our panelists here. I think I'll probably do all 3 introductions right now, because time is of the essence, and I hope my speakers won't mind if I prod them as we go on. So it's a delight to see David Bentley Hart here, who feels like he should have been at Cambridge all the time, but has been at Notre Dame most of the time. It's especially delightful to have him on this panel, because apart from the man who we honor today, I can't think of any other person in the room who could be on every single one of these panels, including the Russian one. So it's super to have him. From his groundbreaking book, The Beauty of the Infinite, through the major books and articles, David has proven himself a staunch defender of the coherence of Christian faith and Christian metaphysics, grounded in orthodoxy and certainly not afraid to push the boundaries. And of course, material to his presence here today, he was the winner of the Ian Ramsey Prize for Theological Writing, which Rowan and Jane set up. David won that in 2011 with his book, Atheist Illusions, an apologetic book for the very brave to hand their atheistic friends. So welcome very much, David. Pui is one of our organizers, and as you've heard, one of the relatively recent doctoral students of Rowan. He is currently the director of the tutorial program at the Faculty Institute for Science and Religion and a member of the Faculty of Divinity here. But as well as that, he is a postdoctoral researcher at the Center for Science and Faith based in the University of Copenhagen's Faculty of Theology. After a physics degree in London at Imperial, Pui turned to theology with great success, doing his doctorate with Rowan in patristics, which was published last year as Origin and the Emergence of Divine Simplicity before Nicaea. That was a Cambridge University Press volume. Catherine Pickstock is the present Norris House Professor at Theology at Cambridge University, the chair that, as was mentioned, was held by Donald McKinnon. And Catherine has been at Cambridge since really her birth, practically, it seems, although I know she was born in New York, so that can't be so. But she shares Rowan's enchantment with words and the word, with liturgy, with truth, with language, with metaphysics, and of course with the writings of St. Augustine. Professor Pickstock is a thinker of remarkable breadth and imagination, and she has a large following in literary theory as well as in philosophy and theology, and is widely acclaimed for demanding and compelling prose. So welcome all three of you, and without further ado, I'll hand it over to you, David, and then would you like to speak from here? And then I imagine it's better. And okay.
Oh, well, I could do this. Yeah, well, no, it's at a certain distance, but that sounds audible to me. Very good, right? Well, my pleasure. I didn't know what I was going to talk on today until I saw that Catherine and Pui had decided that language, in some sense, would be the governing theme. And I had begun to write something about The Edge of Words, which is an extraordinarily profound and beautiful book, I thought. But I've discovered that in cutting it down for 20 minutes, I've entirely cut out the bits that actually have to do with Rowan Williams. So I do hope the proceedings are published, so that will come out in the wash. So think of this as a tribute, not in the sense of an encomium so much as a sort of votive offering for the moment. But it is a set of reflections that was set off by just the coincidence of 2 volumes by Rowan Williams on my bedside table. One is just a very simple book for broad readership called Being Human that I was using to teach undergraduates. The other was The Edge of Words. So let me begin with a small sentence from the latter. The world we inhabit is already a symbolized world, a world that has been and is being taken up into a process of speaking and making sense together. Now, that's not the profoundest sentence in the book, but a very true one. And it happened to coincide with me reading the passage in Being Human on the nature of consciousness, and especially the popular fantasy that the brain is a kind of machine, a digital computer, in fact. And this set off a chain of reflections that led to me thinking out certain things on the nature of language itself, or the structure of language. So let me start with the issue of consciousness. To be honest, the notion that our brains are computers and our minds software could scarcely be more preposterous. I think we already know, for any number of reasons. I tend more and more to think of it by analogy to the myth of Narcissus. I mean, the functions of a computer are such wonderfully versatile reflections of our mental agency that at times they take on the haunting appearance of another autonomous, rational intellect just there on the other side of the screen. But even that analogy is inadequate because we take the error much further than the poor simpleton from Boeotia ever did. Having impressed the image of our own mental agency on a mechanical system of computation, we tend now to reverse the transposition, especially in Anglophone philosophy of mind, and mistake our thinking for a kind of computation. And hence the currently dominant theory of mental agency in most Anglophone philosophy of mind is functionalism, whose principal implication is not so much that computers might become conscious intentional agents as that we ourselves are only computers, suffering the illusion of being conscious intentional agents. And this, supposedly because that illusion serves as a kind of user interface, which allows us to operate our own cognitive machinery without attempting to master the inconceivably complex coding that our brains rely on. At the heart of functionalism is a fundamentally odd notion that the human brain is what Daniel Dennett calls a syntactic engine. If I close this, will I be shutting anything down? That is all right? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, sorry. A syntactic engine, which more or less is a phylogenetic fortuity or hypertrophy, was selected by life's Darwinian logic, and over the evolutionary epochs has come to function as a semantic engine. That is to say, the brain is a computational platform that began its existence as an organ for translating stimuli into responses, but now runs a more sophisticated program for translating inputs into outputs. And this program has come to incorporate in its functions a number of brain states, not mind states, but brain states that in order to serve as useful interfaces fruitfully deceive us that they are conscious intentional states with meanings. The governing maxim of functionalism is that once a proper syntax is established in the neurophysiology of the brain, the semantics of thought will follow. Once the syntactic engine begins running its impersonal algorithms, the semantic engine will eventually emerge or supervene. But what we call thought is really just an irreducibly physical system for processing data into behavior, software, coding, nothing more. As with the computer, so with the brain. There's a basic syntactic system, a secondary semantic system that runs parallel to it in supervenient dependency upon it, and this parallel stratification of functions mechanically yields what we think of as consciousness, thought, and meaning. Now, I tend to read this just as a farrago of metaphors, fairly vacuous ones, and curiously metaphors based on a phenomenon that does not and could not in any possible world actually exist. I mean, with sufficient practice, we can all come to believe as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast, but we should at least, like the White Queen, know what it is we're doing. This theory tells us that a system of physical switches of operations can generate a syntax of functions, which in turn generates a semantics of thought, which in turn produces the illusion of private consciousness and intrinsic intention. Yet none of this actually resembles anything that a computer does, and certainly none of it is what a brain would do if it were a computer. Neither computers nor brains are either syntactic or semantic engines, since neither syntactic nor semantic engines exist or possibly could. Syntax and semantics exist only as intentional structures inalienably in a hermeneutical rather than physical space, and then only as inseparable aspects of an already existing semiotic system within the intentional activity of a living mind. This isn't really news, I know. Much the same problem, though, has long bedeviled the attempts of linguists to devise a coherent account of the evolution of natural language from more primitive to more advanced forms. Such attempts usually are framed in terms of the emergence of semantic content within a prior syntactic system, which itself supposedly emerged from more basic neurological systems of stimulus and response. But how would this work? For one thing, there's the obvious empirical difficulty that nowhere among human cultures have we ever discovered a language that could be characterized as evolutionarily primitive, or in any significant respect more elementary than any other. every language exists as a complete semiotic system in which the basic functions of signification are fully present. No one has come close to reverse engineering a primitive language, let alone a truly pre-linguistic system of communication. Every attempt to reduce fully formed language to more basic syntactic algorithms in the hope of further reducing those to proto-syntactic functions in the brain founders on the reefs of an indissoluble top-down hierarchy of language. No matter how basic the supposedly primitive mechanism the linguist isolates, it exists solely within the sheltering embrace of an already complete semiotic ecology. Give you an example, Noam Chomsky and Robert Berwick have proposed a dyadic function called merge as the most basic algorithm within language structure. It generates complex syntactic units through relations of structural rather than spatial proximity, allows for hypotactic rather than merely paratactic linguistic continuities. But it turns out to be a simple mechanism only within a system already fully discriminated into all the various apparatus of signification and symbolic hierarchies. Considered as an algorithm within a language, merge is indeed an elementary process, but only because of the prior complexity of language. Imagined as some sort of mediation between language and the pre-linguistic operations of the brain, it would be a miraculous saltation across an infinite qualitative abyss. Structurally speaking, language is not a bottom-up product of a more primordial level of symbols without intentional content. I'm not even sure what that would mean. It is a top-down hierarchy descending from intentional thought through an order of symbolic meaning and through a system composed of semantics and syntax, neither of which can exist in abstraction from the other, down to particular instances of meaning. And the problem this poses for functionalism is that computer coding is a form of language and can exist only within a system other than one of physical determination. Sorry, I seem to have written a garbled sentence there. I hope I saved it plausibly. Frankly, to describe the mind as something analogous to the operations of a digital computer is no more sensible than describing it as analogous to the operations of an abacus or a file cabinet or a library. In the physical functions of the machine, there's nothing resembling thought, no intentionality, no consciousness, no unified field of perception, no reflective subjectivity. Even the syntax that organizes the coding has no actual existence within a computer. To think it does is rather like mistaking the ink, paper, glue, and typeface of a bound volume for the contents of its text. Meaning in its every dimension exists in the minds of those who write or use the programs. Nor is software the composite result of uncomprehending competences. Its functions are imposed from above and are dependent on a higher order of semiotic content, which is itself dependent upon a fully present intentional structure, of which meaning is the ontological ground, not a causal result. And the ontological ground of meaning is the intrinsic intentionality of minds. Intentional content symbols do not emerge from the physical processes in a computer, they inform them from above. Again, I think we know this. Simply said, computation is dependent on intentionality and consciousness, so it cannot possibly be their foundation. Even the software in itself possesses no unified semiotic content, much less semiotic unities. Neither does its code, and none of those meanings exist within the physical space of the computer, nor does the distilled or abstracted syntax upon which the system relies. In the machine, they have no significance at all. They're not even computations. True, when computers are in operation, they provide an instrumentality by which one intending mind can inscribe meanings into traces that another mind can translate into meaning again, but the same is true of books when they are in operation. All of which is to say that functionalism gets everything backwards and that meaning is a top-down hierarchy of dependent relations. When one decomposes intentionality and consciousness into their supposed semiotic constituents and signs into their syntax and syntax into physical functions, one isn't reducing the phenomena of mind to their causal basis, one is dissipating those phenomena into their ever more diffuse effects. So what does all of this have to do with the edge of words? I see this priority of intentionality in regard to semantic content not only as indicating the inadequacy of computational models of mind, but is, in a much more interesting way, indicating something altogether miraculously strange about language itself. Not only is language irreducibly a top-down causal hierarchy, the highest level of that structure, without which all the subvenient functions composing linguistic acts would be impossible, is a pure intention towards a horizon of meaning, by which I mean a horizon in which there is a perfect indistinction between being and knowing. I argue this at much greater length in the paper. Here I'm just going to become vacuous and oracular. At least it seems to me that the most basic dynamism of linguistic acts reveals an absolute dependency on a kind of a priori orientation of intellect and will toward being as intelligible truth. Even the most ordinary mental acts like recognition or judgment or simple attention to some object in one's surroundings depend on this rational appetite for and orientation of the intellect toward a total intelligibility, at once more original and more ultimate than any proximate object of knowledge, any propositional attitude, any finite project of the will. And yet it's only in the light of that finality beyond finite ends that recognition and judgment and engagement in the world become possible. And here I'm going to skip even more of the text. To say then that the most elevated and most original source of language, and there's a lovely passage here I just jumped over you, it's splendid when you see it in its final form. Its unifying formal principle is rational intentionality, is to say that language is possible even in its most indigent and impotent forms only as the result of a prior engagement with an infinite end, an infinite coincidence of knowledge and the known, or of utterance and the uttered. In rational natures, there's an imminent and indeterminate power of discovery that is prompted into action by the will's determinacy towards that coincidence, towards an immaterial but always urgent realm of values, and for this reason we're capable of discoveries for which no algorithmic potency could possibly prepare us, and we enjoy an intrinsic capacity for unlimited novelty of apprehension without any prior constraints on what we may find or create. This is also why we write poetry and compose sonatas, why we're able to invent things that nothing in nature adumbrates, why we can always revise even our most fundamental understandings of reality, and so forth. An infinite coincidence of knowledge and the known, or of utterance and the uttered. This should be evident to us whenever we reflect on that higher stratum of symbolic thought to which, as I said, syntactic and semantic functions are subvenient in the jargon of Anglophone philosophy of mind. What, after all, is a symbol other than a privileged instance of indistinction between mind and world in a word that both utter together in a single voice, as it were? Every symbol is a place where being gives itself to manifestation in the intentionality of minds, and mental intention yields itself up as the place where the world manifests itself to knowledge. But then, too, as Peirce demonstrated with such rigor, all symbols possess their meaning only in light of other symbols within a web of symbols that has neither beginning nor end. And what sustains that web of meanings in its intrinsic intelligibility is, again, that coincidence between being and knowledge, between the uttered and utterance, to which the whole of the symbolic order aspires. Last paragraph. which would seem to mean, given both this irreducibility of language and the absurdity of the concept of strong emergence, another passage missing from this version of the paper, that in every word we speak, we implicitly admit that we have been addressed by this infinite end. What wakens us from the silence of nothingness to become speakers of words and of the word is the need to respond to the voice of God commanding us to approach, to perhaps put off our shoes and to stand on holy ground. And in our every utterance, we are always also speaking to God, always replying, "Here am I," to the one whose yet more original proclamation, "I am," is always present within every word we speak. But to see how this all fits together, you'll have to wait for the printed version. Thank you.
Can I have the slideshow, if the presentation? Oh, I need to use the laptop. So let's see. So, okay. And what do I do? Okay. Right. Well, I'm afraid we'll have to go without it. Sorry? You can go fast. Do you want? Sorry? Do you want to go fast? Yeah. I think that.
So, Flotsam and Spindrift, the arrival of words. In his remarkable poem, Kettle's Yard, 4th of March 1984, which you can probably find on the handout, which I hope you have, Rowan Williams is implicitly concerned in practice and in theory with a tension between informed meaning, seeking the right word, and formal patterns which confine one to a particular word rather than to another. The poem is set across 3 6-lined stanzas, perhaps echoing the 3 levels of Jim and Helen Eade's home, the domestic gallery known to many of us. Each stanza begins and ends with shorter 2-beat lines, expanding into longer lines whose rhythms, aspect, and compression of words lead the reader into in-the-moment adjustments of speed and breath, as if spanning or tracking the pace of the visitor's entry into the house and onto each floor. The narrow spaces of the entrance hall, stairwells, tiny corners and smaller end rooms and attics, in which one has to turn oneself awkwardly in order to widen into the middle expanses, whose many connections lead or trick or allow the eye to half see the still wider spaces of the Cornish sea swell and beyond, or the receding and cascading mystical horizons in the minuscule vistas of David Jones's Flora in Calyx Light and Vexilla Regis. The visitor's experience of the house, like the reader's of the poem, is to rise and swell or fan out into the untamed, wild and rough, and then to pull back just as if one were aboard the Cornish primitive painter Alfred Wallace's schooner under the moon, awaiting the next wave, or still further out to sea, the next tide. The sea's own lunar patterns bring together the same rigor of lines and tides, with an unconfinable explosion of and searching for meaning. The poem, visibly and internally encloses and expands into inversions at sublunary and homely levels, and elementally, as well as vertically or cosmically. Across a single line, we tarry over lapidary pebbles, which, or who, perhaps, turn out to be grey gods, and then traverse both water and light combined in sea light and grain drifts. And the floor is not solid, but ebbs like the tide. Stone is always on the move. We are swept to the Cornish headland, possibly Peel Point, but not just Land's End, but the end of land as such. Yet this end of solidity comes at the beginning of a line, so that we trip or rip with the tide from physics to metaphysics, and from its sharp winds and gulls we are suddenly indoors again, looking outward and inward at the wild scenes of drift and slipping floors, to the lucid prospect of David's Pembroke window, casting its stars as letters across a winter wall, not our own indoor familiar wall, but winter's own. The poem allows no static quality or element or place to stand still without almost immediately ceding place to its dilation or its inversion. We are hurled between sea and land, warmth and cold, fire and stone, stillness and uncontainable and searing movement, through which meaning, like the star letters on the wall, is allowed in through the aperture of the domus's little window, a particular person's window, David's, and shaped for us, or we for it, defamiliarized into the indoor-outdoor cosmic wall of winter. The opening stanza seems to host an array of endings, the end of the land, the end of the day, the end of the year, where there is drifting, slipping, and ebbing to the ends of things, the end of matter, of times, of cycles. In the middle stanza, we are enclosed somewhere in the covering of night. The word concave shapes our gaze, the hollow eyes of the grey gods, perhaps the concave enfolding or hollowing out of air around the pebbles, forming airy eye sockets, rendering the surrounding air as subjectivity, embracing the seeming exorbitant objectivity of the pebble. There is warmth of fires and ash, and we seem to be sure-footedly on the shore fold, and we settle into crackling beds of packed ferns which we've built for ourselves. Our human indoor contribution seems to be held here, enfolded, in the round-spaced cora of the hearth, the eye socket, the bed. Or is it so settled? Why are the gods grey? The outdoor strangeness of these grey gods and their hollow eyes unsettles this indoors of ours, even in the midst of the warm night, with the hint of an airy skull. Here, the fires fold and the night drops. They close down slightly faster than we might like. Nothing quite stays itself, and the enclosing or embracing lyric hints elegiacally at a closing off or a dissipation. Soon this familiar own-built indoors gives way to a strangeness of cold and grey. Where the axis of the opening stanza spans widthwise across the westernmost headland to this inland, yet equally precipitate East Anglian homestead, that of the final stanza is vertical. A bell for morning rings for us from the height of a bell tower. We briefly imagine St. Peter's single little bell next door, or St. Giles's across the road, teasing awake. And this time, instead of the wind sharp as gulls past David's window, it is up the stairs for our morning face washing. But this morning has ceded place almost imperceptibly. Was it morning's bell or morning's bell? The sand swells tide-like around a blunted skull, returning us to the grey gods and hollow eyes of the middle stanza, and the poem's speaker washes his face in stone, the damp pebbles of the verse's second line. Her own gravestone, perhaps, or are they pebbles arrayed around the sink in the upstairs bathroom overlooking the graveyard, or our own slipping between stone and water to ash, The Christian associations of mourning and baptism are tempered by or fused with invocations of a persistent naturalistic paganism. The final line combines both. I wash my face in stone. We have come far in these 3 stanzas and can no longer entertain any thought that words are our own, or that we command meaning or shaping, or that the poem is a sweet testimony to a visit to a gallery, or a recalling of a visit to the seaside. For our comfort is also our dissolution, our mourning bell knells our elegy, and we hurl ourselves headlong into metaphysics with each physical step, each wooden board, each glance and association, just as our flotsam shapes into or is answered by the spindrift that now returns, betokening our understood notions of eastern to westernmost, or stairwell rising, or containing hearth, or high-up bell plummeting us down through water to stone. The manifold is summoned with each tiny particular, by the wind sharp as gulls, by the stairs or the stars. There is no escaping its thrall or staving off of its tumult. With each almost too much to encompass summoning of the manifold in this poem, we find laid out the links between Rowan Williams's poetics, his metaphysics, and his Christology, a traditional metaphysical framing of poetic truth, which seems to yield a less traditional and more open-ended metaphysics, according to which each new poetic edition constitutes a kind of monadic intimation or diorama of the metaphysical cascade, just as the reality of both thing and sign is affirmed. This realization goes hand in hand with a questioning of the individual subject-universal predicate structure of inherited grammar in favor of a more ideographic, fanning structure of language after Margaret Masterman. Reality is itself linguistic, re-invoking an account of truth as involving a real externality of meaningful eidos. But this is a prone and unfinished metaphysics, whose logical consistency can only be inhabited or performed or encountered on the stairs as one moves through the house or washes one's face. The grey gods and Cornish gulls and morning bells and the lettering of stars assemble as witnesses and players in a poetic metaphysics of non-predictable occurrence and elective but chance entailments and patterns. Such a metaphysics as passage through the home attends to revelation as mediated by the actual lived moment, only comprehensible through its antecedent and consequent. One will have no inclination to reduce or compress the saturated character of revealed disclosure, each tiny ordinary item exploding into a theophany of meaning, too overwhelming to itemize or track, but held apiece in the stanza form, and radically ordered, fanning cascade of words and their inversions and inner chime. The poetic contribution pushes the reader into this disclosure, draws her through the house, and yields up a cacophony of life and death, stone and fire, so that language renders clearer and completes the reality and is by no means an insensate instrumental mirror of what happens in this house. The poem is a bystander or visitor, but also an exemplum, a witness, a participant, maybe a grey god. Williams's poetic metaphysics offers a salve against the sceptical prospect which might open up in the face of a priority of open-ended interpretative addition. Such a leap from language to indefeasible reality can seem implausible if the most fundamental reality with which one is acquainted is pre-linguistic and of itself meaningless, with encountered reality effectively downgraded to a passive exhibit in favor of both interpreting mind and its ultimate eternal ground. For a position which claims realism, this seems a peculiar outcome. To argue for unseen, higher realities is one thing, but to deny the exemplary status of material reality is surely intolerable. Williams's poetic metaphysics finds a way out of this impasse, for new physical reality is meaningful, and is itself a proto-hermeneutic player, a visitor to the house, a declaration, a new dilation. Meaning or truth becomes re-embodied in the linguistic community so that human beings are given an especially disclosing role as they carry about these meanings, assemble them, and add to them. These additions, moreover, don't sink back into an unspoken or initially given or insensate thing, nor do they reduce to transcendental structures of responding subjectivity. Rather, as there is no alienation between external reality and the human addition of sense, such addition is caught up in the teleological lure of transcendence, in meaningful forms and communications. For Williams, language is not exhaustively pictorial or descriptive, but invocatory. It is as if language were the intersection between an anterior figural process that is never completed and a prospective movement for which there is always more to be said, as if each invocation in turn demands an encomium, a kind of call and response that arises as naturally as if it were shaped by sea swell and spindrift in a gale. These poetic aspects of subjective truth-making carry over or enter into one's ordinary daily practices of speaking and interacting, and yet one is never attended by the feeling that one is arbitrarily making things up or being an artificer. Does one not rather feel that one is responding accurately and sensitively to the impress of the real, its demand upon one as one encounters it? The trope here deployed by Williams is one of completion, but a constitutively prone and incomplete completion, which involves much tearing down and rebuilding, in the sense of composing newly, but also even an audacious fictioning as preferable or indeed more truthful than a nightmarishly absolute and unmitigated or flattened disclosure of everything to everybody. This poetic tearing down and rebuilding does not betoken aleatory or psychological expressionism or a warrant to anarchy, but is rather elaborated in the edge of words with an account of traditional Welsh poetic forms. The mark of such poetry is its adherence to strict and complex rules concerning rhyme, assonance, alliteration, and other sound patterns, which yield the discovery of surprise affinities between word, meaning, and evoked reality. Such resonances, though wrought by discipline and technique, cannot be governed in advance or account for the mediations of grace, through which a middle-voiced seamlessness yields technique to inspiration and vice versa, utterly and exorbitantly without compromising or interrupting finite action. This poem leads us into Williams's Christological poetics, the impulse of the effect of divinity within the finite world, the creating out of nothing which overcomes the ceaseless tending to dissolution and death, is found in this house and spoken in this poem. The poem's tight fusion of thing and response, exterior and interior, hidden inner chimings, wind, window, winter, stair, star, and immediate redemptive inversions rebuild the house. It does not translate it into words or ornament the idea of a house, but constructs and expands it into something new through chiasmic inversions of form and matter, such as the pebbles and the eye socket inversion, disclosing the unity and interconnectedness of all things. Williams's analysis of Eric Shivara's notion of analogia entis is helpful here. There is no gap between creator and creature, rather a point of gathering in which the diversity of the finite resolves into a kind of coherence in the human being's drawing together of finite reality in more than material ways. In Williams's word, the unlimited reality of the divine word animates within creation the active, energetic interweaving of intelligible life that makes finite reality a universe and not a chaos, he writes. Such finite life is never in itself. It never lies around simply existing. Rather, it is always related to the infinite and thus always caught up in analogy. This brings us back to the things of the poem. one can see an analogical expansion of the distinctive objects of Kettle's Yard appearing to lie around existing as part of a Christological network which inverts to reveal their subjectivity and transfiguration whilst remaining as things. At first reading, one can take the things of this poem as almost comically particular: the pebble, the grain, the star, the gull, the wall. These are things whose specific enclosed shapes lend them to children's picture book examples of bounded objects. What could be more particular than a pebble or a grain of wheat? After all, these grains of wheat in the opening stanza drift across an ebbing floor. They tend to dissolution. The poem seems to surround these exorbitant particulars with overarching metaphysical carapaces: the sea light, the window, the winter, which frame the thing's objectivity. But as if vertically or cascadingly traced through the three stanzas, finite thinghood is suffused or transformed, occasioning a proclamation or summons, as Williams says, of the human hearer, or one might say visitor. The movement of the visitor about the house seems to help one to realize a necessary reconciledness to the living out of this life and death, a sympathy for or patience with the non-linear detour and spiral of creation, the delays and unavoidable tarryings which draw together our preparedness to offer encomium. It seems hard to avoid suggesting that whilst this poetic Christology transforms the whole of creation, there is something specific about Jim Eade's vision of Kettle's Yard that appears to draw attention to the disclosure of the glory of God in finitude. Eade himself seemed to recognize this in his luminous essay, Kettle's Yard, A Way of Life, written or published the same year as the poem, a volume dedicated, in Eade's words, to God ever present. Eade captions a photograph on the handout of spiraling pebbles in sunlight. He says, "It could be anywhere, but for some reason isn't." The same house, though different parts of it, draws similar unsettled inversions in Stephen Toussaint's poem, also entitled Kettle's Yard, in his volume Lay Studies, which isn't on the handout, of containing and being contained, of active metal but passive light, an uncertainty about the status of everything, a sense of imminent explosion. As Toussaint puts it, it is as if Kettle's Yard inverts the entire cosmos in such a way that without the refractions of the specific art it contains, its microcosmic nursery world, and even its mistakes, there is only unfashioned light and unwrought metal. And yet, as for Williams, the creative power at work remains in some way that of the materials themselves. Metal is refined by its own thinking force, says Toussaint, which retains that mercury peril. It is as if we are confronted with the single divine hypostasis of the incarnation, as if the gallery embodies the furious pleasure of a man, shall we say, of reality itself, being listened to. It is as if, beyond our confined domestic spaces and beyond the cosmic whole, something redemptive has arrived that is more than both, to redeem them and to display a mysterious unity of character that nonetheless still flows inwards and outwards. Verticality is almost unsaid in both poems, and perhaps often in Williams's work as a whole, but only because it is all-pervasive and all-renewing. Thank you.
Over conversation this morning, I told one of the participants that I am going to speak about theoretical physics this morning, and she replied, "It's Monday morning, you know." So that's why the slides will be pretty crucial for me to keep you awake. So thanks for your patience here. Thank you. Can I? Okay. So in honor of Rowan's work, Yes, good. You can all see it. In honor of Rowan's work, I have decided to go back to a subject which occupied most of my life at the beginning of this journey towards theology, which is about modern quantum mechanics. And do bear with me to see the connection of Rowan's work, but here we are. In this paper, I want to reflect on the importance of the relationship between scientific language and natural theology. In The Edge of Words, Rowan has initiated a linguistic turn in natural theology. His central thesis is that if we pay close enough attention to how our language functions, this acquaintance, in fact, goes a long way to prepare us for the kind of claims we encounter in natural theology. Classically, natural theology is defined as a way to reach the divine through natural means apart from revealed sources. After Rowan's linguistic turn, however, natural theology becomes, I quote, a practice, or at least outlines possible practices, which brings us to the point at which we run out of things to say in the discourse we started with, but recognize that this running out is not simply an ending, end quote. How, we may ask, does scientific language fit into this linguistic account of the enterprise? As has been mentioned by Catherine, occasionally in The Edge of Words, through the works of Margaret Masterman, and more recently in several places, new pieces, Rowan has begun extending his interest from poetic and literary language to scientific language. In this paper, I'll celebrate this recent move in Rowan's work by revisiting an important moment in the history of 20th century science, where scientific language for describing nature is forced by experiments to look for different kinds of precision, and in doing so, leaves us with a kind of silence in natural philosophy. It should not be a surprise to many of you that my subject will be the philosophy of quantum mechanics, and what I hope to show in the short space of time is that Rowan's linguistic approach opens up a new way of reconfiguring the relationship between natural theology and quantum physics. So let me begin with the second half of my title, The View from Copenhagen. The term Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics is conventionally used by philosophers and physicists to refer to the standard interpretation of the theory. Several controversial ideas associated with this view are largely responsible for the impression we get of quantum weirdness so familiar to us in popular science literature. Think of the existence of fundamental indeterminacy in nature, or the wave-particle duality, or the privileged role of the subjective observer in the quantum world, and so on. Now, the association of these ideas with the Danish capital is due to the extraordinary figure of Niels Bohr. Bohr, a Nobel Prize winner for his work on atomic structure, was known for inviting many of the most important scientists, as you can see there, in one of his gatherings, his congress, at the time to discuss the foundations of quantum theory at his newfound Institute of Theoretical Physics in Copenhagen. I just got off a trip from the institute, and perhaps there's something to do with this paper. This is why it is not inaccurate to say that Bohr was a kind of spiritual father of quantum physics. Today, I'll set aside the scholarly issue about the legitimacy of supposing a unitary Copenhagen view and simply focus on Bohr and his ideas derived from his writings. So what then is Bohr's view on quantum mechanics? In his famous 1927 Como lecture, Bohr argued that classical physics allows us to visualize physical reality described in the theory due to what he called causal space-time coordination. What he means by this term is that in classical physics, we're able to fix by experimental observation two important aspects of our description of nature. First, space-time coordination obtained by fixing the position and time to characterize a point on a physical system's trajectory in classical physics. Second, he calls claims of causality refers to the determination of dynamical variables, momentum and energy, such that by the conservation of these quantities, we can deterministically describe the system's behavior. In classical physics, we suppose the possibility of determining both of these aspects together of a system. The combination is what enables us to provide a description of nature in simple pictorial terms. To illustrate at its simplest, we can all imagine a single free point particle from any external force, perhaps you have done that exercise in high school physics, with a given position at one time, deterministically traveling in a straight line to another definite position at another time. Bohr's point is that we can make use of ordinary language to describe the situation, because in classical physics, we suppose we are able to put together in an unambiguous manner our observations in relation to these quantities, position and momentum, at a given time. Now, according to Bohr, it is precisely the breakdown of this way of describing nature that is demanded by the experiments associated with quantum phenomena. To illustrate this difficult point, let me turn to arguably the most famous experiment in the history of quantum mechanics. In a double-slit experiment, we have a screen, a source emitting a single electron at a time, and two narrow slits in between. According to the classical description, what we have here is a point particle electron moving in space, going through one of the slits. With this in mind, what is actually observed is rather surprising. If we run through the experiment many times, firing many electrons at the screen, we see on the screen an interference pattern, you can see on the right here, building up. This pattern indicates, as Louis de Broglie proposed in perhaps the most successful doctoral thesis of his time, the one in the Nobel Prize, that electron exhibits wave-like behavior. But then the question arises, how could a single emitted point particle exhibit such behavior if we are to maintain the classical picture that it can be modeled as such, going through one of the slits? One option is to accept that this is not an either-or, but a both-and situation. The electron is both a wave and a particle. Kind of imagine it if you can, going through the slits. It is both located at a point in space and spread out in space. This turns out not to be that difficult to model, as has been proven by the so-called de Broglie-Bohm theory. But it is Bohr's different take on this that left a much greater legacy in the history of physics. According to Niels Bohr, quantum experiments like this double-slit experiment urges us to realize we can no longer suppose that all physical reality can be described in terms of causal space-time coordination. What is called for is a new mode of description. Reflecting on his famous lifelong debate with Albert Einstein, Bohr, in a 1949 paper, provides us with a mature account of his alternative view, which has as its center the notion of phenomenon. I quote, "As a more appropriate way of expression, I advocated the application of the word phenomenon exclusively to refer to the observations obtained under specified circumstances, including an account of the whole experimental arrangements." End quote. According to Bohr, what quantum theory actually describes then is a combination of the experimental apparatus and the observation or observables made available in such conditions. The so-called measurement problem in quantum mechanics helps add further nuance to this picture. Here I go back to the other picture. Imagine if we add a detector to the setup of the double-slit experiment, and the detector, the sole purpose of the detector is to tell us if the electron has gone through one of the slits by emitting a flash. Now, in this new setup, where many electrons have been emitted from the source, what we can see on the screen is the pattern as though 50% of the time has gone through slit 1 and 50% of the time has gone through slit 2. The interference pattern, which you have on the left, is no longer present. From Bohr's viewpoint, the addition of the detector means that we're no longer dealing with the same phenomenon. We're no longer dealing with the same what appears to us. As he put this succinctly in his 1949 paper again, the situation in quantum experiments implies the impossibility, imply the impossibility of any sharp separation between the behavior of atomic objects and the interaction with a measuring instrument which serve to define the conditions under which the phenomena appear. End quote. So as soon as the experimental condition changes, the phenomenon changes as well. The measurement apparatus has therefore, in Bohr's view, become inextricably joined up to the electron to form a single physical phenomenon. For Bohr, this wholeness in quantum experiments clearly demands a breakdown of our classical intuition, since the object described in a given physical theory can no longer be neatly separated in our description of nature from the observation apparatus. What we have in Bohr then is a fundamental gap, I suggest a kind of silence in our description of nature. Bohr's stance is deeply contested amongst physicists and philosophers today, and the first half of my title alludes to an influential collection of essays written by the Northern Irish physicist John Stuart Bell, entitled Speakable and Unspeakable in Quantum Mechanics. Bell's work has arguably led to half a century of intense search in the philosophy of physics for a response to the view of Bohr. What happened in the course of the development of quantum mechanics, so the story goes, was the unfortunate establishment of the Copenhagen view as the orthodox standpoint. By leaving a fundamental gap in our causal and pictorial description of nature, the view from Copenhagen places a strange demand on our scientific language. It forces us to divide a single world into two, as it were, speakable experimental apparatus we can talk about in ordinary language, an unspeakable quantum system that we cannot talk about, in Bell's words. The fundamental silence demanded by Bohr led a whole generation to the assumption that there's a fundamental limit to what physics can talk about. This promotes a pragmatism and instrumentalism. In David Mermin's famous phrase, physicists at the wake of Bohr should shut up and calculate. What seems dissatisfactorily left behind, unreachable and shrouded in mystery, is the all-important metaphysics and ontology of the quantum world. And I can tell from experience that physicists do not like that feeling. Now, I have no wish to deny that Bohr indeed leaves us with a gap, a kind of silence. But what kind of silence is this? Is it really a thoroughgoing, anti-metaphysical, anti-realist position that many portrayed it to be? Is it a denial that attributes such as position and momentum of atomic objects have no reality? I think Bohr deserves a more careful rereading, for he never went so far to say exactly this. Nor did he affirm the subjectivist view that physical attributes are created by observations. What Bohr did deny clearly was the possibility of speaking unambiguously in scientific discourse about atomic objects possessing physical attributes apart from measurements. Unlike Erwin Schrödinger and Albert Einstein, for whom the maintenance of causal space-time description of nature demands us to keep supposing the reality of these physical attributes as though they exist separately from our experiments, Bohr instead prefers to prioritize what would guarantee the lack of ambiguity in scientific communication, given our experimental conditions. As he writes in the opening of his famous reply to Einstein in 1935 on the completeness of quantum theory, he writes, "The extent to which an unambiguous meaning can be attributed to such an expression as physical reality cannot, of course, be deduced from a priori philosophical conceptions, but must be founded on a direct appeal to experiments and measurements." End quote. If we go back to the double-slit experiment, Bohr's point would be that it makes little sense to speak of the electron as having position, momentum at a given time, given that it is not clear what this picture actually captures in the phenomenon. The interference pattern on the screen already indicates that this simplistic picture will not do as a description of the electron. Furthermore, the addition of the detector that determines which path the electron has supposedly taken will, as we have seen, decisively modify the phenomenon. Bohr would account for this with reference to the wholeness in the phenomenon, seeing the measurement apparatus and the electron as a single whole. Given this wholeness, there is no longer an unambiguous way to define the physical attributes of an electron before its measurement, as it is not clear what it actually refers to in the context of the experiment. We can certainly speak unambiguously about the experimental arrangements and what we observe from it, but not about the electron as though there's an isolated physical system with well-defined properties there. The silence in Bohr's natural philosophy, I propose, is thus the result of insisting on an intelligibility grounded upon what is given to us, rather than an intelligibility that is conceptualized apart from the form of the given. The view from Copenhagen can certainly be read, as some has done, for instance, in Christogenerasis postmodern metaphysics, to entail a seizing of our conceptual power to grasp and exhaust the reality of the object of our inquiry. The silence we encounter in Bohr cultivates a kind of asceticism of the mind by exhibiting a dispossession of our conceptual power to depict the physical world. What Bohr advocates is a mode of description of nature that is shaped by the form of how reality is given in the experimental condition. Read in this way, this silence certainly is not a ban for further metaphysical work on quantum reality, nor is Bohr's silence the kind that leads to mysticism of some sort in any straightforward sense, as he himself regularly denied. Rather, this is a silence that insists that any such work must be disciplined by mental asceticism that attends primarily to the form of the given. In the case of quantum mechanics, this is given in the form of the wholeness that exists between the experimental apparatus and the atomic entities. Anything else we cannot speak unambiguously, we must pass over in silence. Now, how am I doing with time? Okay, very quick. Okay, I'll wrap up now. My rereading of Bohr, if at least it is coherent and not against the spirit of his thought, invites us to rethink how the language of quantum physics fits into the project of natural theology as a whole. And here's where I think Rowan has inspired this work. So to complete this brief exploration, let me now turn to sketch out the path I think he puts before us in the edge of words. He looks surprised. Mark Harris recently has made the incisive observation that natural theology has not really moved on from the common sense, causally deterministic picture of classical physics. This seems odd, given how much quantum theory has radically altered our understanding of the world. To put this right, Harris called for further groundwork for a natural theology of quantum foundations, that is, an account of natural theology that takes quantum physics seriously. On this undertaking, there are two significant projects worth mentioning here. First, we have the full-blown quantum natural theology developed by Robert John Russell, which utilizes the gap in the quantum world left behind by Bohr for developing a non-interventionist account of divine action in the world. This approach obviously requires the Copenhagen view to entail a metaphysical indeterminism at the microscopic level, thus taking Bohr's view into a more radical, in my view, anti-metaphysical reading. More recently, going in the opposite direction, Mark Harris himself has argued that quantum natural theology should follow the wider trend in the quantum foundations field by moving beyond the Copenhagen view altogether. The pursuit of a more realist reading of quantum mechanics promotes new metaphysical possibilities for the project of quantum natural theology, be it through a metaphysically less exotic approach by reintroducing a causal picture through the de Broglie-Bohm pilot wave theory, so taking the electron as both wave and particle, or through a metaphysically more wild and exotic approach via the many possible worlds Everettian theory. Despite the differences, Russell's and Harris's project both envisaged the use of the language of quantum physics to describe facts about the atomic world as part of a science-engaged theology of creation and divine action. What Harris and Russell is searching for is a natural theology that integrates the language of quantum physics as material content. It is precisely a move away from this kind of approach that I suggest Rowan can redirect us. At the end of the edge words, Rowan described natural theology as an exercise of locating and mapping difficulty so that we learn how to go on speaking about the finite in light of the infinite. Natural theology is a kind of skill we develop through training, an exercise involving a mental ascesis in recognizing and responding to the eccentricities of language when we encounter the excess in our environment. Working with this picture, we can see more easily how certain kind of training using scientific language can serve as a mental preparation for natural theology. In light of my rereading, it's not overly wild, perhaps, to suggest Bohr presents us with a threefold path, not unlike traditional Christian apophatic theology. First, we locate ourselves at the edge of the discourse of causal determinism of classical physics. We then recognize how this ordinary way of speaking about the physical world breaks down due to ambiguity in our discourse. And finally, we are urged to embark on the difficult task to go on speaking about the physical world, but now with a new mode of precision in terms of phenomena and experimental apparatus. Is it difficult for anyone to engage with this kind of training without exercising the intellectual habits prerequisite for natural theology? Bohr's natural philosophy can thus be read as an example of how scientific language can function in a preparatory role, not dissimilar to that played by poetic and literary language in the argument of the edge of words. And this is the last few sentences. Does this make Bohr a natural theologian? And I'll end on this question. The term preparation is key here. I'm not suggesting that Bohr is doing theology in any sense. For a start, it is non-trivial to ask if Bohr can be said to gesture at an unconditioned intelligibility. This would require much longer discussion and is certainly beyond my scope here. Bohr is also not explicitly concerned with transcendence, but with the strange intelligibility uncovered in our encounter with the microscopic world. But what he nonetheless does is to train us to see the need for a different kind of position required in our scientific language when encountered with an intelligible universe that forces us to give us the conceptual comfort of pictorial and causal representation of the world. Physicists, theologians should be grateful to Rowan for opening up a new path for integrating quantum physics and natural theology and forcing us to take a second look at the view of Copenhagen. Thank you.
Yes, Rowan, would you like to speak from the lectern or from the mic up here?
Thank you. It's not at all easy to respond to three such wonderfully generative and generous contributions. So I'll just say a few words about things which seem to me to overlap in the presentations and which I do recognize as having something to do with what I was thinking about. Because one of the extraordinary things about an event like this is that feeling of, did I say that? Did I mean that? There's a whole philosophy behind that too. But anyway, first of all, David's analysis of the fallacies around the computer modeling of the brain and all that comes from that, I think set something of an agenda for everything that's been said in this session. In that, it throws us back on the question I keep coming back to in discussions of this sort repeatedly these days, which is what's wrong with our thinking about thinking? What's wrong with the models we apply in thinking what thought itself is? And something of that has to do, indeed, with that curious surviving mythology that there is dead stuff. Out there is dead stuff. If you listened, I think all the speakers this morning were saying dead stuff is precisely the wrong place to start with any kind of purportedly intelligent analysis of where we are. In that, there is a pattern in the world we inhabit, the world of which we are part, which is irreducibly participatory, irreducibly a matter of interaction, irreducibly a matter of what Catherine wonderfully characterizes as call and response. Reality, as we encounter it, does not sit and wait for us to project or explain or dissect. Reality invites. And if that's the case, then we are indeed on the verge of a natural theology of sorts, the sense of always being already spoken to. Pui's wonderful summary of the data we have here from contemporary physics, and I've just been reading an advanced copy of Carlo Rovelli's new book on this, which I think is coming out in a month or two. It is another wonderful contribution to all this. Pui's account was a reminder that again, the models of causality we sometimes work with are still mythologically tied in with those patterns of stuff out there with a certain number of identifiable properties which rather mysteriously do things, rather than saying what there is emerges into distinctness, analyzability, narratability in and only in encounter. You can't simply say, there's stuff with 5 properties. You can say that in an encounter with certain kinds of agency or energy, certain properties come into focus precisely because they are met, they are responded to, not because they exist already. Causes, so to speak, looking for places to land. And that's one of the things I take from the revolution in physics that we're talking about. So that's some of the continuity that I see. And I loved Catherine's phrase about call and response, and also that stones are always in motion. In some sense, quoting that wonderful phrase from Connor Cunningham's book on Darwin, it's intelligence and information all the way down, rather than stuff. One last comment on that, picking up something from David again. One of the problems we face in the computer modeling of thinking is, well, two interrelated problems. One half of it is that continuing shrinkage of what we think is real mental activity. The inexorable narrowing down of what counts as thinking or what counts as reasoning because of the mechanistic models we have. And the second bit of it, as will be very evident to anybody looking around at the moment, is the vast illiteracy surrounding our discussion of artificial intelligence. AI has suddenly become something that worries even the government. And as you will know, it takes a great deal to worry the government at the moment. And so we project mythologies in all directions about this, which don't get us particularly far, because we don't have the philosophical tools to think about thinking. And thus we fantasize about artificial intelligence in ways which do indeed project onto it a kind of subjectivity which we're denying in ourselves. The odd sort of contradictory loops here are well worth analysing at some length, but I shan't attempt to do that. But we're not going to have any intelligent things to say about it, artificial intelligence, unless we're better at thinking about intelligence itself. And some of what's been said this morning, I think, indicates where we ought to be going and the sort of questions we ought to be raising. But enough from me. Thank you.
Now we have time for a few questions. I would ask you, please, to keep your questions brief, so we will have time for response. You can direct them to all our panelists, yes? But not, I think, to Rowan. Is that correct? No. All or any of our panelists, I should say.
I'd like to ask about the language of science, and when we've been looking at the uncertainty principle just now, and most people are aware that if you've got the position of a particle, you don't know precisely the momentum, and some will know that that's also true for energy and time. But if you want the full uncertainty principle, you have to change your language. And the language would be that the uncertainty principle is true for any operatives which are canonically conjugate with respect to the Hamiltonian. How do your poems deal with that, Rowan?
Oh, I think we can't ask Rowan a question, really, David, but do you want to respond to that?
Very briefly, I mean, I should only say that I have consciously avoided talking about the uncertainty principle today because it's hugely disputed among philosophers of physics as to what are actually the metaphysical implications of the uncertainty principle. Heisenberg himself has famously left behind a particular kind of approach, which I think most of us picked up. If I had more time, I would have gone into a little bit more detail about the difference between how Bohr took the uncertainty principle in Heisenberg. But Bohr basically took it as something that has a fundamental message about the notion of how reality has a particular form that we encounter, and that the intelligence required, as Rowan talked, that would meet that challenge is a form that he calls complementarity. And that's where I will just pause. And more can be said.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, my name's Stephen Brown. I've got a question, I think, for David, and it picks up something which Rowan just said in his comments about artificial intelligence. And my question is whether the very phrase artificial intelligence does not push us into this way of thinking about thinking as computing that you were so much wanting to dispute. Whether we can find another term, I don't know, but it creates the idea that intelligence is there and can be created artificially, and maybe pushes back then this idea that our own intelligence is just something that is similar to operations of a machine or a computer.
Well, I think it much depends on how you hear the emphasis in the term, whether it's the artificial or the intelligence, but this sticks out. I'd always heard it the former way and thought it a fairly anodyne term until recently, when I've seen this sort of reactions prompted in the popular press by large language models and even people in the field declaring that computers seem to be doing things they hadn't predicted, and therefore that must mean that that something's going on there. But what it is, the curious thing about it is that the only point I'd make is that for the most committed reductionist and materialist, what is going on in the computer cannot be the formation of reflective consciousness and intentionality, because those are precisely the things they want to evacuate from their picture of the human. So it creates simply this closed loop in which you're pointing to the computer as evidence that intentionality and consciousness really are just computational functions, and then pointing at human beings to explain what those computational functions are doing, seeming to create probably an illusion of intentionality and consciousness in the computer, and you end up with a kind of nonsense language. I'm not sure changing the terminology would help much, but perhaps, yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure this is a question, but it's a sort of echo, I suppose, partly of Catherine's paper. I don't know if other people remember playing a game called Pelmanism, which was something as a child my mother used to get us to play, and that was where you had a tray of different objects put together, and it was revealed to you for a particular length of time and then covered up, and you had to remember as many as possible of the objects, and the winner was the one who remembered most. I think it's based on a theory which was used for medical purposes about how to use your mind, which is now largely discredited, but the game was quite fun. And the key to doing well in the game was not to think of the individual objects precisely as individual. So if you tried to remember there was a lemon and a pebble and so on, to echo some of the Kettle's Yard objects, and sort of, as it were, abstract them into a conceptual item in your list, in your mental list, you usually didn't do as well as if you remembered it as a kind of landscape of objects, all of them in relation to each other. And it seems to me that if there's nothing good about Pelmanism in various other respects, that is a good thing. And the landscapeability of objects, if you like, is an indication of a good way to relate to them. So I don't know whether that's something that you might like to comment on, whether you have your own Pelmanist experiences.
Yes, that's brilliant. I think what we find is a sort of metaphysical... Is that better? Yes. A kind of metaphysical Pelmanism where we remember the landscape because of this participatory infusion I suppose. And so we're seeing everything as intelligently inflected. Yeah, that's beautiful, beautiful. I know you're talking a bit about Kettle's Yard in your talk, and I'm relieved to hear you have a better reproduction of Flooring Calyx Light on your PowerPoint than my handout. Thank you.
Hello, Catherine, thank you so for that lovely paper. And many of us will have recognized themes from your own recent aspects of truth in it. But many may be puzzled, I think, about how, on your view, you can distinguish a fine interpretation of a poem and a less fine interpretation of a poem, given that I think I heard you say that in all our ascriptions of meaning we are already participating in truth, and yet you denied a mere subjectivity to that. Perhaps you could say a few more words on that.
Is this still on? Thank you, Sarah. That's really interesting. I mean, it would need a very wordy response, but this is in a way a sort of an interesting tension in the idea of truth as addition. In any case, that there is this sense of spontaneity or danger about truth being something we add in our words, something somehow uncontrolled. But I think that there is a sort of striving for excellence that is our responsibility as readers of reality, as also readers of poems, and an attentiveness, a call and response activity. And one of the obligations as a human being is to try to find the excellent path. I was reflecting as I was listening to Rowan's response and identifying common theme, that we're all critical, for example, of a worldview which sees things as just there, insensately there. But actually, we're all constantly passing through a tendency to think of reality like that. We're always struggling or stretched between that tendency and the realization that everything is revealing something to us meaningfully and in a non-alienated way. And that's part of being fallen. And so we're constantly stretched between poor readings of poems and excellent ones. And so in a way, the sort of, one might think of a liturgical hermeneutic here, where we're constantly repeating, constantly trying to do better, trying to be responsive to the lure of excellence, of beauty in the physical environment as much as in words that we read. So we can't command an excellent reading or determine it for sure in advance, but, well, we read with hope. Thank you.
Hi, thank you all for your papers. I have a question for Professor Hart. You were unconvinced by the analogy to computation to contradict human consciousness. What do you make of arguments from mechanistic necessity, meaning everything has an antecedent cause, physically, an antecedent physical cause?
Arguments regarding what? Whether consciousness is a physical effect?
Precisely.
Well, it's not really an argument. It's a presupposition masquerading as an argument, isn't it? That, everything has an antecedent and consequent that occurs within time. But what kind of consecutive chain you're talking about? If you engage in a syllogism, the consecutive steps in the syllogism are determined by the semantic content of a proposition or a statement or an idea, not by physiological electrochemical events, you would think, right? So that already suggests that if you're saying that the former is supervenient upon the latter, you've posited an absolutely inconceivable interval of difference and a kind of occasionalism almost uniting the two that can never be resolved into a single narrative, right? A causal narrative. So just saying that there are antecedent and consequent effects, and that must be a kind of mechanism, has already reduced antecedents and consequence to a mechanistic model that obviously isn't mirrored in what we actually do when we think. So, is that all right? Yeah, okay.
This may be our last question.
This is a question for Catherine. I was struck in the poem by Rowan by the sort of invocation of Land's End and Pembroke, which for me recalls the journey of Saint Samson. And I was thinking about whether the sort of embeddedness of language within this particular landscape and mythology is a sort of precondition for the kind of intelligible truth that you're talking about. And I think particularly with regard to Rowan's connection with Wales and also to Cambridge, how much do these attachments and sense of belonging matter?
Oh, that's an amazing question. I wish that Rowan were allowed to answer that instead of me. Would that be permissible?
I think I'd say yes.
Yes. Sorry, should I elaborate further? Yes, I mean, my reading of the poem was very much sort of trying to unpack the connection between the particular and the infinite. And I was very struck by the specificity in the poem, and also of not just David's Pembroke window, but Kettle's Yard. It's such a specific place. It's quite hard to describe it unless you've been there. And that irreducible quality of specific place of thing is part of what makes this Christological metaphysics seem, in a way, audacious to someone who might be on the outside of it. How can truth emerge meaningfully from something so specific, something apparently exclusive or punctiliar almost, and yet marvelously that's the case. I mean, that's what Jim Eade points out in his caption under the pebbles. You know, it really is only here that we see these pebbles. It could be somewhere else, but actually it's here. So yes, I mean, it's encouraging for all of us that there could be this disclosure in the ordinary, and that ordinariness is something so thematized in Kettle's Yard. I mean, there's nothing fancy in Kettle's Yard, at least apparently. There's just pebbles, feathers, funny little bits of wood that have been just found and put there. So that is an encouraging aspect of this very particular theology there. Thank you. That's a really wonderful question.
Well, I think now we'll round off, and I want to thank the questioners, of course, and indeed Rowan for his responses, but I think especially our three speakers, Catherine, David, and Pui, who did really well with the timekeeping. And now we have to be very good with the timekeeping ourselves and get down and have our coffee and be back here in half an hour for the next session. So thank you all very much, our speakers.
Welcome back, everyone, to our second session, which is on doctrinal theology, past, present, and future. We have three contributors who will need very little introduction from me. All are eminent figures with international reputations. Their work combines historical and constructive theology. Lewis Ayres is Professor of Catholic and Historical Theology at Durham University. John Milbank is well known to everyone in Cambridge. He is Emeritus Professor, most recently from Nottingham. And sadly, Graham Ward, Regius Professor in Oxford, formerly of Cambridge, is unable to be with us owing to illness, but his paper will be read by Joshua at the appropriate point in the session. So we'll hear first from Lewis, then from John, and finally from Graham via Joshua. So please welcome Professor Lewis Ayres.
I feel, given the last session, I should apologize for the limited nature of my perspective. But I won't, and luckily John is coming second, so he will make up for any deficiencies. It's a delight to be here this morning to honour Rowan's work across multiple areas of theological investigation. I think it fair to say that one of Rowan's main interests in Trinitarian theology is with what we might term the asceticism of thinking about and towards the divine life. In support of that concern, my goal in this short paper is first to reflect on a key aspect of Gregory Nazianzen's project in his orations that has not received sufficient attention, and then to end by asking a question or two about how we study the history of Trinitarian discourse. At the very end of what we commonly call the fifth of Gregory's theological orations, though the title is not ancient, at the very end of Oration 31, Gregory offers us a series of images, icon is the term, that he has tried to use to stimulate his thought about the divine life. Each is insufficient because, quote, there is nothing there on which my mind can rely when I try to think through or contemplate the mental picture, phantasma, that I have, except gratefully taking part of an image and discarding the rest. There is nothing in these examples, then, that can form a suitable foundation for helpful theoria. What then? Quote, so in the end, I resolved that it was best to say goodbye to images and shadows, deceptive and utterly inadequate as they are, to express reality. I resolved to keep close to the more pious and appropriate concepts, enoi, and rest on a few words, taking the Spirit as my guide, and in his company and in partnership with him, safeguarding to the end the genuine illumination I had received as I strike a path through the world. Gregory thus finds nothing on which he can found an appropriate theoria about the divine life in images drawn from the creation, and he resolves to rest with a few words. But what few words? I think it plausible that the answer lies in the passages to which I will draw attention, and the many others like them, in which Gregory tries to perform for his hearers and readers an appropriate form of thinking and speaking about the Trinity. There are certainly many passages in which Gregory makes use of well-known rhetorical devices and forms of speech throughout the orations, and many of these are places where he attempts to take down his enemies in passages whose style any ancient orator would have recognized. But there are also a number of other passages in which he attempts to perform and model correct speech about the Trinity. And these, while they make use of literary techniques drawn from the armory of a well-trained orator, also have an experimental quality, I think, that is rather more difficult to place. Oration 20 is not as well known as the 5 theological orations, but it may well have been delivered very early in his short residence in Constantinople, and it seems almost a sketch for later expansion. Allow me to quote a passage at length. "We adore the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit, dividing their individualities but uniting their Godhead. We neither blend the three into one, lest we be sick with Sibelius's disease, nor do we divide them into three alien and unrelated things, lest we share Arius's madness. Why should we act like those who try to straighten a plant bent over completely in one direction by forcibly training it the opposite way, correcting one deviation by the other? Rather, we should straighten it midway between the two, and so take our position within the bounds of reverence. Our argument, as a result, should not lump the three together into one hypostasis, for fear of polytheism, and so leave us with mere names, nor should our argument divide them into three, either substances foreign to each other and wholly dissimilar, or substances without origin or order. If then we must necessarily hold on to the one God, while confessing three, surely we must speak of three persons, each one with its own distinctive properties. So according to my argument, the unity of God would be preserved, and Son and Spirit referred back to one original cause, but not compounded or blended with each other. Their unity would be based on the single, self-identical movement and will of the divine being. But the three hypostases would also be preserved, with no amalgamation or reduction or confusion conceived in our thought. Before considering this text, we need to think for a moment about its context. At the beginning of Oration 20, Nazianzen offers his own desire as a model. He desires to live above the level of the visible, to bear the images of divine things within himself in their pure state. Images, yes, but images of divine things. But this is scarcely attainable, and not without appropriate purification. And purification is attained by offering ourselves as spiritual sacrifices, and our path to such sacrifice is to gaze on Christ, as did the centurion or Zacchaeus, and confess our unworthiness. Only then can we philosophize. These initial claims, I don't think, are intended as an apology for a lack of precision, but they are intended as a way of locating such speech when he offers it us as suspended on the way, suspended between an illumination that we have received and a true light which radiates in the world. So what can we say about the form of the passage I read to you and about Gregory's terminology? Well, in the latter regard, one common way of relating the relationships between the three most well-known Cappadocians is to say that Basil articulates a distinction between ousia and hypostasis, which is then taken up by the two Gregorys. And this passage seems to nicely illustrate Gregory's commitments. And that's all fair enough. But such a reading does not really attend to the peculiarity of what Gregory does. Gregory offers no development of the language, and in fact, throughout his work, rarely even deploys the pairing as a formula. Its usefulness is assumed, and it plays a subsidiary role in the flow of the argument that is Gregory's real concern. What do I mean by flow of the argument? Well, we might read this passage as a classic example of the rhetorical attempt to justify a position as the mean between extremes. And again, that's fair enough. On the one side lies madness, Gregory tells us, and on the other, sickness. Between the two lie the bounds of reverence and the prudence that Gregory mentions at the beginning of the oration. But notice both that Gregory is concerned to shape a discourse which exhibits an appropriate piety and which moves, indeed oscillates in certain ways. And in this latter concern, I think we see something distinctive. To speak well about the Trinity is to steer a course between various rocks. Gregory tells us that we must hold on to particular principles and preserve others. He tells us that we should shape an account, a logos, which balances concerns, neither lumping together the hypostases nor dividing the substance. Only such a logos allows us to conceive the divine life in a manner at all appropriate. So he is both offering us a set of quite basic principles, but also trying to tell us how we must embody those principles in our speech and thought. One way of thinking about what Gregory is doing is to think about how he opposes what he takes to be eunomian concern with acrobeia, or precision in argument. Both Basil and the two Gregories take up Eunomius' claim that his arguments are precise, while those of his Nicene opponents are sloppy. They perhaps enjoy themselves a little too much in parodying this claim and arguing that Eunomius' command of the syllogism is actually pretty weak. But Gregory's alternative is to focus on the characteristics of appropriate discourse. Acrobeia is not abandoned, but combined with the rich rhetorical concept of fittingness. There's no time to explore this concept here in detail, only to say that one of the central forms that a fitting argument or process of thought about the divine life takes for Gregory is one that skillfully oscillates between the one and the three. And it is this oscillation that Gregory sees as essential to our thought and to our hymning of the Trinity, as we shall see. Let me turn now to the much more well-known Oration 39 on the Holy Lights. This second homily is part of a sequence beginning with Oration 38 that seems to have been delivered about Christmas or Epiphany 380 to 381 in Constantinople. Throughout the sequence, Gregory adapts a well-established pagan tradition of feasts delivered at festivals. But he does not simply adapt, he also criticizes that tradition quite openly. The ways in which Gregory does this are drawn out quite nicely in Byron McDougall's 2022 monograph on the festal orations. In Oration 38, Gregory tells his audience that there will be no dance troupes, music, or feasting, but only a feast of the word, an exhortation to a truer attention to the divine. In place of celebrating our weakness, we should celebrate healing, he tells us, and in so doing, we embrace a philosophical discourse which can make clear to us who truly appeared in Christ. That philosophical discourse then begins with an extensive encomium of God as the one who contains the whole of reality, the one about whom we may speak because God speaks to us, but whose ocean of boundlessness remains incomprehensible. Gregory then offers a narrative which commences with the Trinitarian Godhead needing to be poured out to give to others, and passes through the fall and on to the high point of the story, the sending of the Son, who lights a true lamp in the darkness. Oration 39 then takes up the theme of Christ as the true light and turns quickly to the difference between the Christian mystery and the stories of the Greeks told at their festivals. These pagan stories, he said, have done nothing but lead us further from God and prevent us from offering true praise. We must turn back by beginning with the fear of the Lord and ascending beyond the body of our lowliness to receive the word. Only then may we begin to utter God's wisdom. Now, allow me to quote rather than just summarize. Since we have cleansed this theatre of ours by the word, let us philosophize about the feast. And because the heart of any feast is recollection, let us remember God. And when I speak of God, let yourselves be surrounded with a flash of light which is both one and three in properties, or indeed in hypostases, if you want to call them that, or persons, for we will not become involved in a battle over names, as long as the syllables point towards the same notion, and one with regard to the concept of substance or divinity. It is divided without division, if I may put it in that way, and it is joined together in the midst of distinction. The divinity is one in three, and the three are one, those three in whom the divinity exists, or to put it more accurately, who are the divinity. Let us leave out the approaches of excess or deficit, not turning unity into confusion or distinction into separation. I spent so much time describing the context to this passage because understanding that context is once again essential to understanding Gregory's goal. At the beginning of the passage, Gregory speaks of cleansing our theatre. Perhaps most importantly, the theatre here is the space in which the act of philosophizing occurs. Not a physical theatre, but a theatre of the mind, a vision of the cosmos shaped by careful and constant recollection of the narrative of God as containing all things, a narrative that Gregory has offered in the previous oration, and then by a particular vision of our needs if we are to ascend again to contemplation of God and away from fallen desire. It is in the pure feast of the Christian thanksgiving that we learn best how to speak about God, but without being seduced into the world of images from the creation. But note also that because Gregory's philosophizing in this oration is consciously an alternative to the hymns offered at pagan festivals, the discourse he produces is thus also a hymn, a celebratory text, offering us a picture of that at which we aim, but always telling us that we speak towards a reality lying beyond the outstretched human soul. Just as in the case of Oration 20, Gregory offers us more precision than we might at first appreciate. The irreducibility of the divine three is signalled by the use of hypostasis or prosopon. The unity is signalled by ousia or theotes. None of these terms appears to need any further definition here, as long as we understand their function in the to and fro of Trinitarian discourse. Another terminology that plays a significant role is that of being divided without division. The modern reader easily takes this to be little more than rhetorical flourish, but that mighty scholar of patristics, Louisa Abramovsky, offers us an extensive account of how Nicene authors use this terminology because of its deep philosophical background in describing the unity of body and soul. Gregory invokes this serious philosophical problematic in a hymnic discourse, I think, in order to signal that the paradoxical vision of distinction and unity that he offers should not be dismissed as illogical or inappropriate, but as certainly susceptible to analysis by conceptual language of a serious degree, even as it is the movement of that language on which he is focused. There is a knot of concepts and propositions, and in some sense images, on which we can found a discourse, both internal and expressed, that constitutes an appropriate theoria. And once again, throughout the passage, Gregory describes the oscillating movements of this theoria, reflecting on what the mind recollects and on the flash of light which we allow to dawn upon us, turning from unity toward the three and back in appropriate contemplation. Let me turn briefly to one more passage. I began with the end of Oration 31. Let's return to that oration, but to paragraph 14. Gregory states that here he has come to what he calls his fundamental point. Quote, "But what is our case, our battle against both parties?" He means both those who operate with a thoroughgoing ontological hierarchy, the followers of Eunomius, and those who deny only the co-equality of the Spirit. He says, "We have one God because there is a single Godhead, though there are three objects of belief, and they derive from the single whole and have reference to it. To express it succinctly, the Godhead exists undivided in beings divided. It is as if there were a single intermingling of light which existed in three mutually connected suns. When we look towards the Godhead, plepsomen, the primal cause, the sole sovereignty, we have an image in our minds of the single whole, certainly. But when we look at the three in whom the Godhead exists, and at those who derive their timeless and equally glorious being from the primal cause, we have three objects of worship." Now, once again, Gregory has offered us some dogmatic principles, and he has spoken of the process of thought through which we should imagine the Godhead. We have both an image of the single theotes, and when we look at the three present themselves for our worship. The language of looking here parallels the language of philosophizing and theorizing that we have already seen. The case that Gregory offers against his opponents is, I think, both a set of principles that he thinks are capable of rational defense, and a movement or oscillation of the speculative mind that we should take to be peculiarly appropriate for talking about God. This is a movement that rests not on images drawn from the created order, but on a theoretical attention to the seemingly paradoxical unity and distinction of the three that can be articulated with some precision. It's interesting, but not surprising, that Gregory continues to use the language of son and sons and continues to reflect at length on the seeming problems thrown at us by the spatial and temporal language of the Scriptures. It is here, I would suggest, that perhaps we see Gregory in a rather understated manner following a path laid out by both Basil and Nissen. He does not spend any time articulating a vision of the process of epinoia in the way that those two do, but in some form he clearly envisages the importance of us developing an appropriate conceptual framework that can form a foundation for the mental oscillation that constitutes an appropriate and pious attention to the divine life. At the core of this conceptual framework are those few words that we should perhaps understand as referring both to the knot of concepts that he uses to describe the Trinitarian paradoxes and to the concepts that develop through appropriate attention to scriptural imagery. The question of how we might parse and locate his use of phantasmata, enoia, and theoria is beyond my scope this morning, although it's important. I want to turn very briefly to an observation and a question. The observation is this: studies of development in Trinitarian theology have offered us much in terms of doctrinal content, but little of a sustained nature about the manner in which particular visions of Trinitarian theology demand, or are thought to demand, particular styles of discourse. We tend to isolate a particular aspect of discussion that we find easiest to analyze, such as the manner in which thinkers articulate their visions of the common and the particular, and neglect the broader and more complex question of what role such discussions play within an overall account of what forms of discourse are appropriate for speaking about and towards the divine life. This is particularly so when we think about how patterns of discourse develop over longer periods of time. And so, a question. I think that while Gregory's concern for an appropriate theological discourse is distinctive, we find in different ways, it would take a long time to articulate, parallel forms of discourse in a number of his Nicene contemporaries. If we do find this family of parallel concerns about appropriate discourse, how might we envisage their survival and development? We can say quite a bit, for example, about the development of proto-scholastic modes of thought in the centuries that follow. And here, for the moment, let's think only of the Greek world. But what of these more intentionally paradoxical and oscillatory forms of discourse? I suspect that to answer this question, we would both need to look to the manner in which later Platonisms aid their development, and at their appearance in the liturgical evidence from the East. Of course, we can say little with precision about the ways in which Gregory's own discourse was interrelated with his own liturgical language. But in the later development of Eastern liturgical speech about the Trinity, we see a concern that I would suggest owes much to the rather neglected feature of Nicene discourse on which I have concentrated. And this is as much a part of the history of Trinitarian theology as the language of ousia and hypostasis. And the interrelationship between Trinitarian theology and the language of our communal address to God seems an appropriate place at which to end a tribute to Rowan's work. Thank you.
Well, I've often wondered what it must feel like to be a dead monk, and more precisely, the ghost of a monk haunting a former monastery that was now an over-furbished stately home. Well, having studied and taught in the dusty old divinity faculty of the 1970s to the 1990s, I know now precisely what it means to be such a dead monk. I feel barely alive, and at the very most, I can only be dreaming because everybody from my past has turned up, and surely my angry, school teachers are there somewhere or other, and so I'm somewhat trembling. But seriously, it is also absolutely thrilling to be amongst you all, amongst so many people I know so well that I just cannot do justice to your presence, and so I have to apologize for that. I also have to apologize for the fact that I failed, as usual, to attend to what was being said to me, and I thought we were still on the original plan of circulating the long papers and then talking to the long papers. But apparently everybody else was naughty, and so that hasn't happened. And so, as usual in this world, the good and the righteous have to suffer, and I have to, I've got to adjust my plans. It would be simply impossible to make some sort of intellectual tribute to Rowan. He's just been too important in my life. In that moment that was really superbly well conjured up by David Ferguson of the late 70s, Rowan played this absolutely crucial role, I think, in mediating the kind of McKinnon hesitation in Anglican thought. And it had a profound effect upon me and really moved me towards orthodoxy, so that a lot of my work to some degree is a footnote, if an aberrant kind of footnote to what Rowan has done. And, I way more agree with him than I disagree with him, but I'm not going to insult him by offering a kind of big tick to everything he's done. And I want to talk instead about areas in which I think I both agree with him, but can also detect certain tensions with him. And I think these interestingly revolve around Christology. So my paper is called The Identity of Christ and Identity as Such, and it intends deliberately to invoke that moment at which I came on board in theology. And all the discussions seem to be, especially around McKinnon, about substance, about the nature of substance, and also, interestingly, about relation, whether relations were internal or external, echoing back to F.H. Bradley. And as I didn't fully realize at the time, but I now more understand, this was still to do with the transition from idealism to realism in British philosophical thought. And I think in the case of McKinnon, sort of the sense that the main line of liberal Catholicism was deeply proximate to what is kind of miscalled, if you like, Victorian idealism, because I think it was much profounder than that. And the question of, can you sort of make this adjustment to realism, which McKinnon tended to do in a rather Kantian kind of idiom. And always interestingly and insufficiently appreciated by me at the time was the late Jim Bradley always sitting around and saying, hold on, have you really got my namesake quite right? Is it all over? And of course, the kind of thing Jim Bradley was saying, and the way he sort of approximates Bradley more to Schelling and so on, is now ultra trendy. And it's very much as if we're in a new century now, as if we're taking hardcore metaphysics seriously. And it's sort of slightly in that light that I'm reconsidering things. So you might say, I'm talking about identity because I'm carrying on a debate about substance. I'm saying, yes, there is ineliminable substance, but it's highly elusive, which I think is already the case for Rowan in The Edge of Words. And I think Catherine has very, very well brought out exactly why it's become more elusive for Rowan. So that you land up saying, because identity is elusive, and yet we apparently have it. In the end, we only have our identities when we're connected with everything else, when both ethically as well as epistemologically everything has been reformed and we go back into a harmony and we are echoing the identity of God, which to me is exactly what Maximus the Confessor is always talking about. In other words, we don't have an identity. Only God has an identity. We only have identities insofar as we share in the divine identity. But then the problem is we're always on the way to that. How can we be sure of that? Is it enough to say that we anticipate divine deification? I think not, and it's here possibly some, Rome might not want to go this far. It seems to me that we're all always anticipating the divine hypostazation of our identity, that we can't be sure of identity until God becomes actually identical with us. That if we insist, like Rowan does, on the gulf between creation and creator and creation, then that needs to be absolutely crossed. In a moment that you could even see as Bartin, but it's not necessarily at odds with an analogical vision. And part of what my paper is trying to do is to absolutely bring together the analogical vision with the Christological vision. So since I'm not doing a proper 20-minute paper and you haven't read what I've said, I'm going to tell you in about 2 sentences what I say. What I say is simply that we only have identities in Christ. In other words, we shouldn't see Christ's identity as a big mystery, with all this, technical elaboration. Instead, we should see our own identities as a big mystery which only the identity of Christ answers. Because only in Christ does God become us, and only then do we have identities. Even though there's a sort of tension between belonging to the body of Christ and the sense that we also identify with the Holy Spirit in response to Christ, and so we are also many finite hypostases. You have to keep those two things, I think, in tension. So that's really what my paper argues, and nothing more than that. But in relation to Rowan's legacy, I think one perhaps curious-sounding way you could read it is, but especially in view of his ecumenical slant, is a kind of attempt to argue, look, Christianity isn't a sort of qualification of monotheism. It's not sort of monotheism with a few weird bits added. This is what we can say to our Jewish and our Muslim brothers. It's much more that the Trinity and the Incarnation are necessary ways to think through monotheism. Even though it's been revealed to us in history, it's also speculatively required, as people like Schelling would have argued. And then you have a sort of different sort of debate with other religions. You're at once closer to them, and yet insisting more, I think, on your own specificities. So that I think Rowan begins to do that, but I suppose I want to perhaps take that even further, arguing that Trinity is the logic of the one God, and arguing that you do actually need the Incarnation to think through monotheism, just as you do need the creation to think through monotheism. So it's at that point where my theology might be described as radicalized orthodoxy, not exactly the same as radical orthodoxy, because I'm more generic than that, but a kind of radicalized orthodoxy. And I think adjacent to this question of the idea that actually Christianity is thinking through monotheism better is even the idea that Christianity is thinking through monism better. And this is perhaps where the invocation of F.H. Bradley comes into the picture. After all, if everything comes from only the one God, there is, in a sense, only one reality. And then you are driven into ineluctable paradoxes. The creation isn't God, but it's also not God, unless we want to fall into an intolerable dualism that is bound in some sense to resurrect paganism in some way or other. There is no way round or through those, it seems to be, those very extreme paradoxes that you find in both Maximus and Erugena. And I think very significantly, you find precisely at the point where people start to reflect in a proto-scholastic way on the whole of the patristic legacy so far. At that moment, classical orthodoxy suddenly shifts gear into something I want to call radicalized orthodoxy. Although, of course, the massive qualification here, as a lot of the Italians have been pointing out to us, is that Origen already anticipated that. The first orthodoxy was more like a radicalized orthodoxy, and that Origen echoed through the patristic writings, even with Augustine, more than we think. It includes also the perception that the boundary with Gnosticism, with thinkers like Bardali and so on, is much blurrier than we may want to think, or perhaps we used to think. So that issue, I think, is resonating in the background of my paper. So to get back to the point that Rowan's Enterprise is insisting that Christianity is a rigorous monotheism. Again and again, he seems to stress in his patristic work that the road to orthodoxy is a road to insisting on the created difference. In other words, the Trinity and the Incarnation aren't qualifying that. It's quite the opposite. It's once you see that that is an absolute gulf, that you realize that the Logos and the Holy Spirit are on the divine side, and that the Incarnation is not abolishing the difference between creator and creation. There isn't a sort of mediator. Christ isn't an angelic mediator. There isn't a sort of tertium quid going on in the Incarnation. He is absolutely both man and God, because he's somehow on both sides of the divide at once, even though that is an absolute divide. So the dominating theme, which is stated again and again and again, of Christ, the heart of creation, is that infinite and finite are not in competition with each other. There is an absolute gulf between the ontological and the ontic. It is, if you like, the theological version of what Heidegger called the ontological difference. And yes, of course, one absolutely agrees with that. And it's terribly important. There's so much totally crap theology out there that doesn't seem to understand that. And what can you say, but you're still in nursery school for some reason, you know? But there is an issue about the way in which Rowan presents this in terms of Austin Farrer's account. And to me, and I may be completely wrong about this, there's a sort of generic Kantianism about Farrer's version of this, in which there's an absolute gulf between the infinite and the finite, but they're mediated by, as in Kant, by the personal. And to me, this risks the finite, after all, becoming a sort of area of autonomous enclosure, that then once again can be in rivalry with the infinite, or rather, it's a kind of suspended competition in which there's no competition because it's just irrelevant. And it also involves a kind of division, perhaps, between the personal and the ordinarily causal, which actually Rowan in the Age of Words totally gets rid of. So I'm just saying that this is, I'm not sure whether Farrer should be Rowan's man, is in a way, I guess, what I'm saying here. And what I further want to say is that the non-zero sum model, the model of non-competition, it can be technically described as the so-called influencia model, whereas the model of competition between infinite and finite causes, where they're sort of sharing things out, technically known as the concursus model, which intrudes, you won't be surprised to hear, from Duns Scotus onwards, and is a terribly bad thing, as Rowan and I entirely agree, and as his Christology book makes very abundantly clear. But the influencia model is essentially a Neoplatonic model, in which, although there's no competition, nonetheless higher levels are fully shaping lower levels, if you like. So higher levels are always more fundamentally at work on lower levels. Now, there's a sense in which, because of the absolute gulf between creator and creation, at the very top of the hierarchy, you sort of go beyond hierarchy. But then it's all the more the case that the utmost cause, God, is more fundamentally at work. As Aquinas after Proclus keeps saying, it's always more intimately at work at lower levels. So what I'm really trying to say here is that just because there is no competition, there is all the more suffusion. You know, just because God's not partially causing me going out of the room, he's causing the whole thing, that there's a total saturation going on, which you could argue actually sort of anticipates the more entire saturation that you get in Christology. And I feel I'm not certain that Rowan is allowing for that paradoxical implication of the non-competition model. On top of that, I think there's also the issue of whether in a lot of modern thought, you know, thinking of Pascal, Cusanus, Leibniz, Spinoza or whatever, and modern mathematics, there's much more a sense that the finite always collapses. It collapses paradoxically. At its edges, it runs out into the infinite. So there's both a sort of modern horizontal sense of the continuity of the finite with the infinite and a pre-modern vertical sense in which, you know, there's an absolute asymmetry going on. The priority is towards the infinite, and there's no static sense of a finite self-enclosure. It's much more as if the finite melts away, even though it's somehow preserved. And to me, it's interesting that it seems to me that when Rowan is attacking Luther, he entirely attacks that model of a spatial containment. And yet, when he's talking about Bonhoeffer, on Bonhoeffer's sort of account of the secular, in which somehow God is very on the edge and yet dialectically, paradoxically in the middle, he's not saying that that's another version of the same Lutheran paradigm. At least, you know, and I could be wrong about that, but that's kind of how it appears to be. Now, where I'm in absolute consensus with Rowan is on the very idea of Christ as the heart of creation and the idea that we need to keep the doctrines of the incarnation and creation together, except that I want to go further to insist that the incarnation is an absolute part of God. Now, the question then is, how do we hold incarnation and creation together? And I think it's very important that the two should not collapse into each other. And here I compare Rowan with Jordan Daniel Wood, who has criticized Rowan, but I think rather ineptly, because it seems to me that they make opposite mistakes, although Jordan much worse than Rowan. So for Jordan, you'll be glad to hear this, Rowan. It's okay. So that Jordan is saying incarnation, creation is absolutely identical with incarnation. Rowan is obviously not making the reverse mistake, but nonetheless tends again and again to read the incarnation in terms of the creator-created difference. And the question then becomes whether that's sufficient. Now, I think Jordan is wrong because it's a stupid category mistake. You can't have an incarnation into nothing. The incarnation presupposes creation, even if you think, and I agree with Jordan, you can't, like Balthasar, evade Maximus's radicalism. There's no doubt that Maximus says that in the end, Christ is incarnate in everything. In fact, the Trinity is incarnate in everything. You can't treat that as a metaphor, but that doesn't mean that incarnation and creation are the same thing any more than it does in the case of Christ. And the reason Jordan makes this mistake is that he has an absolute gulf between what he calls the logic of hypostasis and the logic of nature. And he is an omitted Hegelian, so what you really get is an infinite Hegelian subject negating both the infinite and finite and cancelling them both out in the end. So it's not so much that creation is incarnation as that it's this huge black hole. Now, Jordan criticizes Rowan in completely the wrong way. he criticizes Rowan for somehow confusing the logic of hypostasis with the logic of person. Whereas I think Rowan also, but not to the same degree, tends to make too absolute a distinction between the two. And this is why I think he refuses more or less the communication of idioms, despite the fact that, as people like R.N. Riches have argued, this is at the very, very core of Byzantine resistance to Nestorianism. So I think the reason why you can't make too simplistic a distinction between essence and hypostasis is that, as Christoph Erisman and John Marenbon have argued, these are only sort of versions, albeit very unusual versions, of this sort of Aristotelian idea that the universal is only there in the particular. But in the case of Trinitarian and Christological logic, it's not the case that this is a kind of weak individuation of the universal. And this is why these doctrines bequeath to the whole Latin West and the Greek East as well a kind of radical universalism, in which the whole of the universal is present in the particular, just as the whole of essence is in each of the divine persons. And yet, it's not quite so simple that the universal can be totally abstract. And so this is why in Aquinas, and then still more in Bulgakov, as David Bentley-Hart has talked about this, that the essence is kind of personal. It is kind of Sophia. Just as for Gregory of Nyssa, you get this idea that the universal man is somehow a singular man. So this is the other side of this sort of universalism and this fluidity between essence and hypostasis that, of course, is evidenced also in the way in which even Maximus can still talk in somewhat Miaphysite terms about the emergence in the hypostasis. So I'm put very simply, there is no divine hypostasis that's also the infinite nature. And if then it hypostasizes the humanity and yet remains simple, then it is wholly merged also with the human nature. And even though the two natures are completely distinct, somehow mysteriously and ineffably, they are entirely mixed. And Gregory of Nyssa uses endlessly the language of mixture. Maximus uses the language of perichoresis. Maximus says this is a coincidence of opposites. This is an absolute mystery, even beyond the difference between truth and falsehood, he says at one point. I would submit that Rowan, and I completely understand this, is very uneasy with that degree of radicalism. And so from then I go on to make a broader remark, and that is that there's more question about what is orthodoxy than we might like to think. Because it seems to me there's a kind of paradox that the more you have a slight liberalization of Chalcedonian orthodoxy, which I detect in Rowan, insofar as he stresses all the time the humanity is rooted, the human nature is rooted in a divine hypostasis. So there's very little, in a sense, in his book about the divine nature. Miracles are minimized, even though in the New Testament, Jesus isn't just another wonder worker, but, his miracles are presented as so extreme that they are, actually creative. And also Jesus' claim to forgive sins is a direct claim of identification with the divine nature. So I think besides the playing down of the communication of idioms, there's also playing down of the divine nature. And this is why I would describe it as a slightly liberalized orthodoxy as regards Christology, in which what you're stressing all the time is, we can be godlike simply by behaving very, very well in a fallen world. But the New Testament doesn't like our finitude. It thinks it's ridden with death. It shouldn't be there. It's a mistake in a fallen cosmos. It's a trap that we can escape into a different mode of finitude as we rise from matter to psyche and spirit. And however uneasy we may feel about this worldview, that's definitely the worldview of the New Testament and of most of the fathers. But I think there's a further point. I think that by having what I describe as a slightly liberalized Christological orthodoxy, that I think is, in Rowan's case, is more like Qur'ana than you might think, is the consequence of that is it allows you to preserve what I would describe as classical orthodoxy. In other words, it allows you to preserve very strongly the idea that God might or might not have created, that he might or might not have become incarnate. It will have nothing to do with the idea of a pre-existent divine humanity, sorry, pre-existent humanity of Jesus. Despite the fact that it's clearly there in Origen, it still pops up sometimes in the later fathers. It's clearly there in the Russians, and I'll come to a finish soon. Whereas the opposite, I'm very, very nearly there. The opposite is the case if you push orthodoxy in a more rigorously Neo-Chalcedonian direction. It puts pressure on classical orthodoxy because it means you're insisting more on the divine simplicity. And this means that anything that God has done is what he eternally is, that he is eternally the creator. As for Origen, he is internally the one who became incarnate and so on. You can't readily divide the pre-existent divinity and humanity of Christ, and the New Testament gives little sign of actually doing that. So it pushes you, and I submit this is what's going on in part in Maximus and Origen, it pushes you away from classical orthodoxy towards a radicalized orthodoxy, which is, I think, much more what we need today. And the final remark is, if you're saying to yourself, but isn't that all too speculative? No, it's the complete opposite. It's speculative to say, supposing God hadn't done this, supposing God hadn't become incarnate, so maybe the divine and human natures of Christ are completely separate. That's not how the New Testament reads at all. It reads much more as an apocalyptic, arriving manifestation of what God is really like behind our terrible traps, which are political as well as cosmic, where we're ruled by demons. Thank you.
Okay. So yes, we got Graham Ward's paper together with the news that he wouldn't be here just this morning, so it didn't get allocated to anyone else in time. So you've got to listen to me again. I'll try and abridge it where I think I can, but I'll also make sure to try and give Graham his time as well. So the direction of meaning. In this essay, for Rowan, and paying respect to a significant aspect of his theological thinking, I want to tease out something of the nature of theology as a discursive endeavor. The burden of my argument bears upon the difficulty of writing theologically. It can be summed up as something like this. The difficulty of theology lies in engaging the deception of having ultimate answers to ultimate questions. The stakes are high. God talk must concern itself with truth, with reality. But theology knows that truth is always a work of grace, and understanding always involves a cost. While it is intellectual understanding that we pursue, it is not merely intellectual understanding that we are aiming for, but rather, for want of a better word, spiritual understanding or wisdom. I, Graham, suggest Rowan is also tackling this difficulty in his own way in his work on communication, meaning, and intelligibility. And I am taking difficulty in the way he employs it, and George Steiner before him, as what is involved in the struggle for meaning. Quote, to struggle, to test and reject and revise is to experience language as a project requiring intelligent discernment. Christology is key, and that is where I wish to begin, following a reflection that arises from Paul's Christology in his letter to the Colossians. One verse will be the focus for this reflection, actually one clause from one verse. The whole verse reads, He, Christ, is before all things, and in him all things hold together. I regard this statement as crucial to a theme that appears several times in Rowan's writing and bears upon his engagements with the tragic. Christ is he in whom all things are meaningful, all things cohere. In commenting upon and citing Irenaeus of Lyon in his book, The Wound of Knowledge, Rowan writes of the way Jesus, quote, enters the fabric not merely of verbal or conceptual exchange, but human society, community, making in the commixtio et communio Dei et hominis of human language, in the fullest sense of the word, a shared form of life. That phrase, form of life, is in inverted commas. It is a term not used by Wittgenstein very often, but which has attracted much philosophical attention. Wittgenstein is not referenced, which interests me not as a lapse or failing, but in what I see as the assimilation of the phrase into Irenaeus' Christology. Wittgenstein will figure more and more prominently in work by Rowan that follows. Christ is the form of life, echoing the use of morphe in Philippians 2:6-7, and in this way associating language in the fullest sense with kenosis and the incarnation. Though he was in the form, morphe, of God, he did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form, morphine, of a servant. We are all aware of the gargantuan tension here between this Pauline repetition of the same noun, morphe. The tension paradox, if you will, lies at the heart of the Christological debates through the 4th and 5th centuries, concluding with the Council of Chalcedon. But I draw attention to it here because that same tension adheres to language in its fullest sense, that commixtio et communio Dei et hominis, which Irenaeus writes about, and constitutes an important theme in Rowan's writings since The Wound of Knowledge in 1979. It is this tension I wish to explore in reflecting upon Christ as holding all things together and the direction of meaning, when, to cite W.B. Yeats, things fall apart, the center cannot hold, mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. Let's return to what I called the gargantuan tension. That tension is announced in the difference between the uncreated, what John's Gospel refers to as the only begotten Son, and the created. We use the word difference to mark a distinction, but at a stretch. Not simply because we cannot comprehend difference of this magnitude or order, but primarily because our use of the word difference requires a capacity to compare. Unlikeness is established with respect to comparable likenesses. How can we determine difference when the difference involved is infinite? In part, this gargantuan tension is conceptual, and this is evident in the straining language undergoes when adding a negation, uncreated, or a qualifier, only to begotten. We are familiar with creating and begetting, generating. We are familiar with fathers who have only one son. But these linguistic additions push the familiar beyond the edge of signification with respect to God. The words uncreated and only begotten have no content. They denote nothing, though they do connote through association. They are words after all, and negated qualifiers aside, some sense surfaces through relations to other words that we have used in familiar situations. In what then does our conceptual tension consist? In brief, between A, what can be grasped and what is ungraspable, and B, the tantalizing associations that connotatively fringe what has no denotation. Connotations operate implicitly. Some of them can be excavated by shining narrow-beamed attention on them, but they are not directly objects in the way denoted subjects are objects. This implicit, what McGilchrist would define as right hemisphere processing, generates cognitive dissonance. And since cognition cannot be divorced from embodiment, this tension is registered as discomforting, even frustrating. We might compare this tension to that experience when problem solving. We can identify the problem. In fact, acknowledging the problem is the first stage in resolving it, but there is no solution. We cannot conceive a second stage, and so there is no possibility of closure that would bring the relief of resolution. Understanding has physiological effects. It lowers blood pressure, for example. But the tension is only partly conceptual, because we are not dealing with treating a problem that is merely semantic. We are treating what we might call ultimacies: God, truth, reality, salvation. A conceptual problem we might just put aside, like a mathematical question we can neither answer nor find a means of answering. We can leave this one to the professional theologians, as if theology was some kind of problem-solving exercise in which dogmatic issues can be resolved and all the conceptual pieces made to fit. The stakes of this gargantuan tension are too high to leave to professionals. It is not just about words and their meaning. This language affects what we believe, how we live, the values we hold, and the communities we belong to and have invested with meaning. In brief, faith seeks understanding. The first stage of what Rowan calls discernment is interpretative. The second stage is, quote, to struggle, to test and reject and revise. That there is some understanding that meaning can be made of this gargantuan tension is the hope faith holds to. We might, of course, as professional theologians, speak of ontological difference and the analogia Christi, but I doubt such speaking calms any cognitive dissonance or any existential discomfort. And if it did calm it, I would be worried, because theology wrestles, it does not resolve. The wrestling, we hope, is productive, but what it has to resist strongly, despite all pressures, is the production of placebos. The next section, theology as a pastoral endeavor. For some time now, modern philosophical and dogmatic theology has been recovering both embodiment and spirituality from facile dualism on the one hand and mystic vagaries on the other. It has been much slower in breaking down what is actually a class division between the more abstract reflections of theology and what is frequently called practical or applied theology. The professionalization of theology has not helped here, because it has occluded the fact that the task of theological discourse is fundamentally pastoral. To explore the dimension of meaning is no purely abstract philosophical or dogmatic consideration. To work through the text from Colossians about all things held together in Christ and for Christ matters, considerably in a world in which there are wars, climate change, struggles over resources, and the massive displacement of peoples. War rips apart the structure of everyday life, the accustomed, the habitual, the expected, the routine. The regular and even regulated rhythms of the working day, the seasonal round, the annual cycle are disrupted with threats, fears, shortages, rationing, and improvisation. Time is desiccated. What passes for normal collapses, and with it the ways we have understood the world, accommodated ourselves to how things fit together, how we have made sense of our experience. Returning after the shock, in the wake of vast negativity and destruction, is riddled with insecurities. Little can be trusted, most particularly what goes for the ordinary. And the global impact of climate change is only going to exacerbate questions of migration, resources, old and new, areas of affluence and deprivation, and geopolitical tensions. This is the context in which theology today has to be done. So the gargantuan tension matters pastorally. And it is one of the most important aspects of Rowan theology, to my mind, that theology is pastorally informed explicitly. In his commentaries on various spiritual writers in The Wound of Knowledge, in which his theological thinking is often ventriloquized through the voices of others, he writes, in the wake of writing about St. John of the Cross, quote, "Spirituality can be an escape from Christ, for both Luther and John, the test of integrity." Sorry, this has got a typo in it. Spirituality can be an escape from Christ. For both Luther and John, the test of integrity is whether a man or a woman has lived the central darkness of the Paschal event, whether they have known why it is that God is killed by his creatures and their religion, and how God breaks and reshapes all religious language as he acts through vulnerability, failure, and contradiction. It's from The Edge of Words. As is evident even in this, The Wound of Knowledge. As is evident even in this early book, Rowan's reflections upon language, God, and meaning have come to the fore because of these pastoral concerns, because of a Christology that refused to evade, quote, the central darkness of the Paschal event. He recognizes that whilst, quote, God breaks and reshapes all religious language, nevertheless what, quote, is given to us through the encounter between Jesus and his Father is a life capable of endless communication. We could say more from the tradition about this endless communication, placing it at the dynamic core of Trinitarian perichoresis, the word of the Father breathed by the Spirit and returned by the Son. And because this communication is eternal, therefore it will be endless. And such endless communication bestows a freedom to speak, our freedom to speak, to think, to imagine, to fabricate and to lie, betray, perjure. But the endless communication has to pass through the darkness of the Paschal event. And in this lies what Gillian Rose calls and reflects upon in theology's modern and postmodern, Jewish and Christian, the struggle between universalism and aporia. It's a struggle composing her disturbing middle, the middle broken but locatable. Christology. The gargantuan tension is spanned by Jesus Christ. Rowan's Christology dominates all his theology, from the spirituality of the wound of knowledge to the most detailed outworking of his understanding of communication in The Edge of Words, its relation to the tragic in his short book, The Tragic Imagination, and also Christ, the Heart of Creation. It is a Christology grounded in and developing out of patristic debates, reflections, speculations, and scriptural exegesis. In the manner of theologians like Gregory of Nyssa and Augustine, the word is God's ultimate act and the inner form of all communication. It is the logos prior to, in, and perfecting all logizomai, reflection, thinking, and logios, eloquence. The verbum prior to, in, and perfecting all verbalization. Language, and this is a quote from The Edge of Words, language behaves as if it were always in the wake of meaning, rather than owning and controlling it. When Christ comes to his own property, ta idia, in John 1:11, it was not only to humanity and all creation made in him and through him, he also enters the capacity of all things to communicate and relate with each other. That which enables one life form to speak to another, relate to another, is the arche. It is this Christological understanding, with a long history in Christian reflection, that interprets Colossians 1:17. He, Christ, is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Now, all this can be agreed upon, theologically. Communication can even overcome tragic hiatus, because discourse will continue. Cordelia may lie dead in the lap of Lear, who himself dies of grief and guilt, intoning the words, never, 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 and calling for a servant to undo Cordelia's button because he thinks, mistakenly, she lives. But Albany ties the loose ends as far as he is able. Business continues, although Albany's commanding voice to Kent and Edgar, you twain rule in this realm, is met with equivocation. Kent must leave, and Edgar seems neither able to accept the call to duty nor leave the past behind. Yes, he does speak the concluding lines of the play, but the words return us to Cordelia's response to Lear at the very beginning. Speak what we feel, not what we ought to say. And the direction of meaning in communication between truthful and deceitful speaking. And the speaking that is felt picks up Lear's dying never. It does not look to leadership, but to death. We that are young shall never see so much, nor live so long. The so long there picks up the colloquial expression for farewell. So for all the energy of Albany's continuation of language, communication seems to stutter towards the silence of the final curtain. Communication may continue. Its quality can be corrupted. In fact, in Edgar's closing lines, there is a criticism of Albany's all-too-brisk settlement. Albany has, like Goneril and Regan, said what ought to be said. Language can cover over as well as expose. Heidegger famously drew attention to this in Being in Time, in the distinction he draws between authentic speaking, Rede, the speaking that theologians like Barth associate with the proclamation of the word of God, Rede von Gott, and idle talk, Gerede, which is inauthentic, conversational gabbling. Authentic and inauthentic are difficult to be precise about. The difference has to be discerned, and the interpretation of these qualities contextual. But the difference in the quality of communications nevertheless remains, and indeed is complicated further by rhetorical skill. Both Gregory of Nyssa and Augustine, masters of rhetoric, rightly register anxieties about theological discourse on this count. They are involved in fighting battles directly attributable to theological discourse being used to persuade and sway interests, from Eunomius to Arius to Manichaeism and Pelagius. Skillful rhetoric can deploy and tear the fabric of the church apart. It is not innocent. It is politically pliable. I don't think there is a theologian ever who has not at some point felt the pressure to say, quote, what we ought to say. The presence of idle talk and rhetorical manipulation of language does not annul its communicative potential, but it clouds and can generate ambiguities intended to mislead, as Iago's mind games with Othello reveals. Tragedy is as much initiated as resolved by communication. Communication can be as much at the service of sin as redemption, as much a vehicle for deception as wounding truth. As George Steiner noted, and Rowan cites with approval, we are a mammal that can bear false witness. That is the point. What is injured or healed in the quality of the communication is relations between people and the societies they form, and within each individual, attempting to come to an understanding of themselves and their circumstances. Paul may advocate that those in the church should speak truth to their neighbor, Ephesians 4:25, but that is not as simple as it sounds. We often are not clear in our most passionate of pleas and petitions that we know and therefore can speak the truth. Risks have to be taken. This is not to deny that good, authentic, I really do find that word slippery, communication cannot be healing by enabling a coherence and a making of sense. If Freud advanced the speaking cure, it has become a major current practice in handling trauma. Through cognitive therapy, a victim of trauma or repeated panic attacks can learn how to understand their condition and control the paralysis and aphasia that can erupt when the body remembers. With good and patient therapy, the traumatized can learn to speak of their wounding, even if it is hesitant and emotionally fraught. Things can be given names, techniques can be taught, which enable a negotiation with the world and a reconstruction of meaningfulness. Trust in the intelligibility of experience can be built, but the aporia, Gillian Rose's word, the question, the direction of meaning haunts. Even Christ's wounds persist in the resurrection. That haunting and hurt will take a lot of eschatology to heal. Scars can suture, but still remain.
To invite Rowan first to offer some brief remarks on the papers we've heard. Our thanks to Lewis, John, and Graham, but also to Joshua for interpreting Graham to us. Rowan.
Well, thank you. Quite a lot I'd like to say about that, but I'll try to be brief. Let's begin with, well, actually, one rather random observation. I'd love to ask Graham more about whether it makes any difference whether you're reading the quarto or the folio of King Lear. I know that sounds a very abstruse remark, but of course in one it's Edgar and in the other is Albany, who delivers the last quatrain. And there are slightly different nuances to that. That's just by the way. But I think Graham was pressing two things. One is, what kind of question is a theological question? What kind of question is a theological question? And implicitly, at least, insisting that we need to be pretty clear about what that means. It's no good treating certain questions as theological questions when they're not. That's very obvious. The second thing that comes through there is this point about communication in the service of sin and the ongoing inflection and infection of our speech with error, with self-regard, with evil, so that we can't simply appeal to communication as a value which is unshadowed, uncontroversial. And I think those 2 points are very significant, but they take me back to some of the things that Lewis was outlining in that wonderful presentation about Nazianzen. If I hear correctly, the point is, akrivia, accuracy, needs to be qualified by this discourse about appropriateness, aptness, fittingness. And that means asking not just what kind of question is a theological question, but the very Nazianzen style question, where, when, with whom, in what context are you doing theology? What's the space in which reflection occurs? I think that was one of the phrases that Lewis used. And that certainly is, to me, very helpful in understanding something of what Gregory Nazianzen and others are saying about the complexities and the tensions within Trinitarian theology. You can exercise accuracy, akrivia, exact truthfulness, in a variety of ways within the one space, for the simple reason that always when you're talking about the divine triad, you're talking about what? About an object where, as you might say, every word you speak bounces off in a different direction. And therefore, depending where you are in the liturgical and prayerful environment, your words towards and about God are always going to be redirected in some way. They don't sit still. And I think I once used the analogy of looking at that extraordinary sculpture of the Holy Trinity in the garden of the Bishop of Exeter, where you have three figures, more or less identical in their broad shape, squatting genderless figures with their hands in slightly different postures. You cannot see the whole of that at once. You can only see any two from the point of view of the other one. And that seems to me to have something to say about what, in practice, Nazianz and Sacravia might look like, and what the space of reflection is, because you have to be moving around within that defined set of directionalities for that to work. And that takes me to one or two thoughts on John's presentation. I've long suspected that John thinks I'm a liberal and false beard, and this this really just confirms that. But let me come at one particular aspect of what John was saying, and that's something to do with the language about nature. It does seem to me that when we're talking about the tension and complementarity of the language of nature and hypostasis in Trinitarian and Christological discourse, we're talking about words which are only properly grasped when we see what the work is they're doing in the context of the particular argument. And thus nature, whether we're talking of physis or ousia here, does function in rather different ways in different contexts. So what's the work it has to do when it has to say, I'm not talking about hypostasis? I think that's how I'd come at it. It's not that you can say, oh, now we're talking about divine nature, which is this, this, and this. Now we're talking about divine hypostases, which are this, this, and this. We are rather looking at those moments when I need to say, when speaking about what it is to be God, I'm not talking about the divine hypostases as such, and vice versa. So it's not as though this language, this sharp distinction between the two registers, is meant to designate, to denote a sharp distinction within the divine. But it does recognize that within that complex ecology of speaking about God, there are moments where you need to say, I am talking about X and I'm not talking about Y, for the purposes of intelligible discourse, I think. Which also, I think, slightly raises for me the question about John's use of words like finitude. And what I heard was the statement that, in one sense, finitude as marked by death is something which grace overcomes. On the other hand, I think it's important to be able to say there are contexts where it's crucial that finitude remains finitude. And what that means without death is one of the interesting questions the New Testament leaves us with, you might say. The residual Kantianism of Austin Farrer, not to mention the not at all residual Kantianism of Donald McKinnon, I recognize, and I think in the cold light of day, I would probably say yes, that the way Farrer sets it out can be read in that way. I'm not, I think, wanting to bind myself to Farrer's particular articulation of it, but to use that as a jumping off point for something rather broader. But it does at least, I think, point up the question, again, of what one might want to say in terms of the creator-creation difference. And it seems to me that when one underlines, when I want to underline that creator-created difference, part of what's in my own mind in thinking that through, and I think I'm not the only one in the history of Christian theology, it's important sometimes to be able to say whatever you want to say about the suffusion of creation by the Creator. There is no sense in which the Creator's action is an item within the created order. And to get that distinction clear is one way of precisely saying that the Creator is the Creator, and therefore that creating action, while universally present, while sometimes more visibly, tangibly present than at other times, never becomes an element among other elements, an item in a causal chain, or any other bits that we want to dredge for in a particular sort of modern ontology. So I'd want to defend myself a bit on that score, and also to note, I've had some correspondence with one or two people about this, No, I'm not actually making a case about miracles at all here. I'm very happy with miracles. But miracles do not occur because some distant personality suddenly decides that action should be taken on the other side of the universe to change things. And that
we agree, yeah.
we agree, I think, and that the infinite does not therefore send a little causal impulse across the universe to make this happen at the other end of it. That's what I'm concerned not to be saying at all costs. And I think I would put in a very strong plea for Bonhoeffer on that score. I know we disagree quite radically about Bonhoeffer, but reading him and his Christology against the background of Act and Being, not just the Christology lectures, I would want to make that case. But that's a longer argument. Final comment on something that John said. Trinitarianism is a way of making sense of monotheism or monism. Actually, yes, indeed. One or two of you here, I think, have heard this lecture, but it's not in print yet, speaking about Aquinas' De Deo Uno treatise in Rome some months ago. I picked up, for the purposes of that discussion, the fact that Thomas quotes St. Bernard, rather surprisingly, in his discussion of the one God, saying, Bernard says, I think it's in the De Consideratione, Bernard says, the unity of the Trinity is the supreme case of unity. Which I think, if you read through, almost read back the rest of the De Deo Uno, and particularly, I think it's question 13 of the first pars of the Summa, you can see how what Aquinas wants to say about unity is inflected by precisely that. We're not talking about the unity of a determinate object. We are talking about the grammar of unity, the grammar of oneness or indivisibility, in which case it's perfectly possible and indeed necessary to say that to talk about divine unity has to be to talk about a differentiated unity. And that may, in turn, also have something to say about the finite and infinite question too, but that's another story. Anyway, just a few thoughts off the cuff then. Thank you.
Thank you, Rowan. We have some minutes for questions. I have one over here to my left.
Hi, Aristotle Papanikolaou, Fordham University. So I have two very quick questions that tie the papers together. Lewis, the trope of fittingness, unfitting, is something that, as I'm sure you well know, is used by Athanasius on the Incarnation. And I'm wondering, he uses it to make it a reverse point, a deeper metaphysical point about God becoming, the goodness of God somehow being fitting such that God has to become incarnate in the world so as to save us from corruption and death. And so I'm wondering if Gregory, the theologian, Nazianzus, uses the trope in the same way to kind of do what John says the Trinity does, which is ultimately really make sense of a particular way of the God-world relation. And with John, you use the word radicalization of orthodoxy, but I thought I heard you say, or maybe I'm just projecting, radicalization of monotheism. The phrase, yeah, radicalization of orthodoxy is the radicalization of well, just as an FYI, because I know you have your difference with him, but that phrase is literally used by Rahner in an essay called Oneness and Threefoldness in Dialogue with Islam. And of course, Rowan, as you know, Rahner is famous for saying that, you know, God is not part of any distinction, but God is the very distinction between the uncreated and the created. So I just wonder if there's a lot more in common here amongst you all, and see this more as a productive debate on the fittingness of how to conceptualize the Trinity, which ultimately expresses a particular way of understanding the God relationship.
Should I? For certain, you know, there aren't sort of absolute disagreements and somebody's in one camp and another's in another. You know, people agree and disagree about different things. You know, there are complex overlaps and, you know, let's not think about academic discourse as if it's like the House of Commons. I mean, you know, absolutely ghastly. And, you know, I focused on a book by Rowan that I actually have more trouble with than some of his other books, and even suggested that it seems to me there are tensions between what is said in that book and some other books. And I would say that Christ, the Heart of Creation, possibly has had a more critical reception than some of Rowan's other books. And I'm interested in that and interested in the fact that I don't often agree with the critiques either. And it just suggests to me that there are more kind of unresolved things, particularly to do with Christology, perhaps more than to do with the Trinity than one might suspect. And this leads me more broadly into these issues about, well, what is orthodoxy, as I've tried to underline. You know, completely agree with Rowan about his remarks on the Trinity. And it's also interesting that Ashard, not Richard, but Ashard of St. Victor, has this amazing remark where he says God is more plural than anything he creates because he's more unified than anything he creates, which I think is a wonderful remark and leads us into precisely why the Trinity might be sort of, the better grammar of monotheism. And I think, you know, that all that Rowan says about items, I absolutely and totally and utterly agree with. My issue is more about whether he's pressing the paradox enough that, because there's an asymmetry, you know, the finite's not competing with the infinite can somehow totally penetrate the finite. And of course there are issues about death and the kind of death and death as a passage and so on. But I think it's difficult to read the New Testament and not have the sense that our current finitude is corrupted and that sin and death are in diabolical league with each other, somehow fusing the cosmic with the political in a way that I think that David Bentley Hart, who's sitting in front of me, has brought out, but also David Lloyd Dusenbury, whom I know, Rowan, you like his book in another way, brings out some of the sheer degree to which really Jesus is critical of politics, of the politics of his time. You know, I'm not convinced that this is kind of an issue about language. I mean, I think, grammar and ontology fall together, and I think the same problems arise if you start to think about this in a linguistic register, and the issue is not distinction in God, but how we construe the distinction and unity of Christ. But, you know, beyond all that, I think, Rowan, you know, you need to sort of read my paper, and then we need to have, which is we'd have to have, a more sort of in-depth debate about this. But, you know, judging by the social media airways, which I know they are sort of, can be misleading, I think there is this tension going on at the moment between what I call classical orthodoxy and radicalized orthodoxy. And to me, it's the latter that's more genuinely orthodox.
Okay, Morwena Ludlow in the back row had her hand up next. We may take this as the last question before lunch.
I'll try and be really quick. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask you, Lewis, about whether you think what Gregory Nazianzen says about language discourse of the Trinity is programmatic for how he thinks all theological discourse should be, because I have a sense that modern scholars reading the Cappadocians in general tend to take what they say about the Trinity and language about the Trinity is programmatic, and I'm not sure they do. I think they may see it as an exception, a kind of a limit case.
I think I probably agree with you, Morwena. I think it's really important to recognize that, can you hear me at the back? Are you okay? I think it's really important to recognize that the end of the 4th century, the beginning of the 5th century is a peculiar moment in the specific sense that it's not simply one at which a controversy is resolved, it's one at which also people are trying out new things. And one of the things that I'm trying to point to in Gregory Nazianzen is this concern, in the case of the Trinity, what mode of discourse is appropriate. And what he says is quite distinctive in a way that, say, across the Mediterranean, what Augustine is doing in the next generation is also highly distinctive. And in both cases, I think you have thinkers who are aware that they're doing something which is difficult to comprehend as a mode of discourse. So it's quite experimental. I think in that case, you have to be very careful at assuming that they are making, especially perhaps with Gregory Nazianzen, overall claims about the nature of theological discourse as such. That's not really apparent. Gregory offers you a number of different ways in which you conduct theological discourse, some of them highly polemical, which sound weird to us, but entirely predictable if you know your ancient rhetoric. In this case, he's doing something utterly unpredictable, and it's difficult to find clear parallels for it, I think. And then that's why it's difficult to trace. And if you look across, quote-unquote, the Cappadocians, about how one sees say, the language of epinoia as a process of abstraction and conceptualization, it's rather different. You find a lot of discussion, say, in Gregory of Nyssa, that tells you, well, you go through the process of looking at images and extracting something that's appropriate from them, so you can use it of God, and you gradually build up a picture of appropriate conceptualizations. And it sounds as if he's sort of teasing out a mental process that one can then use in every case, and he seems to say that at one point in Against Eunomius 2. Gregory presents epinoia insofar as he describes it as something quite different, in which you're not abstracting from created images, you're creating concepts from propositional statements and a few select images used in Scripture, and then on that basis engaging in some sort of theoretical process. He doesn't ever describe the process in detail. You have to tease it out of his work. And I don't really know of any good article in a sort of modern European scholarly language that looks at the differences between the way that Basil and the two Gregories use the language of epinoia that's particularly good. And I think that's because they're all three of them doing something quite experimental and something that they don't really know how to raise to the level of a sort of workable hypothesis for something called theological language as such. So, yes, I agree with you.
Well, my apologies to those of you who've been unable to answer questions, but we do need to pause now for lunch. Before we do so, I ask you to thank again our speakers, Lewis, John, and Graham. We reconvene at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
I'll tell you one thing about the question on F-lenses.
Friends, if I could just ask you to please take your seats as quickly as you can. I'm Jamie Hawkey, I'm Canon Theologian of Westminster Abbey. Before that I was here in Cambridge and Dean of Clare, where for a brief time I was able to utter that phrase for the first and last time in my life. My predecessor, Rowan Williams. Evagrius' famous maxim that the theologian is one who prays is tangible in an extraordinary way in Rowan's life and work. That before we ever engage in any kind of analysis in the world of theology, we perhaps need to learn contemplation. So it's a huge privilege this afternoon in particular to chair this panel on contemplative theology, silence and prayer. We have three speakers. First, Professor Sarah Coakley, currently based in Washington, D.C., the Norris Hulse Professor Emerita here in Cambridge, and since 2019 a visiting professorial fellow at the Australian Catholic University. Sarah's presentation will be followed by Father Simon Gaines. Simon teaches in the Theology Faculty at the Angelicum in Rome, where he is also the director of the Angelicum Thomistic Institute, and he's a fellow of Blackfriars, Oxford. Our final interlocutor, who sadly can't be with us for reasons of health, is Father Martin Laird, a professor of early Christian studies at Villanova and an Augustinian friar, and I will read his paper as the third interjection in this seminar before we go on to Rowan's response and to further discussion. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Sarah.
Thank you so much, Jamie, and thanks to all three of the organizers of this conference for the honor of being invited to speak and for all the trouble you have taken to make this such a rich gathering in honor of our beloved Rowan Williams. I've given you a rather expansive handout to help offset postprandial sag, and our kind techie assistant is, I believe, wafting this out to the wider world on the chat box function of the online version of this conference. So in this short paper of my own, I want to tackle a systematic theological question which Rowan's own work has importantly raised of late, at least implicitly, for contemporary Trinitarian discourse. Indeed, my hope is that this small contribution might spur him so to develop or clarify his own Trinitarian views further in relation to it. The systematic issue is this, section 1 in the handout. What is the relation of the witness of those devoted to the practices of contemplative prayer, and especially silent prayer, both East and West, to what they say they have discovered about the Trinity in that contemplation, and what may appropriately be speculated therefrom for the Church at large about the ontological life and eternal relations of the persons of the Trinity? In other words, what, if anything, can we learn from the contemplative traditions, both East and West, about the Trinitarian inner life of God? And how should we adjudicate here on the issue of exactly what kind of authority such a contemplative witness bespeaks? I shall be drawing here, section 2, on two particularly suggestive and original articles of Williams's published in 2002 and 2012, respectively. The first on John of the Cross's account of union, the second on the selection from the somewhat earlier writings of Gregory Palamas in the East, to be found in the Philokalia, volume 4. In both of these essays, Williams draws attention to the Trinitarian originality and radicality of these two authors, and indeed their remarkable and seemingly serendipitous overlap of themes. In particular, as I now propose to resume Williams's findings, a bit more systematically, I must acknowledge, than he does himself, both these authors, I like tidying up after Rowan, both these authors choose to theorize the inner life of the persons of the Trinity in three ways that are distinctive and worthy of substantive reflection. First, both authors characterize the Trinitarian life of God as an exchange of divine ontological desire, and I'll come back to the origins and implications of that metaphysical idea shortly. Secondly, and correlatively, because once this dynamic erotic ontology is in place, it vies creatively and contrapuntally with the more basic scriptural paternal filial fundament to the Trinity. Williams reads both authors as radicalizing the significance and role of the Spirit within the Trinity, as that which not only conjoins the Father and Son, as we might already expect, at least on the classic Western Augustinian rendition, but further, quote, deflects their mutual desire in an outreach of exchange and response, which thus also invites the human contemplative into this exchange participatorily. Finally, and thirdly, and this is where I may be too much tidying up after Rowan, both authors thereby also refuse any suggestion of the Spirit's role as simply third to a primary father-son dyad, but rather as equal animator and receptor of that very same divine desire that simultaneously conjoins and distinguishes all three of the persons eternally, both actively and receptively. And this, of course, has some potential implications as yet to be clarified for how one might think through afresh questions of relation and procession. Now, it should be added that Williams also uses his analyses of these two authors' texts as an object lesson in how not to create a false disjunction between revelatory and apophatic discourses in relation to the Trinity. The apophatic is the revelatory from this perspective, and from the human angle of contemplative participation in this divine desire, this becomes evident in the purgative and dark transformation of consciousness that can only occur through the long-term practices of silence or quietness, hezekiah, in relation to God's transforming revelatory presence. Now, these three theses and their accompanying epistemic corollary, in terms of a theory of purifying contemplative apophatic sensibility,
are spelled out in much more detail in Williams's 2 articles than I can cover extensively in this short version of my paper. But if you go forward to the section that's called Some Key Quotations, you'll be able to see what I'm drawing on. A further complication, however, is that Williams's exegesis of John of the Cross and Gregory Palamas is not only superbly insightful of certain innovative dimensions of their own creative contemplative Trinitarianism, but also, I submit, adds to that his own distinctly modern exegetical gloss, one which I suspect owes quite a lot more to Hegelian, Barthian, Balthasarian, and perhaps more recent postmodern sensibilities of philosophic thought, Marion, for instance, than is explicitly owned in these exegeses. That is not, of course, in any way to devalue the significance of his hermeneutic insights, but simply to highlight the ever-present dimension of this fusion of horizons in all our theological endeavors. And it is for that reason that before providing a brief assessment, critique, and extension of Williams's reading of these texts here, I want just to note how this contemplative deflecting desire approach to the Trinity might already cut across and indeed beyond certain currently erupting differences of opinion in Trinitarian thinking in the Academy. Section 3, where a certain cacophony of competing and mutually contradicting voices is now regnant. If I am right, the deflecting desire model has something uniquely interesting and potentially corrective to say to all, or at least most, of these varying voices. So, some very quick thoughts on current Trinitarian contentions. Gone are the days now for most in the Academy, though not in the churches at large, alas, where we're still told on Trinity Sunday that the Trinity is a bit like a football team. Gone are the days of the regnancy of the social Trinitarianism fashion of the 1980s associated with Jürgen Moltmann and John Zizoulas in particular, creative as it was at the time for at least reanimating interest in the doctrine of the Trinity as a matter of vital spiritual and political import. Not only was this approach tainted by the spectre of a 3 centers of consciousness view of the persons, leading to an implicit tritheism, but as Louis Ayres and many others went on to show, it was marred by a false and disjunctive rendition of so-called Eastern and Western views of the Trinity in the patristic period, and also animated implicitly by a potentially idolatrous assumption, well brought to light by Cathy Tanner, that the Trinity could be perceived as a kind of straightforward blueprint for our political and ecclesiastical arrangements, which could be naively imitated rather than being a transforming and purgative life into which one might enter only by graced participation. What has followed from this set of reactions to the social Trinitarian fashion, however, has now splayed out into some very paradoxically related accounts of the way forward in Trinitarian thinking. For on the one hand, we have the continuing developments from what I here call the new Yale School view of the Trinity, in which Catherine Tanner's influence has played such an important part, and in which a kind of neo-Schleiermacherian erasure of the possibility of any speculation about the ontological Trinity has come to dominate. Whether through Karen Kilby's insistence, in strong reaction to von Balthasar's modern gendered Trinitarianism, that no such speculation is even possible except as a grammatical rule of a highly minimalist sort, or through Lynn Tonstad's more radical rejection on grounds of her new queer ideology of all and any negotiations of human difference rooted participatorily in the divine, and especially rejecting of any such approach that appeals in relation to gender to the practices of prayer, which are regarded by Tonstad quite reductively as a mere manifestation of a submissive and gendered false consciousness. But then, and next, and in stark contrast, we have the extraordinary panache of the new defenders of classic Thomistic Trinitarianism, most recently that of Thomas Joseph White, who vigorously defends ontological speculation about the Trinity, not primarily on the grounds of the original forging of the classic Cappadocian distinction of ousia and hypostases. Indeed, he has almost nothing to say about the First Council of Constantinople, for instance, because it does not exactly fit with his Western agenda about the supposedly original scriptural manifestation of the filioque. but more importantly, as a new rendition of the superiority of Aquinas' Trinitarianism in light of Thomas's own theory of analogy, which Thomas Joseph now applies in a really quite novel and normative fashion to the whole history of Trinitarian ontological speculation. On this fresh proposal, then, reflection on Trinitarian ontology goes wrong when it either veers into over-nescience about the persons, and a genealogical line here is ingeniously traced from Scotus in the medieval period to Barth and Rana in the modern, or it else goes wrong dialectically in the opposite direction, with an over-exuberant literalism and projection about the supposed relations and processions of the persons, quote, in continuity with human persons, a trajectory which White traces out of the Franciscan tradition of Bonaventure into the modern exemplars of Moltmann and von Balthasar. This is a very fascinating genealogy, and it's very suggestive and worth reflecting on. Now, quite how the exciting new propulsion now being worked out next in my list from the Radical Orthodoxy school on Trinitarian ontology fits into this somewhat paradoxical typology of my own is not yet entirely clear to me, except insofar that it is animated by a characteristically anti-modern ontological interest overall, as we might expect. Yet the recent publication in English of Klaus Hemerli's 1975 volume Towards a Trinitarian Ontology, with a commendatory introduction by Rowan Williams himself, suggests that precisely the modernistic, perhaps Schelling-esque, Balthasarian Trinitarian project, so suspiciously regarded by both the Yale School and by Thomas Joseph White for different reasons, is far from being marginalized in this radical orthodoxy context. Perhaps it's in the process of regeneration. Finally, when we review the continuing ecumenical efforts to respond to the bogged-down filioque dispute East and West, we note that the most recent and creative attempts in this area, I think of Tom Wynandy's ongoing work or the latest book of Giulio Maspero, have pushed towards new irenic solutions and formularies in connection with the Father-Son relation to the Spirit within the conciliar tradition, but have not, however, probed to this deeper level of what Williams has named the erotic complexification of that fundamental model. So now, after this rather breathless enunciation of contrapuntal movements in contemporary Anglo-American Trinitarian theology in mind, how are we to access and extend, in contrast, section 4 of your handout, the insights of Williams on what I have called his contemplative deflections of desire model of the Trinity? My proposal is that Williams's own model has the potential both to answer certain aporiae in the other models, but also to open up certain remaining and unfinished business for its own rendition. In particular, let me focus succinctly here once more on just 3 considerations, which may help to clarify the significance and coherence of the position that Williams seems to be proposing. First, it is perhaps surprising that Williams never expatiates explicitly on the origins of the idea of a desire ontology for the Trinity. But it seems important that this issue should be addressed head-on, not only because this language is, of course, not conciliar as such, but especially given the vehement resistance to such a supposed imposition on Trinitarian reflection, coming for quite different reasons, as we've just seen, from both the Yale School followers on the one hand, and from White's typological critique of what he calls the errant Franciscan Trinitarian tradition on the other. It's not hard, I think, to pinpoint here a crucial section in Studio Dionysius' Divine Names, section 4, which is foundational for this idea philosophically, and which both Palamas and John of the Cross would have been well familiar with. This famous Dionysian passage is not explicitly Trinitarian as such, you'll recall, but what it does do, almost as if anticipating the much later modern critique of someone like Anders Nygren against Eros to core, is to provide a fulsome justification for the application of the Platonic notion of Eros and its exitus redditus structure, by particular reference to the biblical theology of Paul. Paul, writes Dionysius here, was a great lover, and both in his famous mystical experience described in 2 Corinthians 12 and in his elliptical remark in 2 Corinthians 5:13, so dense in the Greek, that if I am out of myself, it is for God. He signals the appropriately ecstatic human response to an ecstatic erotic God, which goes on to animate the whole Dionysian ontology. What Dionysius does not mention here, however, in this context, but which Origen had already underscored memorably in his De Oratione, section 1, is that Paul's analysis of the distinctive spirit-led nature of Christian prayer, spelled out in Romans 8, which draws the prayer into the life of God, was also to become naturally aligned with the Platonic Dionysian ontology once that vision became more explicitly Trinitarian. I have myself traced some of the history of this incorporative prayer-based model, as I call it, for the Trinity, in my book, God's Sexuality and the Self. But as Rowan Williams himself points out in his exegesis of Palamas, in this Palamas article, the Romans 8 prayer model recurs repeatedly in the teachings of the Philokalia, and especially here in Palamas. And not coincidentally, this same Romans 8 passage, with its cognate in Galatians 4, is found very regularly in the writings of John of the Cross. In short, while the idea of a Trinitarian ontology of desire is clearly not an early creedal or conciliar trope, it is surely neither a false Platonic interpellation, nor a distortion of the biblical witness either. Rather, as Williams himself argues, it emerges in the contemplative context as an important counterpoint to the paternal filial fundament of conciliar Trinitarian thought, and moreover precisely disallows any remaining whiff of subordinationism in relation to the Spirit as third. In other words, we might see it as a kind of pressure and almost radicalization of the homoousion principle of the Trinity. One is not adding the Spirit as third, the Spirit, whether it's with or without a filioque. That will not work on this model intrinsically. I am not, however, quite so happy. In fact, I'm a little critical, secondly, of Williams, when he slips into the language of excess and of emptying in relation to the Trinitarian persons, as he expounds his deflections of desire model in these two articles. It is here that I think I am hearing echoes in his exposition, perhaps more of elements of Barth in Church Dogmatics 4, or perhaps especially Balthasar or Marion on gift, and perhaps some remaining overtones of Hegel as well, rather than the strict insistence of Dionysius himself, again in Divine Names 4, that in God, eros can, of course, signal no lack, no loss, no need. And surely it is the very point of the purgations of the dark night, St. John of the Cross, so beautifully expounded in Rowan's first article, that human erotic need is apophatically transformed precisely by the unchanging plenitude and perfection of divine eros, which precisely as known aliquid brings with it no limitation or excess. I'm particularly nervous when Rowan associates the language of excess specifically with the Holy Spirit, which seems to be in danger of undermining the homoousion principle too. Thirdly and lastly, however, let me clarify further in closing why Williams's deflections of desire model, perhaps when suitably a little further refined, seems so generative and important for contemporary Trinitarian theology. This is not, note, a proposal to replace or marginalize the traditional language and creedal statements of the first two ecumenical councils as such, although it has to be said that this model almost inexorably requires the gloss of the filioque or something very like it, because it is not for nothing that it is precisely in this contemplative context that the greatest evidence of Augustine's influence on Palamas is evident, as Flurkhaus has demonstrated of late. But what it does do is to refuse from the outset, primarily because of its unity of contemplative and theological tasks within this erotic conception, any covertly remaining suggestion that the Spirit is an ancillary of any sort to a more fundamental father-son relation. Of course, we should always have remembered that in the first place, but the question is whether something about the creedal and conciliar history of the tradition continues to re-echo with that thought. In Williams's own words, the nuptial here has to be seen and reflected on alongside the filial. Whether this model then also suggests, as I myself have proposed tentatively of late, that the very way we conceive of the Father as source and cause in the Trinity, to use the traditional language of the East, is something that has to be also reconceived creatively, such that in this case the source is also the receptor, is much more radical suggestion, but it's one that's raised by this model in my view, and that remains unfinished business. This would, of course, go well beyond the more radical solution of insisting on the filioque in the creed, but it would also not conjoin that debate by simply attempting to deal with either by erasing the filioque again or coming up with some ecumenical other semantic formula for glossing over the differences between East and West. That's the short version of my paper. About 30 years ago, because I never forget my conversations with Rowan, I recall a conversation with Rowan in which he said he was thinking of writing a big book about the Trinity. As far as I know, he's not done that yet, astonishingly. But particularly in the light of the questions that have arisen from just two of his most creative papers written in the last decade or so, I sincerely hope that he still might undertake it. Thank you for your attention. Sorry, I left my water. Would you like yours?
Yeah.
And there was silence in heaven for about half an hour. So says the Apocalypse of St. John, chapter 8, verse 1, when the Lamb breaks the seventh seal. The fact that this silence is temporary reminds us how speechful and noisy a place in praise of God the heaven of the book of Revelation normally is. It seems to me that this silence definitely bespeaks awe and anticipation of events yet to come. Today, however, I want to ask not about chapter 8, but about chapter 21 onwards. Will there be a role for silence in the new heaven and the new earth when there are no further events of salvation history to anticipate in awe? Sometimes the beatific vision is portrayed in a way that would allow for nothing other than silence on the part of the blessed. One theologian writes, "The beatific vision remains paralyzing, and no creature can act as a result of it. But if the saints cannot act, their vocal praise is no more than a metaphor for a Godward ecstasy. In fact, they could not make a cheerful noise to the Lord, do theology, write poetry, or anything else. Heaven would be enforced rest and no motion." It seems to me that this way of making sense of beatitude presupposes an unnecessarily competitive understanding of the relationship between knowledge and love of the Creator and knowledge and love of creation, where silence is merely the compelled absence of words. In contrast, the fathers of the church include praise among the corporate acts of the blessed, and the account of heaven given by Aquinas is more in tune with this perspective. St. Thomas says that glory does not destroy nature, but perfects it. It seems to me that if speech is properly characteristic of the rational animal, as St. Thomas says, then we can expect the blessed to go on speaking in some way that is non-competitive with the act of seeing God. According to St. Thomas, continuing sequences of perfected human acts are ordered to the single ongoing act of vision. On this view, we can expect that the saints will go on speaking, either to God or about God, or even go on talking about silence, and about silence about God. But we could wonder whether this enhanced speech will be so continuously in motion without break that there would be no place in it for silence. However, if we were to accept that silence is in some way a natural part of the flow of human speech, and not simply its opposite, or sinful, or a work that deals with imperfection only in this life, then we can expect silence and speech to form a unity of expression in heavenly life, comparable in some way to their interdependence here below now. This means we can make positive sense of heavenly silence, just as we make sense of heavenly speech in the lives of the blessed. This heavenly silence cannot include any such thing as the silencing of some by others in any oppressive way, which is part of the present experience of silence. And that will be because the vision of the supreme good perfects the saints, and so excludes any sinful action that contravenes that goodness. Though the vision of God does not paralyze human action in some non-competitive way, it does preclude wickedness. But since human nature is to be perfected, we should not suppose that silence is altogether excluded by the vision, but that silence is itself blessed, along with the perfecting of human speech in the praise of God and the communion and communication of the saints. Rowan counsels us not to treat God's essence as some especially inaccessible part of God, say in contrast to the persons, as though the persons were accessible and the essence not. I suggest, nevertheless, that a key example for us of heavenly silence lies in respect of God's essence. What I mean is this. It might be tempting to suppose that when we arrive in heaven, we will be able to say to one another, back on earth, no one was able to tell anyone else what God is, and we were compelled to remain silent about that. Now, however, we have reached our heavenly homeland, we can tell each other that God is as such and such and such, no longer remain silent about it, and so praise God more perfectly by naming precisely what he is. In fact, it seems to me that our silence in regard to what God is will in principle have a more comparable value in the next life to what it should have in this, just as our talk about God will in one way have a nearer role to what it should have now. St. Thomas speaks about the heavenly vision of God in various ways, as knowledge of supreme goodness, of the first truth, of divine justice, of the three divine persons, or whatever it might be, depending on the immediate theological context of whatever he was writing. But he speaks most often of vision of the divine essence, because the context of the natural desire for such knowledge of God, which transcends our natural powers to achieve, holds a central place in his theological anthropology. For St. Thomas, for us to want to know why there is a universe, the cause of which he says all call God, crucially includes wanting to know what this God is. And faith's knowledge of who God is, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, does not interrupt, but rather enhances that desire. He holds that this natural desire will be met when the saints see God face to face, just as he really is, as Scripture attests they will. Thus, what is fundamental to St. Thomas's anthropology is answered by something that is fundamental to his eschatology. To speak of the saints knowing what God is, as St. Thomas does, raises alarm bells, especially in case it is an exaggerated account of deification. St. Thomas is sometimes defended from this interpretation, and rightly so, I think, on the basis of his distinction between knowing what something is and comprehending it. To comprehend something is to know it as fully as it can be known. And St. Thomas thinks that God alone, by infinite divine knowledge, can comprehend his own being. Not even Christ, God incarnate, can comprehend the divine being in his human mind, even by way of beatific knowledge. And such comprehension is not what any finite human mind properly desires. But it seems to me that St. Thomas not only discerns a distinction between knowledge of what something is and comprehension of it, but in this particular context, he also distinguishes knowledge of what something is and expressing that knowledge in human speech, whether outwardly with the tongue or inwardly in the mind. For St. Thomas, to know what something is ordinarily to be able to express it in a formulation of a sorting kind. To know what something is to be able to put it in a class and say what distinguishes it from the other groups in the class. To know what a human being is to class it as an animal and say that it is distinguished from other animals by its characteristic rationality, which is of course expressed in speech. To know what something is to sort it in this way: see it, say it, sorted. For St. Thomas, someone who can't see a material creature and say it and sort it doesn't yet really know what it is, though they may be able to say plenty of true things about it. God, however, is unsortable, unclassable, because he is not another member of the universe and belongs in no class of beings. For St. Thomas, God will be seen in heaven, as Scripture teaches, but he will not thereby be sorted, because he is intrinsically unsortable, and so in the most significant way can never be said. The knowing of what God is thus very different from the knowing what something is that is natural to the human linguistic mind, and cannot be what we ordinarily mean by knowing and saying something's essence. While silence may thus be more appropriate in gesturing towards the divine essence than words, for the blessed in heaven as much as for us, since silence at least refrains from attempting to sort God linguistically as we would sort material creatures. I do not want to suggest that a finite act of silence, however positive and appropriate its role, can stand in as an adequate heavenly representation of what God is. no enthusiasm for negative theology can lead us to suppose that a finite act of silence can ever represent what God is adequately, as though silence simply substituted for an impossible adequate speaking of his essence. Rather, in the gift of the beatific vision to the saints, God makes the gift of himself as his own representation, when he gives himself to the saint as the light in which that same divine light is seen. This is one height of the non-competitive relationship between creator and creature, where God fittingly gifts himself to the human mind as a representative means of knowledge of himself that transcends natural human capacities. This involves in itself no new and boosted human language, which, as always finite, can never be the adequate representation of the infinite God, but rather involves a divine language, in which the Father eternally speaks what he is in the begetting of the Word, now gifted to rest and remain in the human mind. This divine language for what God is, the Word, is in no way adequately re-expressed in any other mode in the heavenly lives of the saints, either by their human utterance or by their silence. So purely in strictly human terms, the presence of the Word in the human mind is in itself silent, and so is crucially better betokened humanly by and for the saint with silence rather than in speech, by silence in the midst of speech and praise, by a silence which is not the negative result of an all-pervasive paralysis of speech, but a positive and fundamental aspect of heavenly worship. It is in this context that we can begin to discern the difference between speech and silence about God in this life and speech and silence about God in the next. After rejecting a heavenly silence as resulting from a paralyzing of action, I have been treating the life of heaven as more continuous with the life of earth in terms of both silence and speech. All the difference between heaven and earth is made, however, by the gift of the divine language of the Word in the minds of the saints. It seems to me that any theology of heaven needs to include both rest and motion, and that a paralyzing eschatology only manages the first of these, that is, rest, and somewhat poorly. Conversely, any eschatology would take real account of motion only if heaven were a bare continuation of our earthly pilgrimage, minus the obstacle of sin. It seems to me that we can take better account of both rest and motion by further considering St. Thomas's understanding of the relation between human action and our ultimate end. St. Thomas thinks that we always act humanly with respect to an end. Now, if we thought that this meant that we only ever act in order to attain an end, we would imply a paralyzing view of heaven. Once the ultimate end of seeing God is attained, we would no longer have then any possibility of action. But St. Thomas thinks that human actions can be related to their end in two ways, either by us acting to attain an end, or acting to communicate an end we have already attained. God acts in view of an end, St. Thomas says, by creating, but he does not act to attain some end he does not already have. but he acts out of an end he has always already attained, that is, his own goodness. When the blessed receive the gift of this goodness in heaven, they become more like God in a way, no longer acting so as to arrive at an end, but acting out of the perfection of an end they have now received. In respect of this end, they are at rest, but out of this rest there is further motion, because from this end they are able to act in ways suited to their heavenly homeland, spreading abroad the goodness of God in many finite ways. It seems to me that such a fundamental sharing in divine knowledge, in itself humanly silent, and best represented humanly but never adequately by silence before the Lord, places silence at the center of their heavenly life, where the speech of the saints emerges from this silence and the vision and returns to them, practiced not to attain any end, but proceeding from the gift of the end now fully received. As central to our heavenly destination, this fundamental role of eschatological silence may shape the significance of silence to our earthly pilgrimage now, so that silence is not only practiced as a prayerful asceticism by which grace prepares us to be received into heaven, but more profoundly by way of a genuine anticipation of what belongs to the life of heaven itself, which thereby assures us that earthly silence can never be deemed dispensable to our journey there. Thank you very much.
I'm going to begin by reading a paragraph that Martin has inserted to the top of his lecture this morning. Father Laird would like to express his sincere apologies to Rowan Williams and to all gathered at this conference in his honour. Due to illness, he is not able to travel as he'd hoped and is still too weak to send a video conference. He is grateful to the kind person who agreed to read this short paper, I'm afraid that's me, in his stead. So a deep and timely silence, the Jesus prayer, and the practice of theology in St. Diadochos of Photiki by Martin Laird. Poor little talkative Christianity. It seems easy enough to dismiss E.M. Forster's Mrs. Moore. Nonetheless, her indictment continues to hold in some singularly powerful critiques, not of Christianity tout court, but specifically of us theologians. The critiques I have in mind are those made by people who are deeply interested in God and who are also some of the great poets of our age, such as R.S. Thomas, Milosz, Zagajewski, Franz Wright, Annie Dillard, amongst others. In R.S. Thomas's Of Theologians, the Welshman writes, "The word as an idea crumbled by their dry minds in the long sentences of their chapters, gathering dust in their libraries, a sacrament that, if not soon swallowed, sticks in the throat." Running throughout Thomas's is a sustained interest and interrogation of God. However, Thomas, and I assume by this he means R.S. rather than the angelic doctor, Thomas would not like being called a theologian in the sense of a faculty theologian. In his short poem, I Apologize, Milosz speaks with the thinly veiled cynicism of his inability to take seriously theology's verbose din. I apologize, most reverend theologians, for at tone not befitting the purple of your robes. Catholic dogma is a few inches too high. We stand on our toes, and for a moment it seems to us that we see. If even grey-haired theologians concede that it is too much for them, close the book and invoke the inadequacy of the human tongue. Now to turn quickly to the person who interests us today, the 5th century bishop, St. Diadochos, who interests us. For he likewise saw the perils of theological verbosity that inevitably spreads confusion and fantasy. He likens it to the door of a steam bath that is continually left open. Thus the heat inside quickly escapes. To quote the saint, likewise, the soul, in its desire to say many things, dissipates its centeredness on God through the door of speech, even though everything it says may be good. Such a person thus pours out a welter of confused thoughts to anyone it meets, as it no longer has the Holy Spirit to keep their understanding free from fantasy. Ideas of value always shun verbosity. Timely silence, the saint continues, then, is precious, for it is nothing less than the mother of the wisest thoughts. In what follows, I would like to suggest that the practice of the Jesus prayer and the non-discursive communion with God it opens us up to occasions an epistemic transformation of awareness. The fruit of this epistemic transformation of awareness is spiritual discourse, illumined by the Holy Spirit, discourse that is not the fruit of much reading, but of a timely silence, just as we heard St. Diadochos put it. Throughout this paper, I will be using the translation of On Spiritual Knowledge, found in Volume 1 of the Philokalia. Who was St. Diadochos of Photiki, and why is he important? In fact, we don't have many details of his life. As Metropolitan Kallistos of happy memory tells us, the only established fact about his life is that he became bishop of Photiki in northern Greece. Diadochos succeeded to the see after the Council of Chalcedon. Christologically, he labored against the Monophysites. But according to Metropolitan Kallistos, Diadochos was above all a synthesizer of two principal theological influences on him, namely that of Evagrius and the spiritual homilies of Macarius, in what Metropolitan Kallistos calls a sort of reformed Messalianism. For our present purpose, Diadochos' outstanding contribution, according to Kallistos, and expressly against Irenei Jose, is that Diadochos provides us the first documented evidence of the Jesus prayer, used as a formula of invocation. Why does Kallistos make this claim, and Jose does not, when both are looking at the very same Greek text by Diadochos, which reads in the English translation in the Philokalia, and I quote, "For the complete fulfillment of its purpose, we should give the intellect nothing but the prayer, Lord Jesus." Metropolitan Kallistos notices something significant in the Greek wording that Jose fails to notice. Metropolitan Kallistos notices a particular phraseology in the Greek, a neuter article, followed by two vocatives, to Kyrie Jesu, and is therefore better translated as the O Lord Jesus. Thus, Kallistos concludes that if we take account of the way Diadochos employs the phrase, the O Lord Jesus, it is clear that Diadochos is referring to a particular prayer, to an invocation rather than a mere remembrance or calling to mind. This phrase, Lord Jesus, is to be repeated so as to bring stillness to the wandering, roving mind beset by crippling distractions. This is the essence of the Jesus prayer. But for Diadochos, the Jesus prayer is closely linked with the Holy Spirit. Let us listen more fully to Diadochos' teaching in chapter 59 of On Spiritual Knowledge in the English of the Philokalia. And I quote, "For the complete fulfillment of its purpose, we should give it," that is the intellect, "nothing but the prayer, Lord Jesus. No one, it is written, can say Lord Jesus except in the Holy Spirit. Let the intellect continually concentrate on these words within its inner shrine with such intensity that it is not turned aside to any mental images." End of quote. Furthermore, Diadochos claims that those who practice the Jesus prayer in the depths of their heart, some can see the light of the I'm sorry, there's a misprint here. that those who practice the Jesus prayer in the depths of their heart can see the light of the intellect. Diadochos teaches that concentrating on the holy name purifies us in such a way that the name Jesus implants in us a great love. This is the pearl of great price. In chapter 28, I suggest that Diadochos implies the practice of the Jesus prayer when he speaks of the work of the Holy Spirit. In my view, it is a case of res non verbum. Diadochos writes, "Only the Holy Spirit can purify the intellect. In every way, therefore, and especially through peace of soul, we must make ourselves a dwelling place for the Holy Spirit. Then we shall have a lamp of spiritual knowledge burning always within us." End of quote. Read in light of his teaching on the Jesus prayer, we see the same dynamic themes: the presence of the Holy Spirit, purification, illumination of some sort, and indwelling presence. Keeping these themes ever in mind, let us look at some significant texts in which Diadochos speaks of spiritual discourse, a phrase Diadochos is fond of using. But I need to be clear about the risk I'm taking as we consider what Diadochos claims to characterize spiritual knowledge and spiritual discourse. I'm suggesting that in light of the stated role of the Holy Spirit in spiritual discourse, such discourse is grounded as a contemplative practice, in this case, in the Jesus prayer. I say this because of what Diadochos has said about the Jesus prayer as a contemplative practice. It implies the presence of the Holy Spirit, makes us a dwelling place of the Holy Spirit in such a way that we have a lamp of spiritual knowledge within us. The characteristics of the Jesus prayer likewise characterize both spiritual knowledge and spiritual discourse about God. There are quite a number of texts to continue, but time permits us to only consider but a few representative items. First on spiritual knowledge, second on spiritual discourse. Like many authors gathered in the Philokalia, knowledge, or spiritual knowledge, has a specific meaning. One does well to consider the glossary in Volume 1, where we find Diadochos' work on spiritual knowledge. The translators, editors, have done a great favor by telling us the technical meaning of numerous words and phrases. Spiritual knowledge is used to translate the Greek gnosis. In Diadochos especially, it means non-discursive knowledge that characterizes nous as distinct, though not separate from, knowledge that is the fruit of reason, dianoia. As such, it is knowledge that is inspired by God and so linked with contemplation and immediate spiritual perception. For example, in chapter 9, Diadochos writes, "Wisdom and spiritual knowledge are both gifts of the same Holy Spirit. Such knowledge unites a person to God through experience, but does not move a person to express outwardly what they know. Spiritual knowledge comes through prayer, deep stillness, and complete detachment, while wisdom comes through humble meditation on Holy Scripture, and above all through grace given by God." End of quote. If indeed the Jesus prayer is diffuse in Diadochos' theology as a whole, we would not be stretching a point too much to suggest that the Jesus prayer facilitates spiritual knowledge, which, as we just heard, comes through prayer and deep stillness, the very soil in which the Jesus prayer is planted. In chapter 7, Diadochos speaks of spiritual discourse. Spiritual discourse comes from God through the energy of love. It is on account of this that the intellect continues undisturbed in its concentration on theology. It does not suffer then from emptiness, which produces a state of anxiety, since in its contemplation it is filled to the degree that the energy of love desires. For Diadochos, talk about the things of God does not result from bookish cleverness, but from the energy of love. Therefore, we can remain in an inner state of undisturbed concentration on theology. When Diadochos uses the word theology, he usually does not mean an academic discipline. To quote him, To be a theologian presupposes the attainment of stillness and dispassion, itself the concomitant of pure and undistracted prayer. Due to Diadochos' emphasis on undisturbed concentration and stillness in spiritual discourse, it is reasonable to suggest a grounding in a discipline of stillness, such as the Jesus Prayer. Finally, let us listen to chapter 11. Quote, "Spiritual discourse always keeps the soul free from inflated notions of itself. For spiritual discourse gives every part of the soul a sense of light, so that it no longer needs the praise of others. Spiritual discourse keeps the mind free from fantasy, transfusing it completely with the love of God." Diadochos goes on to say that we can know with certainty when we are in the proper state to speak about God if during the long hours when we are silent, we maintain a fervent remembrance of God in untroubled silence. Listen to the claims he makes about spiritual discourse. To speak of God requires remembrance of God in hours of silence. Remembrance does not mean recall, but a state of concentration in which the attention is centered on God. This is precisely what the Jesus Prayer draws us into. Spiritual discourse can give every part of the soul a sense of light because spiritual discourse is illumined by the Holy Spirit. The Jesus Prayer makes us a dwelling place of the Holy Spirit. In a longer version of this paper, Father Martin will examine how St. Diadochos' teaching on the Jesus Prayer is joined up with other important themes, such as his theological anthropology, especially the reintegration of the memory, the sacraments, and the building of Christian community. May we see in this short exploration of an obscure 5th century bishop of a see of little consequence, a theology that does not stick in the throat, as R.S. Thomas coughed it out, or a talkative theology built of the cliché that Milosz thinks is a few inches too high, making us all stand on our toes and thinking for a moment that we can see. Thank you. So firstly, I'd like to invite Rowan to respond.
Thank you for 3 wonderful, wonderful papers. Just to make a connection with this morning, it seemed to me that part of what Martin was arguing and also part of what Simon was hinting at was rather obviously the, what should we call it, the therapeutic understanding of silence. Saying many things dissipates the concentration of the soul, says Diadochos, and so it does. So the reminder that what cannot be said must constantly be brought back into awareness, brought back into recognition, so that the mind is kept from fantasy. That seemed to me to relate very much to what Graham Ward was also saying about how we recognize a theological question as a theological question, and how we can distort that into attempts at systematic closure and the like. So I think there's a thread running through here. But I'd like to pick up one or two things from Simon and then 1 or 2 things from Sarah, just to get discussion moving. Simon, I was very much helped by the way you set out the relation of silence to the notion of divine essence, because it seems to me one of the things that my research subject of years gone by, Vladimir Lossky, never gets quite right when he says that in Western Christianity, as it were, the essence of God is only accidentally inaccessible to reason. It'll be better one day. Whereas Easternism is more systematically apophatic. I think this is not true, and I think you've shown us why it's not true, for the plain reason that the divine essence is not, to put it very simply, that kind of object. It's not any kind of object, and therefore the silence we adopt towards the essence of God is intrinsic to doing that sort of thing. That's the kind of theological question it is. That's what makes it the theological question of all theological questions, and the most intractable and the most insoluble of them. And what you were saying, Simon, about how that doesn't mean silence represents the essence of God and other things represent other things we want to say about God, but that the flow of speech and silence, which we practice here, incorporating that recognition of the grammar of thinking about God in the way it does, that is a rhythm which we may expect as part of the intellectual good of the beatific vision. And that, again, I found an extremely helpful clarification of some of these issues. Speech as a perfection, but speech as a perfection, including the intermittent silences into which speech moves and out of which it moves. And for what it's worth, I think that's part of what I was driving at in The Edge of Words one way and another, in less technical and proficient terms. Sarah, so much there that I'd really like to argue through and reflect on at much greater length. I won't promise to write the book on the Trinity just yet, because I'm very much aware of all this silent stuff and getting it right. But the only thing I'd really take issue with in how you characterised what I was doing is I think that Marion plays almost no role in the background of this. While I might put up my hands and confess to Barth and Balthasar, and possibly even Hegel if my thumbs were screwed a bit further, I don't think I would to Marion. And when I'm talking about excess, it's not Marion's excess, I think, which I hope lets me off the hook very slightly with one or two of your well-placed challenges here. I have to confess, I remember still vividly writing both the paper on St. John and the paper on the Philokalia with a sense, especially in the latter case, of really being completely out of my depth. Recognizing that this eros language is there and not quite knowing what you do with it, because precisely you can't talk about God in terms of loss and lack and longing and all those things. And what eros is that is not lack is, I think, very much the fundamental question here. What is eros when it's not lacking? And I don't have an answer to that, really. I see that it's there. Sorry?
It's God when it's not there.
Yes, exactly. And so that really leaves one very much, I think, on a conceptual knife edge. And yet there's something going on here that I think is important, simply because, as some of the passages you cited try to spell out, what is going on in the generation of the Son by the Father, according to Palamas, is that the Son's utter, welcoming, unconditional receptivity to what is given is both the Son's perfect reflection of the Father and that which the Spirit, so to speak, gives to the Son, which makes the Son not just that reflection of the perfection of the Father. And so it goes on, moving those concepts around in circles, so to speak. So the excess, I think, comes in that sort of context. And that's where I'd like to do a bit more archaeology.
I think I missed this bit out, but what's so fascinating is that in a very early article of yours, you criticize Palamas in another context.
I do.
For, unfortunately, regathering the notion of an essence that lies behind the persons in his response to Balaam.
Yes.
And so we don't, as theologians, often have just one discourse of Trinity, and the context in which we're writing is crucial.
Absolutely.
And you can almost see Palamas struggling himself in his Philokalia text with, I must remember to say that the Father proceeds from the Spirit proceeds from the Father. Punkt. And yet he's actually saying something quite different. So this is very fascinating.
Absolutely. And I think that also relates a little bit to what I was trying to say in response to John this morning, which is that the language of divine essence or divine nature does work differently in different bits of the practicing landscape. And just finally, thank you for the clarification in terms of the roots of this in Dionysius's divine names. And Dionysus and Paul, I think, is exactly where I'd want to go to fill out that background a bit. But enough from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Simon, do you want to? No. I would only ask if Sarah is interested in using delight in addition to desire, or maybe instead of does delight, was that something that was behind your thinking, what you were concerned about with desire?
Yes, sorry, should I pick this one up?
Use this one.
Yeah,
I'll put this
I mean,
in.
that has the advantage, of course, of getting away a bit from the sensibility of lack in any language of eros. So yes, certainly. But I do think I still want to continue to defend Dionysius when he says, in the case of God, eros does not indicate lack. And I don't see why, by a process of apathetic thinking, we can't allow that to be the case. So
Yeah.
there is neither excess nor lack
Yes, I
in
think
God's delight.
even if you brought delight in, you would, for us, we really, I think, only understand delight as the fulfillment of the desire and
Exactly.
taking away of
Yeah.
the lack.
By the way, I loved, Simon, that you, in a way, presented a completely new gloss on the apocalypse remark, there was silence in heaven for half an hour. I shall never be able to hear that again without thinking of your learned paper about why that actually might be right.
And it's also for about half an hour.
Well, we have about 15 minutes, so the floor is open. Who would like to carry us on in this discussion? Just over here. Thank you.
So I've got two thoughts. Well, one thought about the two papers together. The question about whether we should be bound by assumptions that come from ancient philosophy that seem to me to be creeping in here sometimes. And I think, Sarah, you're resisting and saying that Dionysius is right to resist the oversimple account of eros that you get if you just take Diotimus' discourse straight as what we've got to think and must think for all time. And it does seem to me that it's really important to get beyond that and to think sometimes perhaps even Plato was getting beyond that and critiquing it, and that we don't need to be bound by thinking that's the only model that we could have for eros. And then also it doesn't seem to me that we should be bound by thinking that could only be for God, that there could be no such thing as a non-acquisitive sort of eros on the human scale. And it seemed to me that there was something similar to ask about Aquinas' notion that we can only know the essence of something by sorting it and then knowing the differentia, that the classification doesn't apply in the case of something that is unique, but why should we think that doesn't allow us to know it? That's problematic. It's problematic for anything that is not a subclass of something. And it would mean that we had a problem with knowing classes as such, or the top level of the classification system. And if that's a problem, then we have a problem about knowledge all the way down, it seems to me.
Well, Catherine, you yourself have written a very important and suggestive book apropos the first point. So I'm very grateful for that extra support. That's all I can say. Sorry.
In principle, I don't see why we should be bound by things in ancient philosophy, but often find they make a lot of sense to me. Yes, I just in case I wasn't entirely clear, if you want to talk about other ways of knowing the essence of something other than by classing them, in terms of, I'm very happy for people to have a go at that. What I didn't mean to say was that all our knowledge of something was really about knowing what it is and classing it, because I think all sorts of other things go on
in our knowledge of things, and that's real knowledge of things, without knowing the essence. I mean, I don't know the essence of electricity in that I couldn't tell you what the definition of electricity is, but I do know an awful lot about it. It powers my computer, for one thing, you know. So I have an awful lot of knowledge of things without that kind of classing. So I didn't, if I gave the impression that I meant to say this is all knowledge is, I didn't mean to say that. But in okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm happy for people to resist that, but I don't think the desire to know things in this way is going to go away. No, it's just it's not gonna stop people wanting to know that stuff.
Graham.
Thank you very, very much indeed. Just two quick words. One, we've mentioned the Philokalia a lot, and Rowan's been involved in editing an Anglican version of the Philokalia with Kenneth Stevenson and Geoffrey Rowell, and that's an extraordinary book, Love's Redeeming Work. The second thing is about adding the word joy to delight, to desire and delight. And Aquinas' concept of the bliss of God, that God really enjoys being God. And I think that's crucial in terms of theological anthropology as well, that we should enjoy being our particular being. And the absolution in the Book of Common Prayer, morning and evening prayer, ends with the wonderful phrase, till we come to his eternal joy. And that's one of my best definitions of heaven, God's eternal joy.
Maybe when I asked you about delight, I should have asked you about joy. I think for St. Thomas, joy is a particular kind of delight. It's the one that's proper to intellectual creatures. So maybe I asked you the wrong question.
I think the only thing I would say about the still remainingly suggestive superiority of the notion of desire that comes with these other problems is that it imports into the notion of the relations of the persons a kind of dynamism, which it is possible to lose if one simply focuses on Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and then tries to give some propositional account of what their relationships are. And that's very beautifully expressed in these two articles by Rowan. So I have no objection to glossing divine desire with these other two terms, not at all. But if I substituted them, I'm not sure that I would get some of the point of my paper would perhaps fall away, because it is this creative intersection of the language of desire with the language of paternal and filial that I find peculiarly generative for a possible new kind of solution to our filioque stucknesses.
Just over here.
Thank you, Simon. I really like how you speak about creatures as creatures in heaven, not simply dissipating into something else, and therefore having those reflections on a place of silence. I wonder if you would want to relate that to creation here and now, because it seems to me that maybe creation is something also that we cannot easily sort, because we don't really know what it is. It itself is awaiting and groaning for its redemption. Is there a sense in which creation and the wordlessness of its voicing of praise, or the silence of creation, has a place in heaven?
Oh yeah, that's a really great question. I suppose the way these things are expressed in Romans, I don't think they would in that straightforward kind of way, because those things that groaning is precisely looking forward to the revelation of something that has then been revealed. So I don't think it would be it would be the same thing for talking about the ascetic practice of silence in this life. I do not think that it would make sense to think of there being that kind of work of silence there. But I'd have to think about, what there is, but I certainly wouldn't be thinking of it as precisely that. But it's a great question, and I'd have to give some time to think about it.
Just on this side here.
Yes, I've got a question for Sarah. You were very careful to say that you weren't arguing that one needs to keep the filioque, but at the same time you said that you felt that something in a gloss in this direction was needed. And you were also quite distancing from, I think what you said were attempts to solve or to gloss over the difference between Eastern and Western perspectives. And right at the very top of the second page, you put solving in inverted commas. And so my question is, do you see then that in our discussion about the Holy Spirit in particular, we then cannot escape these categories of Eastern and Western Christianity? Or do you see there's a way of moving in a way that isn't simply a semantic way to gloss over difference?
Thank you. A huge question, and I didn't solve this in this paper, obviously. But my instincts here are that if we get bogged down in a choice between erasing the filioque out of the creed again, for the perfectly good reason that it was not put in properly according to the dictates of an ecumenical council, or, as, say, Thomas Joseph White is doing now, just insisting that there's always been a filioque, it's right there in the New Testament, there's no problem, and in another odd way, just erasing the history of Eastern Christianity. That's one of the extraordinary feats of his book, actually. That's a false choice for me. I find the recent work of Giulio Maspero very helpful in a patient and careful way to try and think about a kind of implicit defense of the filioque already in the Cappadocians, but without attempting to change the causal language. But our problem here is that once we had Photius in the 9th century, we were in big trouble, it seems to me. Because once it was asserted that, which needn't have been asserted, there were plenty of filioques in the East before and since, as we now see in Gregory Palamas, that the Spirit proceeds from the Father alone, then unless there's some backtracking on that, we're stuck along these kind of normal ecumenical routes. And thus, what I'm trying to suggest is there, in this contemplative tradition, something that shifts this by introducing the language of desire into the picture? That's my suggestion. And I think there is. Rowan sounds as though he's backing off it, but maybe he won't. And I think it's because it cuts across East and West and isn't bogged down in our contemporary choices. I think it's potentially extremely creative. Not that we should change the traditional languages, but I think we should begin to understand each other more deeply through some of these texts. Does that help?
Sorry. Do you want to yeah. For me, the filioque is not a problem in itself, but it is a problem for me because of church unity, and for that reason. I'd encourage you to go with this, sir, but I have to say I'm a little sceptical as to whether it's going to go anywhere. But I think you should do it, because I think this is what we do in theology a lot. You know, we give something a go and we see where it goes. Myself, I think that there is already a fair bit on the table to be able to help towards healing this division. I'm not sure that we actually need any more to be able to do it in terms of intellectual, theological tools, but more is required, I think, for us actually to make their agreement a reality. So I very much would encourage you to look for more, but I think maybe we have an awful lot already that we could do more with.
I wonder if Isidorus would like to say anything on this point, since he's recently been engaged in Rome.
My intuitive feeling is as Father Simon expressed also my views, too much on the table, and I would prefer others to talk on other things.
Okay.
But if you're willing to give it a try, I'm very comfortable with it.
Oh, well, I wonder if I can just... Have we got somebody at the...
We have an online question, if there's time.
Excellent.
So the question from Vincent, what can the speakers say about the limitations imposed by language on theological discourse? Very general, big question.
What can we say about limitations imposed by language on theological discourse? Sarah, do you want to kick us off?
Well, obviously our discourses all come out of particular context. This point was made importantly this morning. And to the extent that we're constrained by the history of our discourses, then there are particular moments when arguably we need to shift the discourses. And I think it is the experience both of the contemplative and the poet that such shifts can and do occur, partly through the practices of silence. So that's to state the obvious, but that's the start.
I suppose I will point out that I think I've been saying that some of the limitations of theological discourse will continue in heaven if the saints not only have the vision of God, but at the same time that enhances their natural capacity for speech, then they will be able to make theological statements and to pray by naming God in a way that praises Him. I think these things will happen, and then that will continue some of the limitations in those forms of speech precisely because they are limited and cannot express God adequately, and that this will continue in heaven, though in the context of seeing God through God, rather than simply expressing God through limited human concepts. I think both can happen, and in some ways, we may continue to have precisely some of the limitations we have now, whereas we may want to express something about divine providence and human freedom, and it may be just as difficult to do that in heaven, even with the beatific vision, as it is difficult to do that now, perhaps. Those limitations will continue. And yet I think the saints will be able to deal with the difficulty of language without difficulty. I say that as someone who doesn't really like paradox, but I have a feeling that maybe in heaven I'll be a lot happier with paradox than I am now.
Well, a hint of one equal music is possibly the right place to end for this one. We're almost bang on 3:30. So it just remains for me to thank, on your behalf as well as my own, Sarah and Simon and Martin, to whom we send our especial best wishes this afternoon. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. You did that beautifully.
Thank you
But you're very good at this.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome back from the break. My name is Andrew Bowyer and I am the Dean of Chapel at Magdalene College in Oxford. The forthcoming session will be focused on political and moral theology, areas of thought to which Rowan has made significant interventions over the decades in the academy, the church, the legislature, and in popular media. To my mind, Rowan has articulated a searching, serious moral realism, attentive to concrete suffering, inevitable tragic compromise, while also exploring the social and political implications of resurrection hope. And inspired, I think, by the tradition of British Christian socialism, he has helped us navigate between atomizing liberalism and communitarian withdrawal. Our distinguished speakers in this session include Ragnar Mr. Bergman from the Norwegian School of Theology, Religion and Society, Oliver O'Donovan, of the University of Edinburgh, a generationally significant interpreter of St. Augustine, and Andrew Shanks, the author of numerous works of philosophical theology and latterly canon theologian at Manchester Cathedral. So all of our speakers have and continue to make original contributions to this field, and I'm sure this will be evident in what we are about to hear. So thank you.
Thank you for being allowed this opportunity to celebrate Rowan's work and career. If you wonder what it feels like to have a supervision with Rowan, it's about like this. So you stand up or you sit down in front of him, and then you babble for 20 minutes, you have a monologue, and then you have this suffering of an ensuing silence before he goes, perhaps what you really said was, and then you always go, yes, that's really what I was trying to formulate here. So, I'm back. Today I'm going to speak about the authority of Christ. North Atlantic cultures have been suffering crisis of authority for so long that we really struggle to remember what it would be to live like without them. To speak of religious authority today, especially if you speak of religious authority today, is to be charged with promoting domination veiled as authoritative truth. Authority is a cultural, social, and political issue, yet it also presents formidable difficulties to the modern theologian. And the issue is, I suppose, not made easier if you become the Archbishop of Canterbury as well. But what is the problem with authority? So one place to start, and you have to go somewhere, is with Hannah Arendt's classic essay on the topic, written in the mid-50s. And according to Arendt, authority is submission to some given power, grounded in a source unavailable to those who are subject to that authority, and irreducible to those who wield that authority. Authority, if it exists, inhabits this difficult space between coercion on the one hand and persuasion on the other, so that if you are able to be persuaded of the claim to power, then it's not really authority, because then it's a form of autonomy. And if you have to be coerced, then you really don't have any, well, the forcing question really doesn't have any authority. Now, Arendt's argument is long-winded, and I'm not going to go into any detail here. She's got a striking but also disputable reading of Greek philosophy and the construction of authority in Plato and Aristotle, where the basic argument is that Greek philosophy imported private domination, models of private domination from education or from nature into the public. and with Hannah Arendt's philosophy of the public. That's basically the problematic move there. But more importantly, Arendt claims that true political authority, which once existed but really doesn't exist any longer, arose with the Roman Empire. With the Roman idea of authority, authority is thought of as something based on the eternal foundation of the city. And with the decline of the Roman Empire, the church, she claims, preserved that sense of authority while being transformed by that very authority. So what she calls the Roman trinity of authority, tradition, and religion is what she's having in mind. And in the moment where Christianity became Roman, it also became religion in the sense of being bound to this eternal foundation. So in this sort of story of decline, the crucial moment after that is the decline of, or the breakdown of Christendom. And after that, we really have no real experience of authority, at least in the long run. We have no common, undisputable experiences that would ground a sense of authority. And for Arendt, that loss is so fundamental that we almost can't conceive what authority really was originally. So I'm not alone in perhaps suspecting that some of Arendt's arguments and some of the dualisms she introduces might be her own, and that we might want to challenge them. And I also think this theory that authority was really based on importing private experiences into the public perhaps prevented her from developing a theory of authority that can make sense of the big crisis of authority in the ensuing decades after the 1950s, where you need to look at relations, social relations, cultural relations, etc. Now, Rowan Williams' work is set within that later context and registers the fragmentation of authority in post-war Europe that had deep political consequences until our day. Now, what I want to do in this paper is to draw out and reflect on some of Rowan's thinking on Christ's authority. For throughout his writing, we find an account of authority that is at odds with Arendt's account, I claim. So basically what I'm going to do is, it's a bit what Rowan does sometimes, to read an author, to draw out some insights, highlight perhaps some issues along the way, and discover some tantalizing claims that perhaps the author didn't say, but or perhaps he did. Now, if you look at some important work that Rowan's written, at first sight, they strike quite a conservative pose. So just to mention one example, his book, Lost Icons, Essays on Cultural Bereavement, presents a somber reflection on the loss of culturally authoritative points of orientation. Now, theologically speaking, authority is more than just a cultural issue. It also points to and speaks of Christ. Yet Rowan's most sustained discussion of Christology, his Halcyon lectures, might also at first sight seem to confirm some of Arendt's arguments. A mischievous, though not entirely unserious, summary of the Halcyon lecture is that Christ's authority is patriarchal. Or as Rowan puts it, it is grounded in the Son's filial relationship with the Father. Christ's divine authority stems from being, quote, absolutely, uninterruptedly, consciously, and thankfully dependent on the self-gift of the Father. To speak of the church as the body of Christ is to say that Christ made it possible for other human beings to enter into the Son's filial relationship with the Father, thus becoming children of God. Now, I'm just putting this in a mischievous manner, of course, but I want to stress this structure. And we can also raise the question of the relative absence of the Spirit in this account as something perhaps contributing to that first impression. Now, of course, at the same time, there's a strongly kenotic tone in Rowan's reflections on authority. Radical forms of kenotic theology would claim that Christ is the very renunciation of authority. The cross,
represents the death of the big other who exists solely to legitimate human ambition. Nevertheless, Rowan insists that kenosis is not a term for how the incarnation happens, a sort of self-emptying necessary for the divine being to become human, but a term for its very shape, what the incarnation looks like. It does not refer to the absolute refusal of authority, but to the self-dispossessing form that Christ's absolute authority takes. This claim is key to Rowan's theology of authority, I suggest, but also its most difficult aspect. Now, one way to unpack that claim is, and I want to do it this way, and that's by looking at his discussion of Dietrich Bonhoeffer in his Halcyon lecture. Bonhoeffer, who, of course, according to some reason, is sort of the Senate of modern kenotic Christology. In Bonhoeffer's own Christology lectures, he asks on what ground we may accept Christ's authority without referring to some putatively unknowable transcendent source. His answer, drawing on Kierkegaard and Barth, is that Christ is self-authenticating. In revelation, subject and object are one, so that the condition for receiving revelation is given by the one who is revealed. Christ is not, therefore, a fact that we might or might not accept, nor does his authority depend on a deduction of transcendental conditions or transcendent verities. Thus, Bonhoeffer claims that if we approach Christ by asking how God became man, we reveal our desire to ground Christ's authority in ourselves. It is a gesture of modern individualism, but also of all authoritarianism, Bonhoeffer claims, since grasping how is the very first step towards claiming authority over others. By contrast, the true religious question is who Christ is. I'm always already called by Christ, and thus in a relationship where response, not speculation, is most appropriate. Christ is wholly pro nobis for us. Nothing can be said about Christ outside of his salvific act for us. If Christ is wholly for me or for us, however, then his authority seems to depend on my recognition of him as fitting my needs, which would undermine the very idea of authority again. And yet, as Rowan suggests, or points out, Bonhoeffer suggests the opposite conclusion. Christ is the enemy of what he calls my human logos. The experience of Christ's authority is severe. It begins with, we could say, tentatio, Anfechtung, spiritual attack. Because I can only receive Christ by dying to myself. Yet if that is true, another question arises. If death to self is a requisite for accepting Christ's authority, how do we avoid legitimating all sorts of spiritual and political abuse? Here we must return to the claim that kenosis, self-emptying, or being for the other, is the very shape of Christ's authority. With that claim, we must really ask, though, what dynamics of freedom and dependence are really at play in such a notion of authority? Since Bonhoeffer was a Lutheran of some sort, and that's a tricky issue, theologically speaking, we might look to the Lutheran notion of the freedom of the Christian insofar as it is derivative of an idea about the freedom of Christ. Because the Son has received everything from the Father, he is free to give his life for the world, free from having to defend himself against the dependencies of creaturely life, a theme so important in Rowan's theology. So far from being the freedom of a sovereign will validated by a transcendent source, Christ's freedom consists in self-dispossession. And because he fully embodies the divine act, he did not need to give up authority of a transcendent source. His self-giving just is the authoritative divine act. To accept Christ's authority, then, is to partake in that authority whose shape is freedom, and therefore, Bonhoeffer suggests, responsibility, another theme Rowan tries to draw out and spell out. Bonhoeffer's notions of responsibility as developed in his ethics implies that acknowledging the authority of Christ begins with accepting the authority of my neighbor, understanding that I have a responsibility for sharing her burdens and risks. It requires the death of the illusion of standing outside the infinitely complex web of relationships within which I am entangled. Now, accepting this responsibility might seem to burden me with an infinite chain of debt and submission. But the premise of Christological authority is that the burden has already been carried for me. So on the one hand, I must accept the authority of my neighbor. On the other hand, I'm only able to suffer that authority because I've been authorized by Christ. I've been given everything so that I'm set free to participate in a life that has nothing to defend. Bonhoeffer's priority of the how over the who reflects some of his Lutheran and personalist suspicion of metaphysics. However, without any answer to the how, we are left with few resources for making sense of the relationship between the authority of Christ and its Trinitarian context on the one hand, and the relationship between that authority and the conditions of human actions of authorizing in general on the other. Rowan rightly notes the absence of such an ontological account in Bonhoeffer. Like John, though, I'm not completely convinced by Rowan's otherwise excellent reading of Bonhoeffer. There are still unresolved issues to his kenoticism, I believe, and I think they are in part related to the absence of such an ontological account. There are things to draw out there. Now, in Rowan's reading of Bonhoeffer, he draws out, and that's perhaps one of the crucial points, he draws out the non-competitive nature of Bonhoeffer's ecclesiology. The Church's refusal of worldly authority follows from its belief that it has no territory to defend in the world. The Church exists not to preserve a privileged sacred space, but to show the world as it is judged and reconciled in Christ. Or as Herbert McCabe once put it, to show the world to itself. Yet, with no account of how the Church makes sense of itself, how it preserves its coherence, its existence as a body, we risk reducing ecclesiology to a thin transcendentalism. Bonhoeffer's notion of mandates represents an attempt to sketch out some of that account, but it leaves more than a few questions unanswered, I believe. One of them is about the role of subjection. Rowan's summary of the Church's mandate as being a body that carries the interest of no specific human group does not really provide a full answer as much as it aggravates the issue. Whose interests is it really at play? After all, while peace is a state of non-competition, so too is domination. This is, of course, the paradox or the ambivalence of an authority whose very form is non-competitive. Yet this paradox is the reason why we need some account of the relationship between Christ's authority and ordinary processes of authorizing. That account might, perhaps, if we start with Bonhoeffer, begin with the logic of authority that Bonhoeffer was developing. If my authority can only be gained by giving that authority away and recognizing the authority of the other, that is, if I see that my authority is based on responsibility, then there's a kind of infinite regress at play, an unrestricted web of complicity. There is, in other words, a pull towards an unrestricted communion of beings. And what is metaphysics if not an account of that? The implication of some of these reflections, at least as they come out in Rowan's work, is that the authority of Christ stems as much from the future as from the past. Christ did not sanction a particular social arrangement as correct, but offered a life of shared opportunity and struggle oriented towards the end of all things. We might understand Rowan's concern with the prevalence of loss in the human condition in light of this orientation. An authority grounded in a shared life oriented towards the future does not depend on a perfect transmission of untarnished truth, resource, or power. That is not what Christian tradition is really about. How then, drawing on some of Rowan's theology, could one spell out the conditions of authority understood as the freedom and responsibility of a shared life in Christ? The obvious theological answer would be revelation, as Bonhoeffer also mentions. However, as Rowan argues in his essay on Trinity and Revelation, an older essay, if one speaks of authorization as a top-down revelation of otherworldly truth, one loses sight of how authorized speech and thought are learned. In fact, this tendency to seek an unchallengeable authority, Rowan notes, has been present across the spectrum in modern theology. It is, in fact, the model of authority that Arendt operates with when she speaks of authority as grounded in unchallengeable experiences. To avoid such an appeal to a once and for all donation of authority, we must think of faith as a living historical project, and thus of authority as something to do with learning about the struggles, mistakes, and discoveries by which the Church has learned its vocabulary. Authority, then, is tangible only as a project, as a process of learning enmeshed in the dialectical processes of history. Thus, in a slightly, and here again, Hegelian twist on the claim that the subject and object of revelation are identical, Rowan claims that revelation includes both the generative event of revelation, but also the hermeneutical movement of the spiral which interprets that revelation. And if the spiral is infinite, Christ's authority can only have sway if it is continually shown to be fitting and extending to any human circumstance. But we know, of course, that such projects are more often than not, frustrated, and that the Church's attempt to speak of what it means to live in Christ loses its generative and creative potential. And if the Church seeks to reassert its authority in that moment, it discloses that it really didn't have any. So what would it mean to successfully move beyond such an impasse? In a Hegelian dialectic, there is no account of what an authoritative next move would look like. The future is utterly contingent, and authority can only be reconstructed retrospectively. For a Christological authority oriented towards the future, we need to say more than that. Now, one way that Rowan seeks to sort of deal with that issue, I think, is when he writes of revelatory or authorizing moments as an opening of possible worlds. And he moves into the aesthetic realm here. As the Church partakes in the transmission of Christ's authority, an indicator of that authority is those generative moments in which faith in Christ is shown to open rather than close down our visions of self, community, and world. In this sense, authority is of a poetic nature. And furthermore, since this poetic act may reveal to us capacities for life that were hitherto unavailable, it challenges any reduction of authority to autonomy. Nevertheless, while opening possibilities can be revelatory, this turn to the poetic cannot really supply an account of authority without at least some notion of fitness. Otherwise, poetic discourse is tantamount to heteronomy, since there is no way for me to acknowledge why precisely this way of moving forward is better than any other. And it is this striving for a theological and metaphysical account of fitness that one can see Rowan working towards in works such as Grace and Necessity or The Edge of Words. The notion of fitness requires the past not as a formal scheme to authorize every next step. Instead, in a poetic act, a necessity of some kind is disclosed as much as it is inherited. There is a non-formal necessary fit which somehow imposes itself. And I'm going to approach the end, but may I just remind you that building authority on an aesthetical account is hugely controversial, especially in the 20th century. It's been charged with being a crypto-fascist move, like from Schiller to Mussolini. And I don't agree with that charge, for without the aesthetic, we would have nothing to say about what we could mean with accountable representation, for example. Still, I think it's worth keeping in mind. Drawing to a close, Rowan's account of Christ's authority gives us another reading of Western history. It shows that Christological authority is governed not by a purely Roman, as Arendt would have it, a Roman logic of a foundation. If anything, I would suggest that what is lacking is actually some more detail about the place of subjection in that authority. Another way of saying it is that the emphasis on the non-competitive nature of authority leaves us with an issue of concrete, finite interests, as well as who is the concrete authorizing the subject, or to raise the specter of Schmidt, who decides. Finally, one last question. While Arendt pointed to the loss of unquestionable experiences as the reason for the disappearance of authority, the account of Christ's authority sketched above, I think, helps us answer some of that charge. For it entails that Christ's authority does not depend on the perfect transmission of such experiences. Even so, there's still an assumption of socio-cultural coherence, of some shared, if disputed, practices of interpretation and innovation at play in Rowan's theology. These assumptions are surely needed, yet I suspect our current crisis of authority presses upon us another set of questions. Our current crisis is perhaps not so much manifested by the boomer generation or the new atheists, as by young European Muslims practically swiping left or right on imams on their iPhones. There's a new fragmentation of authority at play, sustained by hyper-individualistic culture mediated by communication technologies that fragment even more of the locations where authorizing practice may take place. We could perhaps spell out the issue in terms of the unconditional responsibility of Bonhoeffer. Rowan stresses that responsibility does not mean that we are at any moment literally answerable for the well-being of an entire human community, but that we are to stand in the place where the other lives. Today, however, it seems that the loss of place in exchange for virtual space for a lot of our discourse throws us back to an oscillation between being guilty of everyone and everything and rejecting any instance of responsibility we may face, and thus the responsibility of authority. This condition, I submit, introduces new questions about what it means to be authorized, what it means to be free and responsible in Christ. Thank you.
I want to return to the terrain turned up for us so entertainingly this morning by John Milbank and raise some similar questions from a slightly different angle. Christ, the heart of creation, contains a striking theorem of divine and human action. Divine action must be strictly coincident with uninterrupted finite action. Let's call that the coincidence theorem. Divine agency is not among historical agencies, it is recognized through his creaturely agency. In my paper, I am aiming to defend this theorem as far as a moralist may presume to do so, or even to understand it, but I do wish to question the location that Rowan Williams assigns it. It is said to constitute a link between Christology and creation. Classical incarnationism with its two persons, offers a grammar of createdness. And my question is whether this makes the general activity of God in the world disappear, leaving no space for what the tradition has called cooperative grace. Now, the demand of compression forces me to ignore the way Rowan develops this theorem through engagement with three major 20th century texts from Farrer, Shavara, and Wittgenstein, and that's very regrettable because the way Rowan reads, ventriloquism, we heard it described as this morning by Graham Ward, creative reading, let us say, imaginative reading, serves to describe the spiritual program within which this coincidence theorem is embedded for him. Difference governs our relation to God, but we may conceive that difference by systematic negation of concrete descriptive categories. But this has to be applied also to divine action. In responding to John this morning, Rowan used the term God's suffusion throughout creation. Now, how, I want to know, is an action suffusive? Talk of action ought to involve us especially in narration, and narration belongs with finite events. To act at all is to perform in some way within bounds of space and time. The theorem prohibits us from including divine action in any series. Let us say it prohibits co-numeration. It is not one in a list of active forces in the world. It's not a supplement to another agent's action. It's not in competition with another agent's action. And of course, 20th century theology is replete with warnings of this kind against category mistakes, which would offend the transcendence of God. God is not an instance of category C. That is the form that it universally is presented as. But how widely does category C extend? Is this warning true for all values of C whatever? Or is it only true for certain categories? Objects, yes. Things, yes. Items, yes. But may we rank God among beings, or among lovers, or among speakers, or indeed among agents? And are these category mistakes we may make about God different from similar sounding category mistakes we may make about things that are not God? Ever since Aristotle, we've known that proximity is not a quality, yellow is not an object, and so on and so on. And ever since Max Scheler, we have known that values are not things and that persons are not things either, but bear value, rather in the way that things may. Now, persons are important for this discussion, I think. The late Robert Spemann saw them as non-substitutable, non-aggregable individual entities with infinite depth, necessarily agents, necessarily in community, not co-numerable with things, but not co-numerable with each other either. To identify those attending a conference, for example, only proper names will do. Aggregate numbers may suffice for catering purposes, but won't be much use otherwise. Now, this is a train of thought that is usually congenial to Rowan Williams, who elsewhere has admired it in Vladimir Lossky, but it makes a poor showing, I think, in Christ the Heart of Creation, where personal is never used of the human agent. This category might presumably provide one series in which divine and human members could be co-numerated. God, of course, is not just another person, but then nobody is just another person. That's the point of being a person. If creator and creature both perform personal actions, and their actions may coincide, which must mean surely intentionally coincide, is there not a field of personal agency shared by divine and human agents, perhaps coextensive with what we call history? Now, the point of prohibiting co-numeration is clear. It reinforces a distinction that is very important to the idea of personal agency. The distinction between cooperation and mastery or substitution. Human agency involves a sequence of mental and physical operations. Someone who acts has got to do various things, got to imagine, recognize, discern, interpret, anticipate, deliberate, judge, decide, and perform. And all these must be preserved in their proper order if there is to be action. So here the point made historically against Apollinarian Christology has a more general application. Divine action does not substitute for human operations at any point. Cooperative grace belongs with God's potentia ordinata, preserving the gifts of agency he has conferred. There are many things God could do which in cooperative grace he declines to do. But Rowan Williams wants to say something stronger than that, and to found the distinction of cooperation from mastery on negations implied in describing the divine being itself. And that affects his description of creaturely action, and does so, to my mind, in a troubling way. Creaturely action is described as a world of finite causes complete in its own terms. A coherent, intelligible system of finite causes and interactions. Divine agency does not fill a gap in a finite causal chain. There is no reduction to universal causal activation. Divine action, then, is restricted to preserving the conditions of creaturely action as a system. And we must surely be struck, without taking fright too quickly at words like system, that the descriptions of creaturely action brought forward here are strikingly impersonal ones. Human action involves operations that are intelligible on their own terms. We've just given a list of typical ones. If we like, we can describe that list as a system. But that's because they're natural phenomena. If we wish to describe action as an operational system, then we shall, of course, exclude extra-systemic influences, not because there are no extra-systemic influences, but because the descriptive project calls for them to be excluded methodologically. If, on the other hand, we wish to describe persons acting, we must locate them in an open field of mutual interaction and influence, because only so can they act personally. Personal agents exist, as is said, outside the operational systems by which they act. They reflect on their own and others' act. They react to one another. They repent and are converted, but all without departing from finitude. These are all things that are done in certain times and spaces. Now, in the Christology book, the mechanistic picture of action on the whole, it seems to me, dominates. But there is a corrective train of thought. Rowan can balance the perplexing thesis that Christology crystallizes the general language of metaphysics with the claim, which I find much easier, that it generates a fuller grasp of the grammar of createdness. And in his book on Augustine, he expounds the coincidence theorem specifically in relation to creation. And the difference is important. A general language of metaphysics, after all, knows nothing at all about creation. But metaphysics may perhaps also have some special languages, schooled to or by theology, and once taught that God's relation to the world cannot be described solely in terms of first and secondary causes, metaphysics may allow the word creation as describing a kind of act, and acts are conceived in terms of time. In his exposition of Farah, Rowan puts in play two pairs of opposed terms, eternal and temporal, and infinite and finite. If we admit, as Farah does admit, that these two pairs are not synonyms, we then raise the question of the infinite in time. Does the Creator's act proceed into time so that creation can be spoken of as a beginning? Or is it an extratemporal act uniformly presupposed by each and every temporal moment? Classical deism we can consider as a thought experiment exploring the latter extremely tidy option, putting the act of creation outside time. By collapsing these two oppositions into one, all that is finite becomes temporal, all that is infinite, eternal. Infinite agency performs eternal acts, finite agency performs temporal acts. The two fields of action can never be imagined as convergent or coincident. The acts of an eternal agent are therefore limited to one, or at the most two, to create this universe of finite and temporal events, and perhaps to decreate it. Sub specie aeternitatis, it might even seem that creation and decreation are indistinguishable. The historical religions, on the other hand, in speaking of providence, insisted on a temporal dimension to the creative act, an infinite presence actively present in time, shaping finite events to created ends. Providence was a doctrine of history, of events as the theatre of divine purposes. It engaged with a meaning in time that cannot be known as natural truths are known by the consistent and constant regularities that govern them. It can only be understood as a narratable sequence of events. Now, my interpretation of Rowan Williams is that the coincidence theorem may and should be placed firmly within the framework of the doctrine of providence. We will see in a moment to what extent he's prepared to agree with me. It's an attempt to depict divine action within the conditions of historical event and narrative. And in that connection, I read him speaking of divine agency, unbrokenly generating possibilities for every other conceivable agent. Communion with God's infinite action, he will add, is an enhancement of human intelligence and love, suggesting a human understanding and sympathy with the divine purpose. To which I only want to add that such an understanding must imply the capacity to narrate divine action. And here we face the most important feature of a narrative grasp of time, namely that it's broken backed. The past is narratable, the future is not. Whether God could narrate the future as we narrate the past is a question surely meriting some of Simon Gaines's reticent silence. For us, at any rate, the future is simply a range of possibilities, incompatible possibilities, hopeful or terrifying. Terror is generated by those that offer us no way to live, and if in our terror we pray, what we seek in prayer is a resolution of the incompatibilities, that God will either grant us life or grant us death. Later, we shall have to narrate the crisis we've just experienced, and there's often to hand a convenient and economical narrative in terms of natural causes. The antibiotics worked, or whatever. And at that point, the coincidence theorem steps in to warn us A self-contained narrative of natural causes cannot be a narrative of the event we have actually lived through. It has suppressed the elements of greatest significance at the time, the terror and the prayer. But the tradition speaks of cooperative grace, a term which, in this connection, points to the creative act as good. At the heart of the whole of this sphere of discussion, I suspect, lies the question of the distinction between and the possible unity of the two transcendental categories of metaphysics, being and the good. Though, as a moralist, I feel I can say nothing safely about metaphysics at all, I would like to suggest that in metaphysics, economy is usually false economy. Grace implies the conferral of a good that is not immediately evident in the concurrence or coincidence of beings. Divine human concurrence may take many forms, may include the frustration of human purposes by divine judgment. But cooperation identifies two agencies with a single good as their common objective. For us human agents, cooperation is as absolutely inseparable from action itself. It goes back to our earliest childhood awareness of dependence, our parents putting food into our mouths, and extends probably to some of our last conscious experiences, a nurse lifting a cup of water to our lips. Cooperation is the law of all active existence. It's plural, it's personal, it's interresponsive, and it is in time. It can either be symmetrical or asymmetrical in terms of the powers each agent brings to it, and most interhuman cooperation is asymmetrical. Authority is a term we use for asymmetrical initiatives in cooperative ventures. And grace itself, of course, is the supreme form of authority, the divine initiative in the shared project of doing good, giving a new beginning to new events. Grace is also the power to complete, to bring creaturely action to conformity with God's purposes. Prevenient, perfecting grace, vindicate human action by setting both before it and after it the divine purpose on which all its significance must depend, and therefore necessarily grace works with it. Cooperation is the central point of balance in the divine-human relation. We can and should avoid co-numeration of divine and human on many fronts, but we cannot and must not avoid the idea of acting with, which is perhaps how Christology explicates the grammar of createdness, through the logic of a history that is centered on Emmanuel, God with us. And there I come to rest at a point where Rowan and I converge on the same place from our different directions, which is by far from being a new experience for both of us. But for its various repetitions over the decades, Rowan, I cannot be sufficiently grateful.
Last one today. I want to do two things here. The first thing, it was suggested that I say something about Hegel. So here, very briefly, is the story of how I discovered Hegel and of Rowan's significant role in that. In 1974, before taking up a place at Westcott House, I was off to spend 2 years as a VSO teacher of English in the little town of Ghana in Upper Egypt. As I was packing, I had just one major worry. What was I going to read there? Something heavy, something demanding to be slowly pondered, I thought. I was vaguely aware of existentialism as an interesting thing, so I decided to take with me some Nietzsche and some Kierkegaard. To this day, when I read Nietzsche or Kierkegaard, incongruous memories are stirred of heat and dust, of the muezzin's crackling call from the minaret, of the clatter of dominoes and the croaking of bullfrogs at dusk. I first became aware of Hegel in Egypt through reading Kierkegaard's rumbustious, caricatural attack on him in the concluding unscientific postscript. I found it implausible. Such obsessive mockery of this balmy professor. How could he be so important to attack if he was such a clown? This wasn't explained. Kierkegaard doesn't really engage with Hegel, he just mocks. So I thought, when I get home, I'll follow this up. I was a student training for the priesthood at Westcott House the same 3 years that Rowan was tutor there. I must confess I had some misgivings whether it was at all permissible, at all legitimate for a Church of England priest to cultivate a sympathetic open-mindedness towards Hegel. And, well, I must say, I'm very grateful to Rowan for the authoritative reassurance that he then gave me that it was indeed okay. You might need to be tortured these days before you own up to being Hegelian, I don't know, but all the same. And now, changing tack, the other thing I want to do is to float a possibly wacky little idea past you. And here I'm addressing Rowan in another aspect of his public persona, namely as Lord Williams of Oystermouth, erstwhile distinguished member of the Lord's Spiritual, now one of the Lord's Temporal. The Labour Party looks likely to win the next election, and the Labour Party, of course, is committed to abolishing the House of Lords and replacing it with something else. It may not happen, but it might. What I have here is the germ of a speculative response to this situation. In his lecture series on the philosophy of right, first delivered in Heidelberg in 1817 and then in Berlin during the 1820s, Hegel's posing the basic question, what's the best possible state realistically imaginable in present-day conditions? He doesn't actually quote the American founding fathers, but like them, he too favors a bicameral legislature, effectively a rationalized version of the British system. In the first place, because the duality of a lower and an upper house is valuable in itself as providing for a dialectical interplay of opposites, a fine-tuned balance. Like his older contemporaries, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and co., moreover, he thinks, the more difference between the two houses, the better. Different role, different quality of debate, different selection process. 200 years later, though, Hegel's actual notion of the ideal duality here looks very dated. For him, it's a matter of balancing a lower house imbued with a generally progressive, populist spirit, alongside an upper house imbued with a generally conservative spirit. One house, therefore, designed to represent the emergent bourgeoisie, the other house consisting of great aristocrats for whom politics is a matter of noblesse oblige. Great aristocrats, that's to say, with inherited wealth guaranteed by compulsory primogeniture men, crucially, just too rich to be easily bribable. That was Hegel's idea. Since then, however, the achievement of mass literacy has led first to universal suffrage and then to the formation of those great propaganda monsters for the management of universal suffrage, mass political parties. Nowadays, the need to maintain a balance between the progressive populist spirit and the conservative spirit is met by competition between and within political parties. We no longer require a bicameral parliamentary system for that purpose. And yet, I still want to argue that there remains another key purpose that such a system might, if reconstituted, well serve. In short, my proposal is, let the House of Commons ideally represent the enlightened will of the majority, but let the upper house represent the public conscience, precisely as that transcends the simple will of the majority. A lower house then dedicated to maximum democratic legitimacy, as now. An upper house, on the other hand, balancing that inasmuch as it's dedicated to the channeling of maximum moral authority. Where, though, is the great store of organized moral authority in our society? Isn't it in the charitable sector as a whole? Isn't it the moral authority won by charitable good works? And therefore, my proposal is that the House of Lords be replaced with a House of Charities. In place of the aristocratic patrons of charity who used to fill the place, now the charities themselves, those admirable embodiments of the public conscience, the charities of all religions and of none. 100 full-time senators, say, elected not by universal suffrage, but by the charities to represent them, according to an electoral system devised and supervised by the Charity Commission. No mere front organizations for political parties, mind, but properly autonomous charities. One half of the system, then, democracy, demos rule, whole of the people rule, the function of the House of Commons. The other half, agapacracy, agape rule, charity rule, the function of the upper house, the Senate, whatever you want to call it. Agapacracy. It's an idea as maverick as the idea of universal suffrage was in Hegel's day. However, Geist, spirit, moves on. I've tried out this suggestion on the Lords Spiritual, the bishops in the House of Lords, as a cause that they might take up as they bow out. A constructive and imaginative way of accepting that fate. Essentially, I'd describe their collective response as puzzlement. But any other ideas as regards strategy would be most welcome, and that's why I thought I'd try it out on you.
Response in the first instance. Finally give in and go behind the podium. Thank you very much, all three. Particularly difficult, I think, to weave together themes for this, but I'll have a go. Because
What Andrew was talking about was, of course, authority and its exercise in politics, an authority which is significantly different from the authority that derives simply from popular consent. And I go back here, if I may, to something I wrote just before taking up office as Archbishop of the Dimbleby lecture back in, whenever it was, 2002, asking the question, what is it in our social ecology, our political ecology, that takes care of those things which are never going to get to the top of any electoral agenda? And asking what are the institutions in our society which will look after that. The proposal you've outlined, Andrew, is, I think, very precisely along those lines, as I hear it. And were I still a member of the House of Lords, which I'm not, I've actually now retired from that, I would be very interested to see how that works out. But this is where I want to make some connections. You spoke about the charitable sector in this connection. And that, of course, takes us to some of what Ragnar was saying about responsibility and about what it is in any political ecology, to use that term again, which sustains and works with the grain of the sense of being accountable to the neighbour. Ragnar, you outlined just how difficult that was going to be in a cultural environment where being a neighbour is not exactly what it used to be, and where the undifferentiated space of digital exchange quite clearly complicated that factor. I think I want to say, though, that there remain, even within that context, a set of relationships, a set of discourses which still continue to take for granted not a local, but at least a proximate relationship, which allows one to go on saying something about responsibility along the lines that you sketched. You're right to say that I continue to worry about this notion of what accountability, not simply in the way it's usually used, but accountability in terms of our being answerable for one another, and what that might mean in our political world. And taking on board the, I think, quite serious questions you raised about the way in which I've handled Bonhoeffer, and I can quite see I'm going to have to go and read Bonhoeffer all over again for the umpteenth time. I think one way of rendering some of what Bonhoeffer's saying in the ethics, as well as Christology lectures and elsewhere, is still in terms of how authority works by inviting recognition. And the notion of recognition seems to me to be one of those ways in which the autonomy versus heteronomy duality can be slightly overcome. I think there was some German philosopher, wasn't there, Andrew, who had some ideas vaguely connected with this. But to recognize that what we are being invited into is what we desire, to use that word again. How that happens, how we negotiate that socially is a long job, but I think that is one of the areas I'd want to draw out in responding to your challenges, in connecting some of Bonhoeffer with some of Hegel, in asking how a moral discourse that had to do with recognition became central to how we handle some of these questions of political ethics. And lastly, very, very briefly, to Oliver's typically brilliant and searching analysis. And let me just say in brackets that I would entirely concur in his final concluding remarks that I too have been delighted and amazed over the decades at some of the convergences that have emerged. I think I'd want to throw back a challenge to the way in which I think, Oliver, you were contrasting natural causes with certain other kinds of causality. You mentioned terror and prayer. But that is to say, natural causes are simply, as it were, physical processes of causation. And I may well have misunderstood this, but what I heard was a reading of what I had to say about natural causes, and I take full responsibility for unclarity here, a reading of what I said about that in terms simply of what you might call in shorthand natural, physical mechanism. You use the word mechanistic. I don't think that's at all what I had in mind, and I don't think it's certainly what Farah had in mind, who uses, of course, finite acts of will as his paradigm case of finite causality. So, and a way of bridging between that and talking about divine agency. So I'm not quite sure whether we're on the same page with understanding what natural causality means. Clearly, I've written in a way which invites an interpretation a great deal more mechanistic than I would want. See previous remarks earlier today about the world of scientific accounts of thinking and mental agency, where I would say clearly we're not talking about a Newtonian world of causality at all. I wonder how far the assumption that this is a Newtonian framework is affecting the way in which you've challenged what I've said about natural causes and the completeness of the finite system, or let's say the integrity of the finite system. But there's a lot more that I'd want to explore there, and I just note in closing two things. One is to welcome the allusion to Spemann, whom I regard, as you do, as a profoundly significant presence and much neglected presence in the intellectual world, but also to ask whether what you said about categories is not simply another way of framing the issues that arise when we try to clarify analogy, and whether it's perhaps not quite, therefore, such a black and white picture as might have been suggested. But I leave those questions on the table and look forward for more illumination. Thank you.
Good. According to our schedule, we have 20 minutes. Would any of the panelists first like to reply to Rowan before we open out to the gathered delegates?
I'll save my further thoughts for between us at some stage. Right.
Okay, we have 20 minutes, so succinct questions. Welcome. Thank you, Dave.
About trust. I don't think it's been mentioned in this, and yet it seems to be fundamental in each of your things. You know, that, the who to who of Bonhoeffer, beyond the how, absolutely has to have trust. Cooperation, in Oliver's terms, absolutely has to have trust. And charities are run by trustees. And I think Rowan's recognition can move very nicely towards trust. And our society is always saying it's in a crisis about trust at the moment. So over to you.
I don't know quite where to begin, but let me just try to draw out one aspect here. Actually, picking up that dead German philosopher who spoke about recognition. For Hegel, recognition arises, and you could say trust arises, after a process of competition, right? After a process of not just negotiation, actually at the very end of the day, a death, right? A dying to self, because there's a competition to death. I don't think ultimately that is the model to build a sense of authority or trust, to take conflict to that point where only after we sort of given up, then we can start to build trust, after we've given everything up in this conflictual situation. But there's an interesting question there that I wonder about. To what extent is competition necessary in any account of authority? Right? Competition as a place where we sort of need to jostle with each other in order to challenge each other, and thereby establish some sense of trust. And perhaps that's where I wonder where sort of the theological arguments about relationship between the finite and infinite sometimes tends to leave the question of competition as a sort of intra-finite matter, right? And then it sort of slightly disappears from the theological account of what authority is. I've recently got a child, and so I know that competition is necessary even to feed the child, and thereby trust is established, right? And I think in ecclesial authority as well, right? Can we rule out competition entirely from a sense of the church's authority? Right? I've asked that as a question, really. Yeah.
Okay. Then John.
Shall I speak?
Yes, please.
To Andrew, for your intriguing suggestions about the House of Lords. Of course, among, I think, charities of the kind you didn't mention are the academic charities, such as schools, universities. And schools in particular, of course, occupy an odd place among charities because everybody who's born here is a client at some stage or other. So would you wish the academic charities to be represented in the House of Lords? And what would you see as the brief of the people who represented them?
Yeah. The quick answer is no. I would like a little revision of the list of charities that the Charity Commissioners works with. And that would be one of the main ones. But it's debatable, and in a sense, the project of developing such a new constitutional scheme, one of its virtues would be the squabbles that it would involve in the process of settling those sorts of issues. It would force this society to think about moral authority and about what it believes in and its values in a way that, what else will?
Thank you.
As we turn political, I'll stay with this one because, I mean, your argument here, and I very much agree with you and Hegel on this point, and it's very similar to what Adrian Pabst and I said in The Politics of Virtue, and what Lord Glasman has been saying, that, you can't just sort of reproduce another House of Commons. It's not a very good idea. There has to be some genuine reason for bicameralism. And I think that, what you're suggesting very much goes along with the idea that it somehow has to be to do with the representation and an enhancement of virtue. In other words, that, you've got democratic representation, but you've also got the question of what is the good. That, I think what we're seeing at the moment is that democracy breaks down if you don't have a question that's not simply democratic. It stops being a debate about what is the good and persuading people into the good, and it just revolves in its own circle of people second-guessing, what's going to work, what's going to be popular, and so on. See, you need a balance against that, is I think what you're asking. But I think my question is, why does the charities, charities, as we know, are not necessarily charitable, they're not necessarily virtuous, they're subject to corruption. So the alternative to that would be an extension of, things like having archbishops, maybe having imams and rabbis as well, but also a more general kind of vocational representation, representing vocations and corporate bodies rather than simply representing regions, plus perhaps representing regions in a wider and different non-party political kind of way, And, I mean, I don't think your proposal is going to happen. I don't think my proposal is going to happen either, but maybe it's just a little more likely that we can persuade people into it. So that's the question.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure about the regions. The regions is what the Labour Party is very keen on.
Yeah, but I'm only suggesting that as one.
Yeah.
I think it's the vocation
Yes. I'd be open to persuasion, but my personal preference at the moment, and I'm just dreaming of a non-existent thing, would be for full-time senators, and that probably excludes people who are there ex officio. Well, they can be seconded, but yes, it's debatable. But sure, there's nothing to prevent charities becoming corrupted.
But maybe the churches of other religions should be debating and putting this out there.
Yes. And the charity commissioners should become a very active body. They can, and they are. Yes, it has happened in recent memory. Yes.
There's a question from a gentleman there, and then we'll go to the back.
Thank you all very much for the contributions. My question is whether it's possible to speak about political and moral theology without speaking about political and moral action, or even a theology of political and moral action. For me, in the end, Bonhoeffer's answer to the issue of authority was action. And I think that it's really important that for me, it's important we keep that dimension alive.
I think in one sense Oliver spoke much more eloquently about action than I did. I think you're right. I mean, action is fundamental to Bonhoeffer's ethics. And yeah, and no, I think you're right. You can't speak about moral and political theology without speaking about action. However, what thinking about Rowan's theology in relationship to Hannah Arendt, who also stresses action fundamentally, I was, in working on this paper, actually thinking the other way around, that the kind of political theology that is defined in Rowan is actually trying to integrate both action with modes of contemplation as well, right? So if Bonhoeffer's theology is sort of starting with saying that responsibility starts with acknowledging that you're other people's actions and their struggle to act is somehow your responsibility as well. You have to share that risk. Then in Rowan's theology, there's another transcendental at play here, where you could say that other people's struggle to see, or to put it in more political terms, to witness and give witness, is also your struggle, right? So I entirely agree that the dimension of action is there, but I think with the sorts of political theology that we're discussing here, there are aspects of the aesthetic, there's aspect of contemplation as well that are at play here. I don't know whether you want to add something.
Yes, I just said that to talk about action, you have to talk about it from the inside as an agent. In a sense, all the history we learned at school was all about actions. And that doesn't get you all the way. Napoleon did this, Alexander did that, Bonhoeffer did the following. Fine. Until I can ask what it means, or what it may be about to mean for Oliver O'Donovan to do something now, I am not really engaging with what agency is, which has to be that in which I live. I mean, that's the only, that's the difference, it seems to me, between ethics and sociology or history. It cannot just be descriptive.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask this panel to maybe reflect in some kind of way on, let's call it a constellation rather than a concatenation, although it will sound a bit more like a concatenation because they are the elements are discrete, but they are also the elements that have been in this panel. So you could sort of understand the concern I'm hoping that can be addressed as culminating in a post-Bonhoeffer and going back to Hegel. Obviously, Bonhoeffer in part is influenced by an African-American Christianity, which he describes, according to more than one interlocutor working in more than one language, as the Christianity of the Reformation. In part, I'm wondering how what emerges from that relates to accounts against people like Robert Bernasconi, who obviously doesn't have very much that is kind to say about Hegel and race. And I'm very interested in that specifically with regards to this proposal, which I also grinned wryly as I listened to, not least because while having charities represented in the manner outlined would, both in principle and in practice, do some things which don't happen now in politics, charities also represent some of the more notorious anthropological presuppositions that can be characterized, for example, in the disability advocacy's clarion call, not about us, without us. So there are a lot of ways in which the anthropological dimensions of a genuinely culturally literate political theology of the kind that emerges, I think, from Bonhoeffer after the Second World War with Metz, Moltmann, Dorothea Soleil, into something that obviously we see in Black and liberation theologies, but at the same time, political theology and theological anthropology don't represent a universality that enables other people, characterized by Derrida's highly apposite and still misunderstood logocentrism, in the conversation. So I'm fascinated to know how this might play out once we start talking away from Western centrism to something that can speak to the necessary dimensions of a Christianity that really does transcend logocentrism in the West.
Hegel on African history is comical in its the feebleness of his account. There's no question about it, and he can only be excused by his lack of sources, his lack of good books, mostly written by British imperialists. Yeah. It's a very marginal part of his thought. So that's what I can say about Hegel and in this context. I wasn't quite sure what you were saying there about charities.
So, notwithstanding Hegel's lack of sources, there is something in the theological telos about who a person is. So, from this point of view, charities are understood by some as ostensibly, and obviously I think it's, John Milbank has already made this point, depending on how idealistic you want to be, charities are necessarily positive. But for others, charities are not intrinsically positive. So speaking as a black person, looking at the difficulties as well as the positivities that charities have done, not least outside the West, I'm just wondering how these anthropological presuppositions that obtain in the work that charities do play out in the here and now, with that nod to Hegel having been somebody who didn't have so much to say about people who look like me.
Yeah. I don't know of any what particular cases one would cite about charities today still operating with an unquestioning racism. If you told me some particular stories, I would be very interested and troubled. But I can't imagine that in our culture today, charities are surely of all institutions the ones most dependent upon their moral authority, in order that people should give them money, in order to fund them. And I would therefore think that they must be the most morally sensitive, the most touchy.
Perhaps you might continue that discussion. Yeah. We've got one more question from Jamie Hawkey, and then I think we'll be finished.
Thank you very much. This is a sort of different kind of question and takes us back, I wonder, to sort of Christological first principles and really the first half of Ragnar's paper. And I wonder whether this might have some impact across the later discussion as well. The question really is this issue of how Christ is for us in terms of authority, how Christ is for us. How do we speak of the mode of Christ's engagement? Ragnar, you talked about kenosis, the fundamental kenotic move. I wonder whether you think that might relate creatively to how the munus triplex is lived in the world today. How is Christ for us in terms of authority? How do we map that move of Christ's agency in the church and the world? And is there a helpful link between the descent of kenosis and, as it were, the sharing of the caritas of the Lord through the munus triplex?
Mapping Christ. I will answer your question. I had one more comment to add to you in the back there. I just want to add, and it goes slightly to something John was saying as well. I think you're touching on the fact that democracies of the kind we find here and other places are not, insofar that they are in processes of representation, they don't just represent this demos, they also represent a sort of vision of who we are in the most general sense, including visions of the good and, as you know, visions of the human, right? And I think one part of the problematic legacy of the Hegelian tradition is saying the humanity's process of representing itself is going on here. And this is it, somehow. And I think you drew out that in a well-stated manner. When it comes to mapping Christ, first of all, that's sort of what the church is supposed to do. And it's doing it liturgically, in a sense, right? So and it's not mapping Christ as much as it's performing what sort of Christ's presence, Christ being for us really means, right? So it's not just a passive experience, but it's also something that is really what the church is supposed to do. And at the same time, there's this counterforce, which is entirely connected to that, and that's the fact that, as in Matthew's Gospel and many other places, the point is that you can't always map who Christ is, but sometimes Christ is knocking on your door. And so part of, you could say, the kenotic practice of the church is to listen to that, right? And also to acknowledge the sort of bad complicity where we acknowledge that we don't always listen, right? Perhaps I would avoid the language of mapping, but there is quite a concrete sense of the question of how is Christ for us has got a very concrete shape in ecclesiology, right? In terms of the practice of the church, liturgy of the church, and outside of the church. Yeah.
Good, thank you. We've come to the end. Please thank our panelists.
Okay, well that formally brings the sort of proceedings part of the first day to a close. It's been 8.5 hours, and as a faithful remnant, you all look great, so well done. The day is not over. You should see on the back of your programme that there is a concert in response to the themes of this conference at 6 o'clock in Trinity College Chapel. A number of the organising team, there'll be a few of us on hand to give those of you who need them directions, but you can also help each other find your way over there. And it only remains for me to say two things, actually. Keep hold of your programs. For the sake of the trees, we have not printed many, so you might not get one again tomorrow if you throw it away. The second thing is, please, arrive in good time again tomorrow. We need to begin promptly at 9 o'clock because we have received the welcome news that we have some words from Patriarch Bartholomew, which will be given by Archbishop Nikitas at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So please, we've added an element to the programme, so it's good for us to start on time. It remains for me to thank our speakers and our chairs today, who have all done a valiant job. And thank you to Rowan for responding so valiantly to everything. So thanks, everyone. See you tomorrow.